Scott Roman 4, 244-5. Braun, Jean, pp. 280-1. Increase in increasing, Knock, NFI 13 refers to Gen. 1, 22-28, 8, 17, 9, 7. See also Scott Roman 2, 53 and Dodd, Bible, pp. 162-7, who point out that the doubling of the verbs imitates an emphatic Hebrew construction which does not occur in any of the Genesis passages, but turns up again in c. H. Roman 3, 3. Both Scott and Dodd conclude that events after the flood Gen. 8, 15-17 were the likeliest biblical point of reference for the author of the Poimanders at this point. Heinchen, 1965, p. 177 and Betts, 1970, pp. 467-8, maintain that the command, although a blessing in the biblical context, would have seemed a curse to the Hermetist. Who is mindful, for ho anausi NFI 13 has celui quia el intellect, but Knock 1947, p. 645 gives with news, NF inserts the definite article following Turnibus. Betts, 1970, pp. 465-84, interprets the second half of this sentence as a Hermetic interpretation of the Delphic Nothai Sotin, taken to mean recognize that you are immortal and divine, as in I Alcibiades 130e, Cicero, Tusculans 1, 22, 5, 25, and other Platonic and Stoic texts, especially Philo on Dreams 1, 10, 52-60. See also Betts, 1981, pp. 156-71, Rietzenstein, Studien pp. 23-4, 1, 18-19 Desire. Effects of death. For Eroda NFI 13 has elamer, and sexual love is certainly meant. In fact, from a Gnostic point of view, the concrete sexual act is itself the cause of death, so that sexual activity or sexual intercourse would be reasonable renderings as well. On Eros and death in Gnosticism, see Jonah's Gnosis I, p. 118. Van Morsel, Mysteries, pp. 44-6, interprets this passage in the light of others expressing an ascetic contempt for the body. Ch. Roman 4, 5-7, vi, Roman 7, Roman 11, Roman 13, L. Esclep. 6, 11, 22. Following Ma 1976, 203 Quispel 1981, pp. 259-61 identifies AD 9 as the basis of the last sentence of section 18 and hence of Logian 67 of the Gospel of Thomas. See also Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 393, Rietzenstein Studien p. The body, 1, Providence, fate. The word providence represents pronoia, referring to NHC Roman 2, 5, 101, 26-8 and vi. 6, 54, 59. Ma Hermes I 97 points out the identification of pronoia sambathas with the notes to page 5 Hebdomad or 7th sphere, below section 26. See also Jonah's Gnosis I pp. 172-8 and above. Sections 9 and 15 on fate. C. H. Roman 13. 14, 21 treats pronoia as an instrument of the cosmos along with necessity and nature, likewise Roman 11. 5. See also Kieser Discourse pp. 17-19, 35-6. Cosmic framework, above section 14. Recognized, chosen good. For chosen, Periausian see Arndt and Gingrich SV Periausios with references to Exod. 19.5 Jute, 7.6 Tit, 2.14 and other biblical texts, cf. TD and TVI 57-8. Dodd Bible p. 167, Fourth Gospel p. 32, however, translates the word as beyond essence or absolute, cf. FR Roman 3, p. 97, NFI 23 N 49, and Scott Roman 2, 55, with an emendation to Huperausian. For gnosis, knowledge, and anagnorices, self-recognition, as salvation see below sections 26-7. Loved, desire, darkness. For desire, erodos see above sections 18-19. Braun Jean pp. 257-61 suggests parallels here and in sections 14 and 24 to the account of the Essenes in Josephus, Jewish War II, 154-5. Sensibly for aesthetos festugiere, NFI 13-23n. 50 gives Dan says sense but calls the word difficult, and Knock suggests June maniere qui putitre perdu par less sense. 1. Watery nature drinks. The verb in the manuscripts ardueti corresponding to drinks literally means is irrigated. NFI 13, 23, N 51 has u es abrouve la mort. referring in the apparatus to Reitzenstein's emendations to erutai and ardutai. For watery nature, see above, section 4, FRI 270 connects this treatment of the body's origin with Zosimus on apparatus 12. The body of Adam, issued from fate, formed of the four elements. 1. Advances toward God, alternative translation of Izoton, toward himself, NFI 14:23 n 52. The man came, above section 12. You say, the manuscripts put this in the first person, femi rather than fez, which is Reitzenstein's conjecture, adopted in NFI 14, or from light. As in Festugier's translation, the word you assumes the reading Suten for Huten in most manuscripts and auton in the texts of Reitzenstein and Nock, alternative translations. God is from or the man is from, NFI 14:24 and 53. J. E. Menard, 1977, pp. 161-3 compares NHC 1, 2, 3, 24-34, 14, 8-17. Let the himself above section 18 for an almost identical injunction. Betts, 1970, p. 468. Reitzenstein, Poimenders, p. 51. Notes to page 5-1. The reverent in the Greek treatises Eusebeia, Eusebed, and Eusebes occur 17 times. In some cases, piety would translate Eusebeia better than reverence, but I have used the latter consistently. In TD&T Romans 7, 1789, Forster concludes that the true content of Eusebeia for the educated Greek is reverent and wondering awe at the divine, but that ki Eusebeia can be errate, one virtue among others. Reverence better renders Eusebeia as an attitude toward the gods, while piety more strongly implies a virtue possessed by an individual. Fowden, A. p. 107, emphasizes the role of the ethical virtues in Hermetic initiation, calling piety the natural function of man and especially of the philosopher who aspires to gnosis, and he points out the many Hermetic exhortations to Eusebeia. C. H. Vi. Roman 9, X. Roman 16, 11 S. H. Eib 2-3, see also Asclep. 1, 22 PS. 33, 16-17. Reitzenstein Studien p. 26, Dodd Bible pp. 170-4. 1. Thoughtless. Irreverent C. Zielinski 1905, p. 332 and Roman 9. For the interpretation of this passage as a list of 7 planetary vices, which Reitzenstein Studien pp. 26-7 connected with Iranian sources, Hintschen 1965, p. 179 finds a parallel in the 2 figures of vice in the 6th similitude of the Shepherd of Hermes, cf. Scott IVF 358. Demon, assailing reading Titraske auton, wounds, for Thraske auton, marked unintelligible in NFI 1524 n, 58, cf. Roman 2 377 n, 183 on Asclep, 22. Festugier NFI 24 n, 55-57 opposes this to Moro's daemon, avenging demon, to mind's role as gatekeeper, Puloros, in section 22 above, which he interprets as a kind of daemon perdros or helping spirit. See also, C. H. Roman 12, Roman 13. 7. J. Kroll Laren pp. 82-89-90, Cumont Lux pp. 229-30, Bauset 1914, p. 151 referring to the testaments of the 12 patriarchs, Reuben 2, 12, Judah 20, Simon 4, 4-6, Zebulun 9, 7-8, Asher 6, 4-6. This tortures reading Knox's conjecture of Tauto for Tauton, the latter marked unintelligible, NFI 1524 n 59. 1. About the way up. A scribe inserted the word about. Perry \NFI p15. From classical times, the word anodos, way up, was a technical term in religious usage. Dodd Bible p 176. Releasing, body, see below, note on C. H. Roman 13. 1. Born again. Give over your temperament NFI 1524 n. 60 translates to ethos as ton moi habitul, but in HMP p65, Festugier has le temperament qui depend pour chacun, de la manière dont si sont mélanges en lui les quatre elements. Give over involves the emendation of paraditicin to paraditos in NF and earlier editions. Cf. Scott Roman 2, 57-8. Hintschen 1965, p. 180. Particular sources, energies, FR Roman 3, 130, cf. NFI 15, Scott Roman 2, 58-9. Feeling. Nature. Zielinski, 1905, pp. 328-9 identifies the sequence thumos, feeling, epithumia, longing, alogon, irrational, as a reflection of the tripartite psychology of faculties that Plato called epithumetikos, coveting, desiring, appetitive, thumoids, spirited, hot-tempered, and logistikos, rational. In Republic 435-44, 580-1, Phaedrus 253-5, Timaeus 69-72, and elsewhere. At Republic 436, a Shori trans. For example, Socrates says that we learn with one part of ourselves, feel anger with another, and yet with a third desire the pleasures of nutrition and generation. See also, Dylan, Middle Platonists, pp. 102, 174-5, 194, 289-91, 327, Wally's Neoplatonism, pp. 28, 73-4, Peters, Terms, pp. 61, 170. 1. Thence. Ambush for Cosmic Framework. See above, section I-15 has Elham. Although Reitzenstein's initial study of I in Poimanders, 1904, emphasized its Egyptian background, his Studien zum Antiken Syncretismus aus Iran und Griechenland, 1926, with H. H. Schieder, shifted the focus to ancient Iran, in particular to a lost Avestan work, the Damda Aitnask, which he dated to the 5th century BCE, and took as his main proof that, Studien p. 23, the whole creation story of the Poimanders stems from the canonical formulation of the Persian teaching on creation, and that HMR p. 12, the first Hermetic treatise, is a Greek version of the Damda Aitnask. Reitzenstein's conclusion was roughly in line with the broader findings of Bauset, 1901, pp. 168-9, 267-8, that the concept of the soul voyage came into Greek and Judeo-Christian thought from Iranian sources by way of Mithraism. Reitzenstein described the Damda Esnask as a revelation from Ahura Mazda on creation, eschatology, and related theological topics, whose protagonist, the primal man Gaimard, journeys through the heavens after death, as 7 metals associated with the 7 planets and 7 governors. Above, section 9, flow from him into the earth, seeing in this Iranian myth striking similarities to c. H. 1. And its context, Reitzenstein followed Bauset in comparing both to such Greco-Roman formulations of the soul voyage as that preserved by Servius in his commentary on Aeneid 6. 127, 439, 714, 11, 51. Bauset, 1915, pp. 134-50, maintained that the attack by the Christian apologist, Arnobius, on strange religions, and especially their eschatologies in the second book of Against the Pagans, c. 304-10, was aimed at the presentation of this material by Cornelius Labeo, who, according to Bauset, had been dated before 126 CE and had used Hermetic teachings on the fate of the soul. Thus, an early date for Labeo suggested an even earlier date for some Hermetica, but for Labeo as dependent on Porphyry, and hence much later, see Mastandrea, Labeo, pp. 6. 7, 108-13, 127-34. For other relevant views of Bauset, see Hauptproblem, pp. 54-8, 202-9, 361-5, and 1914, pp. 134-9, 155-9. On the order of the 7 planets associated with these moral faults, see above, sections 9 and 23. J. Kroll Laren, pp. 206-8, and Festu Gier HMP pp. 66 121-30, who points out in NFI 25 n. 62 the series of 7 vices listed by Irenaeus in his account of the Gnostics against heresies 1, 29. 4. Leighton, GSP. 168. Lack of acquaintance, arrogance, evil, jealousy, envy, discord, and desire, cf. Scott Roman 2, 60-3, NHC Roman 2, 5. 106, 27-107, lists 7 male and 7 female vices who are the 7 androgynous sons of death, and in NHC VI. 6. 63. 16-21 appear 7 ausiarchs, heads of osas, or rulers of substance on whom see Asclep. 19. Ma Hermes I 39 133-4. Item 1974b, p. 62. Reuben 2-3 in the Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs describes 2 sets of 7 spirits of error. appointed by Belier against man. Rietzenstein, Poimenders, pp. 52-3, also refers to the 7 intertwined comely demons in Testament of Solomon 8. See also notes on c. H. Roman 3 and Roman 7. 2. Arnobius against the pagans 2. 13-19, 22-25, 28-9, 33-7, 43-5, 52-62. Macrobius Commentary on Scipio's Dream 1. 12. Proclus Timaeus Commentary 1. 147. 29-148, 3, 355. 12-19, Festugiere Trans. I 199 v 237, Scott Roman 4 7-8 IV 474-83, FR Roman 3 50-2, Goodspeed Literature pp. 182-3, Gundel and Gundel, Astrologumena pp. 304-11, Flamant 1981 pp. 138-9, Musses 1981 pp. 315-17, Arrogance, Wealth. At the start of S. H. Roman 24, Isis explains to Horus that there are 4 places topoi in the all-end to Panti: sky, ether, air, and holy earth. The craftsman rules Arche, the gods who dwell in the sky, the sun rules the stars in the ether, the moon rules the demonic souls in the air, and the reigning king rules men and other animals on earth. The rulers, archants, are emanations of a higher king, and the sun is a mightier ruler than the moon. Roman 11 describes light shining down from the energy of the god who is father of all good, ruler archontos, and commander of the whole order of the 7 worlds. In this context, we may assume that the archontican prophanian mentioned here in 4th place refers to a characteristic of the solar ruler or archon. Prophania is an unusual word for which LSJ gives eminence or distinction, but huprophanian, a scribble correction meaning arrogance, is clearer in context. NFI 15 has L-ostentation due commandment. For archons in the New Testament, see especially Matt 12:24, John 12:31, I-Cor 2:6-8, F2:2. NFI 16 has less appetites illicites quaedonle riches, for tas affirmas tas caucas tu plaudu evil. Wealth, for recklessness perpetua see below c. H. Roman 13. 12. The concept of daring, Talma, plays an important part in explanations of the fall as a punishment for a primal sin committed in heaven, rather than as retribution for a direct choice of earthly humans. Pythagoreans use Talma to refer to the dyad as distinct from the monad, below, note on c. H. Roman 4. 10, and Numenius like the author of c. H. I saw the soul's descent as an offense of its own choosing, an opinion reflected in earlier teachings of Plotinus, Aeneid 5. 1:1:1-4, the souls who have forgotten the Father. For them the beginning of evil is daring Talma, cf. 5:2-2-6-6, 9:5-29. In his later work, however, Plotinus condemned the Gnostics for claiming that souls' wish to create the world was Talma 2, 9, 11, 12, cf. 4, 3, 13, c. Dodd's Anxiety pp. 23-6, cf. FR Roman 3 83 88 94-6 SH Roman 23 24 CH Roman 16 LL 1 Cosmic Human as in section 25 above the subject is unspecified. NFI 16 has il intre. On cosmic framework see above section 14. Region of the Ogdoad, literally the Ogdoadic nature, Fusin, which was the 8th sphere of the fixed stars, next in order after Saturn. In Valentinian and other Gnosticisms, the common post-Aristotelian cosmology of concentric and countable spheres gave rise to rich theological elaborations. The Hebdomad, 7 planetary heavens created by a maleficent demiurge, constitutes the lower world that imprisons the Gnostic, who wishes to escape to the next highest level, the Ogdoad, which is the 8th level counting up from the earth. Looking down from the heights of divinity, however, Ogdoad becomes the name of the 4 next pairs, Suzugii, see below note on c. H. Vi, one of divinities lower down within the pleroma. In still another sense, the Ogdoad is the divine realm of Jesus and Sophia, wisdom, but it is still outside the eternal pleroma, below note on Via. For the magical papyri, see above note on c. H. 1. 7 governors as well as PGM Roman 14. 735-59 bets pp. 189-90, where as Festugiere NF Roman 2, 215-16 n. 65 points out, Ogdoas is the god who directs all things throughout the creation. Rietzenstein, Studian, pp. 28, 119, HMR, pp. 50-1, identifies the Ogdoad of I with the Iranian Garo 6-man or 8th heaven. NHCVI, given the title The Ogdoad and the Aeneid by Moth, opens with a promise to introduce my mind into the Ogdoad and then to introduce me into the Aeneid. Later, 58, 17-20, 59, 28-32, follow two visions of the Ogdoad full of souls and angels silently singing and finally, addressing their hymns to the Aeneid and to its powers. Mah, Hermes I, 35-41, 88-9, 114-15, 119-20, points out that the Coptic root of the modern place name, Ashmouneen, site of an ancient Hermopolis, represents the word 8, HM&W, and refers to an octet of gods venerated there and eventually associated with Thoth/Hermes. Likewise, Heliopolis was the city of a divine Aeneid, also linked with Thoth. Below see H. Roman 13. 15, Roman 16. Title, Rietzenstein, Poimenders, pp. 53-5, 59-68, 114-15. J. Kroll Leyren, pp. 304-8. Mutis Hermopolis, pp. 15-31. Weiss Hermopolis, p1. Boylan Thoth, pp. 49-52, 149-51, 156-8. Bleecker Hather, pp. 18-19, 113-14, 151-2. Hanny Plutarch, pp. 31-7. Iverson Doctrine, pp. 8-9. Leighton G.S., pp. 169, 174-5, 196-7, 210-11, 225, 291, 429. Jonah's Gnostic Religion, pp. 179-81, 190-7. Petrament, 1967, pp. 477-87. Danielu Doctrine I, pp. Roman 15, Roman 17, 173-81. FR Roman 390, 123, 130-1. NFI 1625 N. 64. Scott Roman 2, 63-4. Mah 1974b, p. 63. Kieser Discourse, pp. 26-7. With the blessed. Blessed translates Festugiere substitution of Hosiwa for Ausi. FR Roman 3, 132 N2, cf. NFI 16. But Filonenko, 1975b, pp. 210-11 prefers the original reading, translated as beings and referred to the living creatures of Ezek. 1-5 as illustrated by Apocalypse of Abraham 18. 1-3. Elixex Ezek. 1-5 has 4 living things, Tesser and Zun for Arba Hayath in the Hebrew text. Certain powers. Sweet voice. Scott Roman 2, 65-7 compares the powers with the hypostasized dunamis in Philo, but also mentions similar Gnostic conceptions, on which see Leighton, G.S., pp. 32, 37-40, 106, 224-5. As above, region is literally nature. That exist corresponds to the ausen accidentally omitted in NF1, but inserted after Ogdotychen by Festugiere in FR Roman 3, 130 and 3. NF Roman 4, 150 and 5. Instead of sweet Hedea voice, which is Knox reading and that of most manuscripts, Rietzenstein and Poimenders, pp. 55-8, also Dodd, Bible p. 176, prefers their own idia, citing Testament of Job 48-51, Icor. 13, 1 and other texts, but in Studian p. 28 he reverts to Hedea, considering it confirmed by his Iranian source, which locates a sweet melodic voice in the 8th heaven or Garo 5-man, above, note on Ogdoad. See also the Hymn of the Pearl 108. Leighton, G.S. p. 375, cited in NFI 25 and 66. Final good. Made God, Rietzenstein, HMR, pp. 370-1. Traces to Agathon Telos, final good. Literally, good goal, or la fin by Enhirus in Festugiere's translation, to the language of the mysteries. Citing Plato, Symposium 210e. Bauset, Kyrios, pp. 428-31 also places the ideal of deification in the context of the mysteries, citing PGM Roman 4. 719-23, O Lord, while being born again, I am passing away, while growing and having grown, I am dying, as you have established the mystery. For other accounts of human divinization, see H. Roman 4, X 6-7, 24-5, Roman 11, 20, Roman 12, L. Roman 13, 310, 14, 22, Asclep, 6, 22, 41, NHCVI, 6, 63, Trager Gnosis pp. 59-60, Fowden, APILL, and Damas, 1982, pp. 14-15, who cites several Egyptian parallels. 1. 26-7 Having learned, Earthborn Men, in the latter sections of C. H. I. Norden Agnostos, pp. 277-311, detects a three-part structure of revelation, thanksgiving, and call, comparing it to similar patterns in Rom. 11. 25-12, 2 and Matt. 1125-30, Knock, 1925, pp. 26-7, identifies signs of the diatribe form. Van Morsel, Mysteries, p. 23, collects other instances of the verb save, here soth, and related words in the Hermetica, noting that they are few 11 instances outside the Stobaeus fragments despite the strong soteriological interest that runs throughout the treatises. C. H. 1, 29, Roman 7, 1-2, Roman 9, 5x, 15, Roman 13, 1, 19, Asclep, 41, and explaining the rarity of soteria and its relatives from the fact that Hermetic salvation is gnosis, as in X. Or anagnorices, self-recognition, as above, section 19. Van Morsel also, pp. 83-4, lists instances of hadigos, guide, and related words. Below, sections 28-9, 32 c. H. Roman 4. LL Roman 7, Roman 9, Roman 11, etc. On humans, anthropoi, people, laii, and men, Andres, here and in section 28, see above, section 12. 1. As he, empowered. For tauta ipon ho poimenders emoi emige ties dunamsin nfi, 16, has iant ainsi parl, poimenders, sus mes u, see mela ox puissances, which suggests that poimenders undergoes spiritual transformation in the presence of the narrator. Another reading is, as he was saying this, poimenders join me to the powers, which would require changing emoi to earn but would have the advantage of making a better transition to empowered, dunamathes, in the next sentence, on which see below, section 32 and c. H. Roman 16. 2. NFI 25 and 68 cites Hippolytus Refutation 7, 32, and PGM 11. 121 Roman 4. 197 Roman 12. 266 Roman 13. 277 Betz, pp. 16-17, 41, 163, 180, on the magical powers, dunames, needed for the soul's struggle against the archons who block its ascent to the Ogdode. Proclaiming, and knowledge, below, section 29, c. H. Roman 4, Roman 9. 4. Rietzenstein Poimenders, p. 55, Scott IVF 360, Jonas Gnosis I, p. 133, Dodd Bible, pp. 179-80, Griffiths, Isis Book, p. 252, and Norden Agnostos, pp. 1-6, 110-11, who reads the Hermetic Kerygma in light of the missionary propaganda of Acts 17:22-31. Surrendered. Unreasoning sleep. See below, c. H. Roman 7, 1, LXX is 24, 20, 29, 9-10, Dodd Bible, pp. 180, 187-9, Knock 1936, pp. 447-8, Mac Ray 1967, pp. 496-507. 1. Earthborn Men, above sections 12 and 27, for Andres Jegenes. Right to share. The Greek for right is exousion, on which see above, section 13, and below, section 32, c. H. Roman 16. 14. Think again, the verb here is metanoo, which according to Baim, TDNT Roman 4, 979, for the Greeks never suggests an alteration in the total moral attitude, a profound change in life's direction, a conversion. However, in conversion, pp. 4, 179-80, 296, Knock has repent for metanoo in c. H. I, comparing the related noun metanoia to the Greek epistrophe and the Latin conversio plato, Republic 518d. Cicero, on the nature of the gods 1, 27, 77, and citing the tabula of Sebes, 1st century CE, for metanoia as implying a momentary realization rather than the entry on a state. It is a word used by general rather than by philosophical writers. Sebes wrote a moral dialogue on the good life and the bad life. The only deliverance from the bad life is given by metanoia. The goal is deliverance. Sostai occurs 8 times in this short treatise. The ultimate authority lies in the commands given by the daemonian to each man, not as a matter of purely intellectual conviction. In the last struggle, Christian dogma was in conflict not with the free Greek spirit but with other dogma, seeking to save souls. See also, Dodd Bible pp. 180-6, who has repent and cites LXX is 46:8 and other biblical and Jewish texts, especially the testaments of the 12 patriarchs, Gad 5:7, Judah 15:4, Benjamin 5:4, NFI 17:26 and 70, translating recipiscence and alluding to the oriental character of the metanoia, Norden Agnostos pp. 134-9, above sections 26-7, below ch. Roman 9:10. Shadowy, the light is shadowy, skotenu, because it is the light of this dying world, as opposed to the light of life, above sections 4-9, Roman 7:2. Jonah's Gnosis I p. 149, Roman 2 pp. 26-9, Louis Oracles pp. 300-1. Notes to pages 6-71. Way of death. For the alternative to the way of death, see above, note on section 26, to be made God. See also Dodd Bible pp. 183-7 and Pearson 1981, p. 341 on biblical and Jewish parallels, and Heinchen 1965, p. 185 on Acts 2, 12-15. Ambrosial water. Festugiere HMP p. 103n, 8, cites Acts of Thomas 2. Henneck NTA Roman 2 p. 455 on the ambrosial water cf. Roman 18:11 and points out that the idea of proclamation kerosene in section 27 above occurs in a similar context in ch. Roman 4:4. See also Kieser Discourse p. 58:1. Within, recorded, for Ingrepsamen I Zemoten NFI 1726 n 75a has G gravi en moamim, cf. Filonenko 1979 pp. 371-2. Silence. Good, the Valentinian myth, Leighton, G.S. p. 281, has the original deep emitting a proprincipal, above, ch. 1:8 and depositing it like sperm in the womb of the silence that coexisted with it. See also, above section 16, below section 31 chx 9 Roman 13 2 AD 5:2, NHCVI 6:56. 10-1258, 20-659, 14-2260, 1-2 Iamblichus on the Mysteries 8, 3, 263, NFI 26n. 76, Ma Hermes I 34 105 Roman 2 317 373, Damas 1982, pp. 22-4. Birthing. Sovereignty, Leighton, GSYP 458 translates. This happened to me because I received discourse about the realm of absolute power from my intellect, that is, from the Poimanders, but NFI 1726 NN. 76a77 reads 2 tes authentias logon, word of sovereignty, cf. Section 2, above, rejecting Rietzenstein's conjecture of ton tes authentias logon. With logo in the genitive and in a position with Poimandru, there is no direct object in the accusative for the active participle labonti, was receptive. Festugiere cites examples of such a use of the verb. See also Fr. Roman 3 168, Festugiere 1951b, p. 485. Arrived, NFI 1727 n78 renders elthon as etmi voisai done, comparing the expression to the words of Jesus in John 10:10 and to a password of the Marcosians as an Irenaeus against heresies 1:21:5, cf. c. h. Roman 13:3:1. Holy is God. Praises. See Pearson 1981, pp. 342-5, especially on Apostolic Constitutions 7. 33-5, 8, 9, 12, 15, 37 as a Greek vehicle for Jewish liturgy. Filonenko 1975b, pp. 204-11, noting the rarity of hagios, holy, in pagan sources, traces the triple use of this term to Isaiah 6, 3, the Kedusha, and the first, second, and fourth of the 18 benedictions. He also, 1979, pp. 369-71, reads the sentences preceding and following the prayer in the context of Jute 6-5-9 notes to page 7 and the Shema. Ma Hermes Roman 2 pp. 433-6 agrees that this prayer contains elements of Jewish liturgy, but he also detects sentences. Below, notes on c. H. Roman 8, Roman 9. 1, that link the Hermetica to Egyptian nomological literature. For the version of the prayer preserved in Berlin Papyrus 9794, see Rietzenstein and Wendland, 1910, Rietzenstein Studien pp. 160-1, NFI 18, and for other Hermetic prayers cc. H. V. 10-11, Roman 13, 16-20, Asclep. 41, NFI 27 N. 9. Scott Roman 2, 11-12, 69, who thinks that c. H. I was written sometime in the 2nd century CE, takes the existence of the prayer in this 3rd century papyrus as important evidence for dating. He also notes that the collection of prayers in the papyrus is Christian, which says something about the compatibility of Hermetic and Christian piety. Carcapino, Rome, pp. 277-83, connected the triple structure of the prayer with a particular appearance of the muse Euterpe in a Hermetic context, below Asclep. 9. Whose counsel, above section 8, whose will is accomplished would perhaps be clearer. Wishes, people, no word corresponding to people appears in the Greek, only is known by his own, Ginisketai tois idiots. Norden Agnostos p. 287 and Bauset Kyrios pp. 88-9 refer to c. H. X. 15 Gal. 4. 8-9 Icor. 13-12. Mahe 1984 p. 56 finds a resonant passage in v. F. A with parallels in c. H. Roman 3 Roman 7 X. Asclep. 8 and NHCVI. 8. 68. 10-15. See also FR Roman 4 56 C. H. Roman 13. 6 cf. NFI 1827 N. 80, word. That are Hienchen 1965 p. 187, all nature. Image, FR Roman 4. 61, Dodd Bible p. 195. Nature, figure, Damas 1982, pp. 17-19, interprets the difficulty of the Greek as reflecting the inability of the Egyptian language to express directly so abstract a term as nature. See also FR Roman 4, 61, cf. NFI 1827 N. 81. Surpass, excellence, Damas 1982, pp. 21-2 cites an Egyptian parallel. Silence, unsayable, FR Roman 4 2-5 59-78 calls attention to this appeal to the unknown God and to its implication of divine transcendence, cf. C. H. Roman 4, 9 Roman 7 2x 5-6 9 Roman 13. 6. Speech. Soul, Van Morsel, Mysteries pp. 116-27, noting the absence of logic thusia, speech offering, in the Septuagint, its presence in Old Testament pseudepigrapha, Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs, Levi 3. 6. New Testament parallels Rom. 12. 1-2, IPET. 2, 5, and the evidence in Philo on Special Laws 1. 191, 201, 272, 277, 283, concludes that the Hermetic logic thusia is an enthusiastic state, notes to page 7 not an intentional process, and he likens it to a Eucharistia, thanksgiving, the word vocables of which are logicae thusiae, cf. Rietzenstein HMR pp. 36-8, 97 416, J. Kroll Laren pp. 333-4, Dodd Bible pp. 196-8, Trager Gnosis pp. 52-4. Damas 1982 pp. 21-2 cites an Egyptian parallel for logicae thusiae, and NFI 1927 N. 83 has sacrifices and paroles. Admitting that this phrase cannot capture all the nuances of the term, on which see also Fowden A. p. 147, who identifies the concept of mental or spiritual sacrifice with the hymns of praise and thanksgiving, such as those in section 31 or in c. H. Roman 13, 17-21, see also Asclep. 41. Maha Hermes I 56 110 believes that the corresponding Coptic phrase in NHCVI 6. 57 can be taken to refer to a sacrament, thus differing with Festugiere, FRI, 81-4 on the question of Hermetic religion as a cultic and social reality, What Reitzenstein Poimenders, pp. 8, 35-6, 58, 114, 146, 154, 159-60, 213-16, commonly and controversially called a congregation, Gemand. We also believe, writes Ma, that CHICH, Roman 13 et NHVI 6 provide evidence that there were communities placed under the patronage of Hermes in which prayer, characterized as logic thuja, sacrifice of speech discours, could have the place of a true sacrament, an efficacious symbol. Festugier, on the contrary, found no trace in the Hermetic literature of ceremonies belonging to supposed believers in Hermes, nothing that resembles sacraments. There is no clergy, no appearance of hierarchical organization, no degrees of initiation. On the contrary, Hermetism forthrightly expresses its loathing for material acts of worship. Cf. below Ch. Roman 13, title, for the phrase heart and soul, cf. pgm Roman 3, 590-5 Betz p. 33, Reitzenstein Poimenders pp. 151-156. 1. Grant. Knowledge, Reitzenstein Poimenders p. 157 refers to pgm 111. 605-10 Betz p. 34. Give me power. Above section 27, Fr. Roman 4, 56. I believe. Witness, the verb believe translates pistuo. For this positive evaluation of pistis, which would be unusual in a pagan Greek source, Dodd, Bible, pp. 198-200 refers to LXX. 43:10 and various texts of Philo, see also Ch. Roman 9, 10. Wishes, sanctification. The Greek has no words for the work of, only sunagiazein, an unusual word for which LSJ has share in holiness. NFI 19:28n. 88 has T preter aid dans elsuver de sanctification. An alternative translation is wishes to be as holy as you are holy. Dodd, Bible, p. 196, Fourth Gospel, p. 35. Notes to pages 7-8 provided. Authority, above, sections 13, 16, and 28, and also Ferguson, Scott IVF, 359-60, Norden, Agnostos, p. 294, who interprets perdokas, provided, and exausion, authority, as referring to secret knowledge of the mysteries, magic, and alchemy. Ferguson, like Norden, who is interested primarily in New Testament parallels such as Matt. 1125-30 Rom. 1125 explains that exantia involves the notion first of knowledge gnosis, passed on, then of the authority conferred upon the initiate, who becomes a Kerux herald or Hadigos guide. Above, sections 26-7, 29, ch. Roman 4. 4. For a scholastic conception of paradosis in the Hermetica, CFRI 319-24 Roman 2, 34-50, which interprets the form of the Hermetic treatises as arising from three levels of school instruction in philosophy. First, oral teaching, as implied in Ch. Roman 12. 8. Second, course notes, hupum nemata, as in Ch. Roman 14. Third, the finished and edited work, sungramma, as in Sh. Vi. Festugier concludes that the Hermetica reveal certain scholastic habits appropriate to a small circle of intimates in which a master seeks to convert his disciples to the true life of the soul. It is a private lesson, whose aim is spiritual. See also Van Moorsel, Mysteries, pp. 80-3 on this passage and Ch. 1, 26, v. L. Roman 12, 12 Roman 13, 1-3, 15-165, Roman 14, L. Asclep. 110 19-20 but cf. Bauset Kyrios p. 89, Trager Gnosis pp. 62-4. Reitzenstein and other scholars believe that the title, From Hermes to Tat, Universal Discourse, which occurs in the manuscripts at this point, belongs to another treatise which has been lost. Thus, the second treatise has no title. Stobius reproduced a large portion of this treatise through section 12 in his anthology, which Knock uses frequently to correct the manuscripts of the corpus for Ch. Roman 2. Fr. Roman 2:9 classifies it as a teaching discourse that begins with a dialogue and ends with a homily, joined by transitions which are quite loose, like those in the Asclepius. Ferguson, Scott IVF 360, describes it as a Stoic peripatetic debate on the question whether there is a void or nonentity without the cosmos, which adopts a third alternative, that the surrounding space both encircles and moves the cosmos. See also Rietzenstein Poimanders p. 193, Scott Roman 275, NFI Roman 1332. Roman 2. 1 Asclepius. This character is mentioned 20 times in the 2nd, 6th, 9th, and 10th Greek treatises. In the Latin Asclepius, his name notes to pages 8-9 occurs 42 times. The original Egyptian Asclepius was Imhotep, an official of the 3rd dynasty whose fame in medicine, architecture, writing, astrology, and other arts caused later generations to deify him and treat him as a son of Ptah and godson of the great Thoth. His most famous accomplishment was the step pyramid of King Djoser, who died c. 2600 BCE, but the period of his greatest popularity did not begin until the XXVth dynasty, culminating in the Ptolemaic era. In statuary, he was depicted seated, holding an unrolled papyrus, wearing a scribe's apron and the cap of Ptah. In Alexandria, a statue showed him in Greek costume, with Thoth's sacred baboon. His worship was especially strong in Memphis. The likely site of his temple there was in North Saqqara, where the earliest records calling Thoth the thrice greatest were found above CHI title. Eventually, the Greek-speaking population of Egypt identified him with Asclepius, son of Apollo and god of healing, but he was also worshipped as a mouths as an SH, Roman 23, and Roman 26. 9. The Greek Asclepius was preeminently a god of healing, shown with shoes and chitin in statuary to emphasize his human origins. His attributes were the traveler's staff and the serpent of rejuvenation. Incubation was common in his temples, which became widespread in the Hellenistic period, and Christians saw him as a rival to Christ, whom he somewhat resembled as merciful healer. C. FRI 85, Scott Roman 3, 223, Knock. Conversion pp. 86-8, Seth Imhotep pp. 3-26, Piachman PW Roman 2/2 calls 1642-97, Carcapino Rome pp. 252-8, Rose Religion pp. 111-12, Edelstein and Edelstein Asclepius I pp. 166-78, 424-5, Roman 2 pp. 78-9, 124-31, 160-1, 214-31, 251-7, Wildung Saints pp. 31-77 for that, larger than the moved, literally, for that in which the moved is moved to be larger, cf. NFI 32N1, and that in which, following the editorial correction of 10 to before NHO, in which, NFI 32, Roman 2. This cosmos, the definite article ho before cosmos is an editorial insertion. NFI 32, 11. Place is God. For place as a name of God, see Scott Roman 2 pp. 88-91, Copenhagen 1980, pp. 490-9, NFI 39-40 NN. 1417 lists other Hermetic texts that comment on God's relation to topos. C. HV. Roman 9, Roman 11. 18. 11, even without essence, for ausia, essence, and ausiode C1, asclep. 719, and for the question of God's having an essence, CC, H, VI, Roman 12. L, NFI 33N3. Notes to pages 9-1111. Not. Object of thought, see below, note on C. H, Roman 9. 9, Roman 2. 5-6 otherwise. Capable of containing, this passage, writes Scott Roman 293, is almost hopelessly corrupt. Cf. NFI 33-5 NN. 3-5, where Festugière provides an alternative translation by Einarsson and mentions the Neoplatonic problem of God's self-knowledge, implying an ungodly duality. For the phrase not, object of thought, see below, note on C, H Roman 9, 9, 11, as place, as God, in both cases, as hos is an emendation of the article ho/NFI 33. Capable of containing, NFI 33-35 N5 has capable to contenir touts choses for the single word koratike. 11. By a contrary. Contrariety itself. This passage is marked unintelligible and not translated in NFI 34-36 N7, but the note includes a translation suggested by Einarsson. Those bears, see below CH V4. Scott IVF 661-2, Gundel and Gundel, Astrologumena, p. 311. But when the going around, another passage marked unintelligible and untranslated in NFI 34. My approximation from a conjecture in the apparatus assumes anistatai is prevented instead of I hest if it stood still, but other problems remain. 11. Can see hupapiptin literally, subject to the eyes is an emendation of piptin in the MSS and epipiptin in Stobius, NFI 34. Spirit. Incorporeal 1. 5. Scott IVF. 363. 11. Emptiness. Tongue, kino emptiness, is Fuadicandale's emendation of Icano, and the imperative eupheme is Parthi's correction of EU Fez, NFI 35. Substantiality. Substance. Subsistenti. The Greek words in question are huparxis and huparcho, which NFI 3638N. 11 renders as realite and ESD real. 11. In their substance, NFI 3638N. 12 has du fate meme de leur realite. Above note on section 10. 11. What? Incorporeal, Festugier, NFI 29-30, believes that Roman 2, Roman 8, and Roman 9 are in diatribe form, stating a philosophical notes to pages 11-12 premise as the basis of moral and theological conclusions, but the coherence of the material organized within the diatribe in C. H. Roman 2 is not strong, referring to C. H. 1. 27-9, Roman 4. 6-7, 11x. Roman 11, Asclep. 10 and other texts, Knock, 1925 p. 26, describes the diatribe as a species of popular sermon or causerie, commonly written in a pointed style and rich in vivid similes and metaphors. The notion of the incorporeal in section 12 forms the link between incorporeal place, discussed in 1-12, and incorporeal divinity in 12-17. Ferguson, Scott IVF. 364, writes that the transition from a physical conception of surrounding space to the religious one of an encompassing deity is not great. Below C. H. Roman 8, title, Roman 9. 1. 11. Not from, are not, the form of the negative is Scott's emendation, adopted in NFI 37. Come to be anything, and Article 2 is editorially omitted here, NFI 37. 11. What? Never exists. The passage is marked corrupt and explained as a gloss. NFI 3740 N 19. Mind's being. Mind noun is a scribble and editorial insertion. NFI 37. Two names Festugier NFI 40-1 N 20 believes that the two names are the good, discussed in sections 14-16, and Father discussed in section 17, but cf. Scott Roman 2 106-7, and for other Hermetic discussions of divine names see CHVL 10 Asclep 20s HVI 19. 11. Substance, Festugier again above sections 10-11 has realite for huparxis. 11. Become so. Inalienable. The translation follows the division of the words genestai, become, and analatriodatin, inalienable, proposed by Einarsson and accepted by Knock, NFI 38. Name good as an honor. NFI 38-39 has God rather than good, but elsewhere FR Roman 4, 63, Festugier proposes amending theou God to agathu good. See also PGM Roman 3. 590-5 Betts. P. 33, Rietzenstein, Poimenders, pp. 150-1, 155-6. Receives nothing. Van Morsel, Mysteries, p. 39, interprets this as referring to the Hermetic distaste for material sacrifice. Ch1, v. vi1, Asclep, 41. God is the good. Scott inserts the definite article, NFI 39, notes to pages 12-1311, capable of making above note on CHI 9, man's nature, the sun for andros, fusion C above CH1, on Aner and Anthropos. Festugier, HMP, pp. 113-20, cf. FRI 213, argues that the childlessness achnia here must be willful and not merely biological because it is punished by demons, not by the stars that control physical begetting. The punishment has two aspects. First, return to a body neither male nor female, i.e., a eunuch's body. Second, being accursed under the sun, because the sun is preeminently the giver of the life prevented by childlessness. Festugier cites PGM Roman 13, 162-212 Betts, 176-8, to show how the Creator laughs joyously at the 7 stages of creation, and PGM LXI. 39-72 Betts, 291-2, to show that the sun hates the lizard because the lizard's magic unsexes its victim. To this Egyptian material he adds Jewish prohibitions from Dut. 22, 5, 23, 1, 17-18. Lev, 18, 22, 2013, and other sources. Zielinski, 1905, pp. 341, interprets section 17 as peripatetic polemic against anti-materialist Platonic asceticism. See also, Scott Roman 2, 109-10, NFI 41 NN, 28-9, 117-18 and 9, CH X 2-3, Ma in 1975a, pp. 132-3. To you, NF Roman 4, 150 and 5 corrects the omission in NFI 39 of soi to you in this sentence. Introduction, Fowden, AP 100 N. 21 translates prognosia as preliminary knowledge of the sort to be expected in the general and introductory treatises of the Hermetica. Below, note on C. H. X. pp. 31-3, 106, 166-7. A Sacred Discourse of Hermes Roman 3. 1-4 CNFI, 43, and Scott Roman 2, 110 for the obscurity of this very corrupt and overwritten treatise. Knock thinks it possibly older than most of the corpus and strongly influenced by the Septuagint. Scott dates it probably later than the 2nd century CE and provides a table of correspondences with Gen. 1, 1-28. Dodd, Bible, pp. 210-34, devotes a whole chapter to biblical parallels and describes the sacred discourse as complete in itself and not a fragment of a larger work. It is written to show that the Stoic account of the universe is not incompatible with belief in God. But there is no transcendent God, no archetypal universe, and the immortality of man, which is the dominant religious interest of the Poimanders, is here emphatically denied. Fr. Roman 2, 9-10 calls C. H. Ill a prose hymn on cosmogony notes to page 13, beginning with a doxology. There is no trace of Gnosticism. The dominant influence is from Stoicism. The style, often so far from Greek that one may wonder if the author was Greek, offers strong analogies with the language of the Septuagint. 111. Glory of all, below note on CHX, 8 Dodd Bible p. 217, Klein Lichterminology pp. 136-7. The Divine Nature, Festugiere, following Dodd Bible p. 214, has the glory of all things is God and the divine, and nature is divine. But CNFI 44N. 1. God. Matter C. Klein Lichterminology p. 137, Louis Oracles pp. 24-5. One might also translate God, who is also mind, nature, matter, is the beginning. Beginning of all things, for the two occurrences of Archie in this paragraph, Festugiere has principe, NFI 44 and 2 Dodd Bible pp. 217-20 cites LXX Gen. 1 Prov. 822, Rev. 22-13 and other biblical texts. Fine intelligent spirit. Above, notes on descended and spirit in 1. 4-5, Dodd Bible p. 220 cites Wisdom 7, 22-3. Sent forth, Dodd Bible pp. 214-220 translates Aneth as sprang into being or emerged, where Festugiere NFI 44 has SLNA, cf. TDNTI 367. An element's essence. In the middle of this phrase, NFI 43, 45, and 3 obelizes the words huff hamo, by sand, reading them as a gloss by someone who knew the role of sand in Egyptian cosmogony, on which see Doris, 1972b, pp. 448-9, see also below section 2. Divide the parts. This is Festugiere's conjecture, NFI 44-5N. 4. Replacing Cade de Rossi with Cade de Irausen and adding ta tes after it, cf. The first line of section 3, 111. Unformed, akatascuastin as in Gen. 1-2. For this and other resemblances to biblical language, see Scott Roman 2, 110-17, J. Kroll Laren pp. 139-41, Dodd Bible pp. 220-2, NFI 45 and 4a. Carried by spirit, carried by divine spirit. For carried, NFI 44 has vehicule, which nicely renders the resonance of ashestai and achumenon. These words recall the ashama, chariot, or vehicle of the soul, a theory of the soul's astral origins and its junction with matter elaborated in its greatest complexity by the Neoplatonists from a few passages in Plato, especially Phaedo 113d, Phaedrus 247b, and Timaeus 41e, 44e, 69c. C. NFI 128-9 N 48. Dodd's Elements. Notes to pages 13-14 pp. 300-9, 313-21, Louis Oracles pp. 178-84, Gundel and Gundel Astrologumena p. 311, cf. chx, Roman 16. 7. Dodd Bible pp. 223-4, notes that the Frank polytheism is out of harmony with the spirit of Gen. 1, but we may recall that Jewish thinkers found in it a place for secondary creators, as in the Secrets of Enoch 29. 3. The astral gods here correspond to the Dioiketai governors of the Poimanders, but of the elaborate scheme of the Poimanders nothing else reappears in the sacred discourse. This lighter substance, where Knox's text shows a lacuna, Festugière translates he anaphors fuses, inserted by Dodd NFI 44, 46 and 6, as La Nature den Hout. In the air, Festugière translates the in and conjectured editorially, NFI 45-6 and 7, 111, each god. Flowering plant, Sonoran Esna. p. 104 suggests a parallel with an Egyptian hymn to Khnum as creator. For parallels with Genesis, see Dodd Bible pp. 225-6, ch. 1, 11. Within, Sod, Hutwa spermalogoun is obelized in Knox's text, rather than make it part of the phrase that begins after flowering plant. Dodd breaks the phrase after Hutwa, within them, suspecting the influence of Hebrew syntax. Spermalogoun, pick up seeds, makes little sense, so Rietzenstein suggests spermabalaun, emit semen or sow seed. NFI 45-6 and 8. Humans, mankind 1 on anthropos. Works, multiplying 1. 18 J. Kroll Laren pp. 140-1, Scott Roman 2 128-9, Dodd Bible pp. 227-30, NFI 46-7, NN 9-10, and Incarnate at this point Festugière NFI 46N. 11 says that the text here and further on through the end of paragraph 3 is too corrupt to justify any attempt at translation. However, Rietzenstein had proposed wonder-working Teraturges, and then the addition of Ectison, created. To examine NFI 45 marks Semea Agathon, signs of good things, unintelligible. Scott I 148-90 Roman 2 124 suggested Semeiasin, marking, but the same word in later medical usage gives examination, cf. LSJSV, Semeiosis. Whirling changes, NFI 45 obelizes Moir's Ochlau means, troubled doom. Knock and Ferguson Scott Roman 4 366 conjecture amoibas cuclau minas whence whirling changes, cf. Scott Roman 2 129-30, 111. The virtuous life, the word virtuous is not in the Greek, which has only biosai, NFI 45-46 n, 12 has la vie humaine. Fowden notes to pages 14-15a p 103, cf. NFI 45-6n. 9 interprets this paragraph as an unusually strong instance of the monist impulse in the Hermetica in that it envisages man's whole development and fulfillment in terms of his earthly life. However, with all due respect for the obscurity of this discourse, it seems possible to read paragraph 4 as disparaging earthly monuments for their impermanence. See Scott Roman 2 131. For what will remain of them, cf. ch. 1. 24-5 in releasing, what remains. In the fame of industry, this doubtful translation of a passage that Knock marks unintelligible adopts Cumont's emendation, NFI 46 and 13 of Passin Genison to Paces Genesios, every birth, and would also require Amarathasontai, will become dim, for Amarasin will make dim. For another rendering with different punctuation, see Dodd Bible pp. 213-15, 230-2, citing LXX Gen. 319 9 11 11 4, Ezek, 46 16 47 14, Lamb, 4 1 Wist, 4 12 Eklis, 41 11 44 8-9, Secrets of Enoch 32. 1. Measured cycle, Scott I 145 gives measured for Anarith mu, NFI 46 has circle. Querid number, as in Knock 1947, p. 645. Combination, influence for the astrological sense of syncracies. Combination, CNF Roman 3, 88-9 N10, Scott Roman 3, 458-60. A discourse of Hermes to Tat, the mixing bowl or the monad mixing bowl. Monad, instead of mixing bowl, Scott Roman 2, 141, prefers basin, but the demiurge uses a crater to mix the world soul in Timaeus 41d. Cf. Philebus 61b. Commenting on the former passage, Proclus interpreted the latter in Orphic terms. There were two Orphic poems entitled Crater and Lesser Crater. West Orphic Poems, pp. 10-13, 262. NFI 49 transliterates crater as crater. For the use of the bowl, see below, paragraph 4, and for the monad, paragraphs 10-11. Zosimus mentioned c. H. I and Roman 4 in his final accounting, Scott Roman 4, 110-11, 142, FRI 263, 281, 368, referring explicitly to baptism in the mixing bowl, baptisthesa to cratery, and elsewhere he described an altar shaped like a bowl, Scott Roman 4, 112-14, Nilsson, 1958, pp. 53-6, Fowden, A. pp. 120-5, below note on section 7. For monad as a Hermetic title associated with Moses, see below section 10, above ch. 1, 3, Musses 1982, p. 94, Gager Moses, pp. 147-8. Stobius reproduces sections of c. H. Roman 4, 1, 10-11, notes to page 15 Roman 4, 1 and only, NFI 49N1 points out that the usual language of this formula is hais kai monos, here hinos monou, and mentions related passages. Ch. Roman 4, 8x 14 Roman 11, 11 Asclep. 30 Ea. 15. Fr Roman 4, 18-21 cf. Scott IVF, 367-8, reports similar language in Philo, but ruling out Philo as a source for the Hermetica, concludes that the formula was Neo-Pythagorean in origin. Ponsing, 1980, pp. 29-34, however, argues for a native Egyptian source, citing PGM Roman 13. 255-9 Betts, 179-80, NHC 1. 5. 1. 51. 1-25, and a number of older texts reaching back to the XL-XDH dynasty, 13th century BCE, to demonstrate that the language and the idea behind it were long known in Egypt. Particularly memorable in the Hermetic context is a tomb text from the 3rd century BCE that praises the twice great Thoth as one and only. Ponsing concludes that the formula refers to God as the creator who exists, alone and unique before anything else. See also Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 291. This is his body, c. H. Roman 14. Confirms that God's body is the very act of making, NFI 49N 2, cf. Scott Roman 2, 136-7, 1-2 not for himself. Reason and mind. The word not is Zielinski's insertion, adopted in NFI 49. Also, adorn, adornment and cosmos translate the cognate words cosmos and cosmio poorly, since the pun explained in Asclep. 10, cf. TD&T Roman 3, 867-80 disappears. The verb cosmio means to put in order and to adorn. Thus, the noun cosmos can be something ordered or order itself, always implying the beauty inherent in order. Eventually, the prevailing sense of cosmos came to be the philosophical notion of an ordered totality, a world, a universe, again implying a universal beauty. There were also particular cosmoi, physical cosmoi such as the planets and stars and the spheres that carry them, or the nodos, intelligible, cosmos distinguished by Plotinus from the aesthetos, sensible, cosmos, or the succession of cosmoi in the Stoic scheme of eternal recurrence. All these conceptions and more color the Hermetic use of cosmos and its cognates, which occur 122 times in the Greek treatises. The significance of this idea in the Hermetica can be gauged from the title that Festugière chose for the second and largest volume of his revelation, Idea Cosmique. In order to preserve the complex resonance of the word, I have rendered cosmos almost always as cosmos, though world or universe would often serve as well. For the man see above, note on c. H. 112. The second occurrence of the man here is Scott's insertion, and ever-living represents Nock's emendation of tu zu to iazun. NFI 49 translates anthropos in all three notes to page 15 cases as Tom without capitalization. See also, Scott Roman 2 138 if 366-7, NFI 49 and 3, FRI 93-4, C. HV, Roman 9, Roman 11, Roman 12. 21 Asclep, 10 sh Roman 29 Roman 4. Spectator of God 9's work, compare c. h Roman 14. 3-4 AD 8, 5 Norden Agnostos pp. 88-9 Ma Hermes Roman 2 387, Roman 4, all people. Of people, the word people here represents anthropos, but see above, section 2 as well as c. h. 1, 12. Tat, this name which occurs 20 times in the Greek treatises c. h. Roman 4 v x Roman 12 Roman 13 Roman 14 Roman 16 Roman 17 and 4 times in the Asclepius is a form of Thoth, but according to the traditions reported by Pseudo-Manetho and Augustine, Reitzenstein, Poimanders p. 139 NN, 2-3 below ch. x. 23 The character Tat is the son of Trismegistus, the second Hermes, who is the son of Agathodaemon, who is the son of Thoth, the first Hermes. See also c. h. I. Title, Asclep. 37 FRI 75. Not mind, Festugiere NFI 53 NN. 6-7 distinguishes between mind news and reason logos as between intuition and ratiocination. Only the former, a special gift from God, leads to saving knowledge gnosis. The latter, shared by all men, implies both discursive reasoning and the expression of reasoning in speech. See also, above, note on 1, below, section 4, Zielinski 1905, pp. 342-3, Bauset 1914, pp. 125-32, Kyrios pp. 184-6, Festugiere HMP pp. 58-60, who contrasts this passage with c. h. 1, 22-3 and Roman 12. 3-4, where all people have at least the capability of expressing mind, and Ferguson, Scott IVF 367, who makes the opposition between nous and logos parallel to the difference between the pneumatikoi and the suchikoi, citing pp. 65-89. On this last point, see also below section 4, on perfect people and reason, as well as the note on spirit for c. h. 1, 5, Damas 1982, pp. 11-13, cites an Egyptian text of the Xvith or XLXDH dynasty that distinguishes perfect from common people in a way that he finds relevant to this passage. To none comes, NFI 50 accepts the punctuation and word order of Turnibus. Roman 4. Herald, proclamation, the message that a herald kerux proclaims carusso is called a kerugma. New Testament authors also use these words to refer to preaching and prophecy. Arndt and Gingrich, S. VV. Kerugma, kerux, carusso, TD&T Roman 3, 696, 703, 714-17. Notes to page 15 cf. C. H. 1, 27. Fowden, A.P. 149, sees the presence of the herald in this treatise as one of the rare Hermetic allusions to the language of the mystery religions. Festugiere NFI 54 N. 11 refers to the herald and proclamation in the Hymn of the Pearl 37, Leighton, G.S. 372. Cf. Ma Hermes Roman 2, 303. Immerse yourself in the mixing bowl. Immerse translates baptison. In TDNT I 532-4a, Oak explains that, while baptizine, baptistai are occasionally found in a religious context in Hellenism, they do not acquire a technically sacral sense. However, his account of the importance in Egyptian religion of washing and drowning in the Nile is worth noting. See also, the inexorable water of the god Hermes who protects in a letter of the 4th century CE written by a devotee of Hermes Trismegistus, probably at Hermopolis. Rees, Hermopolis, pp. 2-4, also Festugiere 1951b, p. 485. Baptism was important to various Gnostic groups. Leighton, G.S., pp. 63-4, 94, 99, 117, 127-8, 136, 179, 345, 348. At the end of the final accounting, a work of alchemical and spiritual advice addressed to Theosebea, Zosimus urges her to rush to Poimanders, and having been baptized in the crater, rise up to your race. FRI 281, 368, Scott Roman 4, 111, 142, Reitzenstein, Poimanders, pp. 214-15, below, section 7. A crater is a vessel for mixing wine and water, and craterizo can mean the mixing or pouring of wine to be used in an initiation or sacrifice. Although Festugier, HMP 100-12, NFI 53-4 NN 9-12, cites an example of connection as opposed to fusion between a crederismos and a ceremonial bath, Lautron, he claims that the two rites, one Eucharistic, the other baptismal, were always kept distinct. He cites LXX Prov. 9, 1-6 for those who leave folly, seek wisdom and improve understanding by knowledge and gnosi, in a context where wisdom has mingled her wine in a bowl cratera, and he recalls the Gnostic formulae of drinking knowledge and mystic drunkenness. However, on the basis of a fragment of Valentinian Gnostic material that links a ceremonial bath, Lautron with Gnosis, Festugier Clement, excerpts from Theodotos 78. 1. Cf. Hippolytus, Refutation 5, 7-19. Rietzenstein, HMR P41, J. Kroll Leyeren pp. 373-4. Bauset 1914, pp. 186-7. J. E. Menard 1977, p. 160, concludes that the purpose of plunging baptized must have been cleansing rather than drinking. To account for the baptism in a mixing bowl, he refers to Pistis Sophia 4. 142 and the second book of Few 45, in which Jesus miraculously turns a crater of wine into the water of the baptism of life and baptizes the disciples with it. On this account, ch. Roman 4 presents A notes to pages 15-16 blending of two rites. One is an absorption of a sacred drink taken from the crater, the other is a bath of purification and initiation. In this connection, see also ch. 1:22 Roman 9, 5x23, Scott Roman 2 140-3. Yourself is feminine, referring either to human hearts, ties ton anthropon cardiais, in the previous sentence, or possibly to soul. In the latter case, one might translate, if you have the strength, if you believe, if you recognize. Plato and other Greek thinkers sometimes located the soul in the cardia, but biblical usage is more emphatic in treating the heart as the center of mankind's inner life. Below, section 11, Nilsson 1958, pp. 57-8, TD&T Roman 3, 606-13, Scott Roman 2, 143. For heart, in Egyptian usage, see Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 297-8. Perfect people, for perfect, teleoi as a Gnostic term for the initiated, see Hippolytus, Refutation 5. 8, 29-30-16, 10, Scott IVF 367, pp. 149-50, 432. Above, note on not mind in section 3. But those, reason, see above section 3 for people of reason. See also Festugier HMP p. 101 and 5, Religion pp. 132-3, FR Roman 3, 108 and 2. Note, however, that logos and its derivatives can also be positive terms in Hermetic and related literature, signifying the higher spiritual pneumatikos, as opposed to the lower psychic psychikos life. TD&T Roman 4, 142-3. Roman 9, 478-9, 656-8, 662-3. NFI 50 reads Haudoi those, with Scott for autoi, and suggests that the logikos is to be compared with Paul's view of the suchikos, e.g. in Icor. 1544-9, receive. As well, this phrase renders the verb proslambano, to take in addition, to get over and above, LSJSV, proslambano 1. 1, which Festugier translates as acquirer and surplus. The gift of is not in the Greek at this point, but see below. Section 5, purpose, to be, Puch 1934-5, pp. 165-6, cf. Puch 1953-6, p. 195, 1952 pp. 257-8, compares this definition of the Gnostic to Irenaeus against Heresies 1, 21, and Clement excerpts from Theodotos 78. Trans. D. Hill and Forster Gnosis IP 230. The knowledge, who were we, what have we become, where were we, into what place have we been cast, whither are we hastening, from what are we delivered, what is birth, what is rebirth? Roman 4, unreasoning animals. Roman 9, 1, no awe, admired, a second not after feel. Awe has been omitted editorially and in some manuscripts. NFI 50, the gift. God, commenting on the gift of the Ogdode in NHCVI. 6, 55, 13-18 Maha Hermes I 100-1 refers to this passage and to notes to page 16c, HX, Roman 13, and other texts that emphasize the freedom of God's giving, comprehended. raised below CHX. Human rises. They have seen. One and only, below CH Roman 9, Roman 13, 1, Roman 4. Resolve perplexities. Festugiere NFI 5155N. 16 accepts Scott's substitution of euporia for entoria, which Knock marks unintelligible, but he translates it as possession and abundance. LSJSV, euporia I2, while Scott, IP 153 Roman 2 144-5, has throws open, which is closer to another sense of euporia, LSJSV, Roman 2. Solution of doubts or difficulties, as opposed to aporia, for which see Roman 11, Roman 13, Roman 14. 5. Hate your body. From section 5 above through 7 below, the writer vehemently expresses an ascetic contempt for the body, above c. H. 119, cf. Porphyry, Life of Plotinus 1. 1. The philosopher Plotinus, as he lived among us, seemed ashamed that he was in the body. Van Morsel, Mysteries, pp. 44-5. Have both. Choose. Knock obelizes this phrase and suggests that all but the first word, both. Amphotra may be a corrupt addition. He also proposes adding hametchin, have together before or after both. Festugiere has la ou ilni restequeta choisir. NFI 5155N, 17a. After considerable rewriting, Scott I 152-3 Roman 2 145-6 gives it is not possible to take both. Roman 4, choosing the stronger. A superfluous word, energeia, in this phrase has been removed editorially by Patrizzi and in NFI 51. In that, a god. NFI 51, following Einarsson, inserts an article 2 in this phrase before ton anthropon, the human, on which see above ch. Processions. Led astray, though he cites passages from Marcus Aurelius 7. 3, and the dissertations 4. 1. 104 of Epictetus, where parades might be the sense of Pompeii and its cognates. Scott Roman 2 147-8 thinks that a religious procession is meant, and Knock 1925 pp. 27-30, 1937 p. 463. Scott IVF 368 suggests that the Pompeii are actually images carried by worshippers or else people representing gods. See also Festugiere vi Spiritual pp. 51-7, Fraser, Alexandria, I. p. 202, Cumont, Egypt, pp. 126-7. As Knock and Scott point out, the problem is that a religious ceremony seems here to be treated with disdain. See below c. H. Roman 12. 23 Asclep, 41. In any event, Zosimus borrows this image in on apparatus. Scott Roman 4 105-116, FRI 265-6. Rietzenstein Poimenders p. 102, NFI 55N. 18 above note on title. Notes to pages 16-17 Fowden A. pp. 123-4, Jackson, Zosimos pp. 20-1, 43, infers from Zosimus reference to the Hermetic book, containing the parade image as perifusion that an alternate title for c. H. Roman 4 is on natural dispositions. And from the passage discussed above section 4, from the final accounting, he concludes that the technical alchemical Hermetica offer a propaideia to the spiritual doctrines of the philosophical Hermetica. NFI 52 follows Patrizzi in reading paragomnoi, led astray for paragenomnoi, supported in the manuscripts, and parading Pompuausen could well be rendered putting on a procession in to echo the cognate Pompeii. Roman 4, we are responsible. Gods. NFI 55 and 19 and Cumont Lux pp. 417-18, note the resemblance to Plato, Republic 379 BC. Timaeus 42d. See also Republic 617-21 and Asclep. 39. Iverson, Doctrine, pp. 43-49, refers to the Egyptian coffin texts. How many bodies? Scott Roman 2 148-9 and NFI 55-6 and N. 2022 agree that this is not a reference to the migration of souls. The bodies somata are the spheres through which the soul must pass in rising through the cosmos, the four elements, the planetary spheres, the fixed stars. Ferguson, Scott Roman 4, 368, however, understands somata to mean the various coverings as in c. H. 1, 24-6, X 15-18, Roman 12. 12-14, Roman 13. 7-12, that the soul sheds as it voyages home. See also TD&T Romans 7, 1037-8, 1043-4, Jonah's Gnosis I p. 99, Festugiere Religion p. 135. Cosmic connections, literally continuity, Sunichaean, but Festugiere NFI 55-6 n. 21, indicates that the word refers here to the absolute continuity that exists among the 7 concentric spheres from the circle of Saturn to that of the moon, and also among the 4 parts of sublunary nature. Untraversable, the manuscripts have diabaton, passable, fordable, which NFI 52 immense to 80 abaton following patrisy. See also FR Roman 474 for inaccessible as against infrankissable in NF. It is also, reading auto, it, for auto with FR Roman 474, another change from NFI 52, Roman 4. Neither outline Norden. Agnostos pp. 58-60, Dodd Bible p. 236, Roman 4. The monad, whether or not Scott, Roman 2, 151, cf. NFI 53, is right in detecting a gap in the text between the like and the monad. There is no doubt that these words introduce a new topic, mentioned in the title above, note on title. Plato, influenced by the Pythagoreans, notes to pages 17-18 developed a doctrine of becoming that began with the one, hen, and the indefinite dyad as opposed principles. The one, which is good, active, proportionate, and harmonious, imposes limit on the limitless, formless dyad, and this generates the numbers from 2 onward. Then, from numbers come points, lines, surfaces, solids, elements, ultimately all the ingredients of the cosmos. Such later thinkers as Philo of Alexandria and the Neo-Pythagorean Nicomachus of Gerasa elaborated the doctrine. Nicomachus, for example, equated the monad with God. Scott Roman 2, 151 cites a particularly relevant passage, 4:43 of Hippolytus on Egyptians who said that God is an indivisible monad, that it begot itself and that all things were built up from it. The title monad appears at the beginning of PGM Roman 13, above c. h. 1, note on light. See also, Dylan Middle Platonism pp. 3-4, 155-6, 342, 355, Guthrie HGPV 439-42, FR Roman 4 18-19, NFI 56-7 and 28, J. Kroll Laren pp. 204-5, CF, C. H. Roman 12, Roman 13, and for monads and unities in Gnosticism, see Layton, GS pp. 29, 154-5, 314, Roman 4. 11 Eyes of your heart, above remarks on heart in section 4, below CHV Roman 7, LX and Asclep, 29 with note on the Chaldean oracles. Road, above CH. 1, 26-7 on Hadigos, Guide. The magnet, for this simile Scott cites Plato's Ion 533d and Porphyry on abstinence 4. Noting also that takes hold, keteke comes from a verb that refers to possession by a supernatural being, as above in c. H. 1, 1. Ferguson Scott IVF 369 refers to Hippolytus Refutation 5, 17, 21, 8-9, a discourse of Hermes to Tat, his son, that God is invisible and entirely visible v. I shall also deliver mysteries for the relationship of the verb dixelusimi to the treatises called Dixidikoi Logoi, see Scott Roman 2 157, FR Roman 2 39-40, CHX L Roman 14, 1 Asclep, 1 see also C H 1 on Paradosis Roman 9, LSH Roman 11, L3 Roman 25, 4 Plato Laws 892 E93a, Theotatus 189e. The phrase uninitiated in the mysteries translates amuatos, on which see above ch. 1. 16, invisible. Visible, NFI 60, renders these words, aphanes, phaneros as inapparent and apparent throughout. For Egyptian, Platonic notes to page 18 and Gnostic versions of the hidden God, see Scott Roman 2, 158, and for parallels to papyrus in Singer here and below in sections 3, 5, and 9, see Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 304. If it always be, the first not me and the always e are editorial additions by Tiedemann and Einarsson, NFI 60. What begets is not present, NFI 60 inserts begets, Genua and is not auk esti following Einarsson. Presence images, imagination, the verb here is phantasiu, present images too, the noun fantasia, according to Scott Roman 2, 159-60, a technical term of the Aristotelian and Stoic theory of cognition that signifies the mental image which results from the action of an object on the bodily sense organs, or the process by which this mental image is produced. We commonly suppose that our fantasiae are caused by external objects, but in reality, they are caused by God. Cf. Peter's Philosophical Terms, p. 156. The word but requires the emendation suggested by Scott and adopted in NFI 60, cf. 62 and 2 v. Not one. One comes. In Platonic philosophy, the one is usually called hen, the neuter nominative singular of the word one, whose masculine is hais. In this passage, however, the second one represents hais, as does the third word in section 2, while the first one represents the dative heni, which might be masculine or neuter. Festugiere NFI 62-3 n4 cf. Scott Roman 2 160 if 369 sees God as hen, the supreme source of hais, which could represent either mind or cosmos. Illuminate your thinking, C. H. X. Roman 13, Roman 16. 16, Asclep. 23, Klein, Lichterminology, pp. 139-40. The Lord, Dodd, Bible, p. 239, noting that Kyrios, Lord, is not a divine title in classical Greek usage, and alluding to Dominus in Asclep. 8-10-2026 suggests that the usage of the Septuagint is closer to the sense of this passage than a phrase like Kyrios Serapis in Egyptian papyri. See also C. H. 1, Roman 13, 21, Asclep. 19, 21, 22, 23, 29. God reveal his inner self. Replacing Houghton and Sotto, marked unintelligible by Knock with Scott's conjecture, Otto's and Hutto. NFI 61, 65 and 8. Rose, 1947, p. 102 suggests to Otto and Hutto, which would change the meaning to how will the self in itself be revealed. V. Consider the stars, Festugiere HMP p. 79, FR Roman 2 51-5, Religion pp. 134-5, CC. H. V. 3-8 as particularly strong in the optimist current of Hermetic Gnosis, wherein the sensible world leads notes to pages 18-19 to the intelligible. But he also notes contradictions between conceptions of transcendent and immanent divinity that make this treatise a leading example of the eclecticism and incoherence that he finds characteristic of the Hermetica. Cf. C. H. X. 4, Asclep. 12. NFI 65 n. 10. On the form of this passage and its relation to section 4, see Knock, 1925, pp. 31-2. V. Instrument, bear. The instrument may be the mill of heaven, visualized by imagining the bears as circling the pole like two millenimals. Scott Roman 2 161-2 if 361-2 370 cf. C. H. Roman 2. 7 sh. Vi 13, Gundel and Gundel Astrologumena p. 311. Who set limits. NFI 65-6 n. 13. Compares the questioning to PGM Roman 12. 245-8 Betts, 163, and to classical Greek sources, below note on sections 6-7 for biblical parallels. Has been. Only these words poit mon dehi are supplied editorially in NFI 62 following Scott. Deficient that, of order, NFI 62 marks this phrase unintelligible. A manuscript correction substitutes that not, hodiu for which hote. According to Ferguson, Scott IVF 370, NFI 66 n. 15, matter is the unordered and deficient. Order on it. For it, NFI 62 has tabsence diluet d'order because the feminine pronoun ought in the text should correspond to the feminine nouns, atopia and ametria, something placeless and measureless, above. V. Wings, up. NFI 66 n. 16 mentions the locus classicus for this lofty vision of the cosmos, the dream of Scipio in Cicero on the Republic 6. 9-26 as well as C. H. Roman 11. 6-7 and the so-called Mithras liturgy in the great magical papyrus of Paris PGM Roman 4. 437-584 Betts, 48-9, Norden Agnostos pp. 26-7. On points. Festugiere gives sun's circuit autower des memes points, but Knock explains that taude, the pronoun form from Tiedemann's emendation, refers to the points at the ends of an axis. NFI 62-66 n. 17. Order, see above, note on sections 1-2. V. To see the vision for thesis die festugiere has contemplar dia. NFI 6266-7 N 18a. Godlike image 1. 12 below Roman 16. Title referring to LXX Gen 126. Notes to pages 19-20 v. 6-7 who trace sort of father. FRI 296-8 refers to PGM Roman 12. 245-50 Betts P 163. Dodd Bible pp. 237-9 cites LXX is 40-12. Job 34, 13, 38, 4-38, Prov. 24, 27. Maha Hermes Roman 2, 293-5, 379, 1975 APP. 143-4 notes the resemblance of this material to an Egyptian hymn to Khnum. Khnum is a counterpart of the Hermetic agathodaemon. Cf. NHCVI. 7. 64. 1-20. Below note on C. HX 23V. Join the ribs. Sinews, neura is obalized. NFI 63 has nerfs. Ribs, pleura was suggested by Foi de Candale, but cf. Scott Roman 2, 164, IV 371. V. Statue, the Greek is andrianta, which can be a human statue of either gender, though not usually a statue of a god. LSJSV Andreas. Craftsman? Or rather, NFI 63 indicates a lacuna here. Following Scott, between Kraftwerks, Demir and Malin, rather than a name used of God. Marked unintelligible in NFI 63, my translation accepts festugiere substitution. 67 N22 for hos kata theon onomatos of e kata theouanoma. See above CH VLV pregnant CCH. 1. 8-9 12 Asclep. 20 NFI 67 N23. CF, pp. 367, 422. Scott Roman 2, 165, IV 371-2. Also, is it impossible not to exist? NFI 63 deletes a redundant not me before exist. He is himself. NFI 64 amends autos. Autos to hautos. Autos v greater than. No name on namelessness. See above, section 1, below Asclep. 20. Scott Roman 2, 165-6. West Orphic Poems p. 255. Fox Pagans pp. 169-70. And on Forms and Names Junod 1982 p. 41 NFI 64 inserts that ha following Foi de Candale for the translation Ibid. p. 67 n. 25a. Who, purpose, alternative translation, speaking about you or to you, for the verb eulogizai, may praise, which is the manuscript reading, see NFI 64 67-8 and 28, Scott I 165. Give and take, above ch. 11, 16 below vi, 10. V. LL a hymn, Norden Agnostos p. 181 arranges this section in hymn form. Wherefore, this translates dietai for which festugiere NFI 64 68 n 32 gives en racin de quoi, avec quoi or par le moyen de quoi. Notes to pages 20-14. I am NFI 65. Adopts Patrizzi's substitution of ho and whatever for ho ian to conform to the next two parallel clauses. Scott Roman 2, 167-8, IV 372, and NFI 68-9 n. 33 call attention to a similar formula, youri and imu in the Greek magical papyri, PGM Roman 8. 38-40 49-50, Roman 13. 795 Betts pp. 146 191, Betts 1981 pp. 165-6, and to Rietzenstein's Poimenders pp. 20-1, 28 142. 242-4, identification of the same language in liturgical, alchemical, and apocryphal biblical texts. See also Bauset, Kyrios pp. 61, 87, 150, 165. Norden Agnostos p. 184. Mind who understands, for newsmen Neuminos NFI 65, 69 n. 35 has pensi and tantque pensant. The matter is God. NFI 65 excises this sentence following Scott Roman 2, 168 who refers it to C. H. Roman 12. 14. That the good is in God alone and nowhere else vi. L supplies, is good, Zielinski 1905, pp. 333-4. Interprets sections 1-2 as declaring the peripatetic principle that activity is good and passivity evil. The other half of the argument is in section 2, where there is passion, there is no good. Below, section 4, belongs to nothing. The preposition in, N has been editorially deleted in NHI 72 following patrisy. God lacks, jealous, NFI 73-4 and 3 refers to C. H. 11. 14-16, where God gives everything and receives nothing. To Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics 1178b 8-23, where the God's sole activity of contemplation transcends justice, courage, liberality, and temperance, and to the Stoic requirement, long Hellenistic pp. 206-7, that wisdom must be free of all passion. Anger, anxiety, cupidity, dread, elation, these and similar extreme emotions are all absent. Scott Roman 2 172-3 refers to C. H. Roman 13 and Zielinski 1905, pp. 332-3 sees this passage as well as C. H. VI. As a list of planetary vices, cf. C. H. V. Roman 9, 3 Asclep. 1. 25-41. Have a companion. Scott Roman 2 173 associates companion, Suzyugen, with the Suzyugii of Valentinian Gnosticism. These were pairs of divine beings distinguishable as male and female, Leighton, GSYPP. 225, 281-2. There is also a Suzyugos or consort in Pistis Sophia 1, 29, 31-2, 39, etc. TD and TVI 301, Roman 7, 750. NFI 74-5 and 4 translates Cella non plus nisi conjoint pass and doubts the allusion to Suzyugii. See notes on C. H. 1, Roman 13, 12. Notes to pages 21-2, nothing. Beautiful, the whole phrase Auticalian is an editorial addition, NFI 72. VI, since, to the substance, NFI 73-75n. 5 emends onton to ontos to agree with Medinos, none, and points out that the substance ausia in question is the one mentioned in paragraph 1 above. These other qualities, NFI 73-76 and 6 supplies other Allen. The living thing itself, NFI 76n, 7 identifies the living thing, to zoo as the cosmos. Passion, passions. Passion, the words used here, pathos and pathetos, with the associated verb pasco, have a wide range of meaning beginning with the most general senses of the verb. To have something happen to one, to be affected. Plato and Aristotle make action, poiein, and passion, passion, correlative aspects of becoming genesis. Thus, in one sense, a pathos is something that happens to a body, a physical attribute or event. But the Greeks also believed that the soul has its pathe, psychological or moral states such as experiences, emotions, sufferings, or effects. Festugier NFI 73-76 and 8, who translates the first occurrence of pathon as passions, does not agree with Scott Roman 2 175, that the word has a psychological sense here in addition to its broader reference to the process of genesis. Elsewhere, the Hermetica discuss God's freedom from pathe and their presence in everything else. C. H. Roman 12, 4-7, 10-11, Roman 14, 8-9, TD and TV 906-7. For a summary of the uses of these words in Greek philosophy, see Peter's Terms pp. 151-5, and for their most extensive treatment in the Hermetica, see C. H. Roman 12, 4-7, 10-11, night, day, beginning here, Didymus of Alexandria, who died c. VI 2-3 in On the Trinity 2, 3, Scott Roman 4, 168-70, NFI 73. Thus, not good, NFI 73 following Foi de Candale inserts hose, thus. For other views on the moral status of the cosmos, see, below section 4 C, H Roman 9, X 10-12 Asclep. 6-7, 10-11, 25-7, Scott Roman 2, 175-6, NFI 76 and 10, Jonah's Gnosis I pp. 152-4, Van Morsel Mysteries pp. 16-17. VI, 1 uses. Evil, Festugier translates Le Biensi measure and Louis par comparison avec le mal, but see the alternative translation in NFI 73, 75-6 n. 11, where the word order and form of to Agathon to Kaku are editorial changes. Notes to page 22 least amount of evil. Cf. A. D. 10. 4. Maha Hermes Roman 2 399, material body, no room above C. H. Each of the things, NFI 76N, 15 agrees with Scott Roman 2, 177, that this vague phrase refers not to the pains and delusions just mentioned, but to the things which the pathe impel men to seek. Cf. C. H. VI, Roman 11, 5, gluttony. Below, the sentence about gluttony may be a gloss, perhaps alluding to Egyptian ceremonies of mummification that treated the stomach literally as a container of sins. Otherwise, NFI 7476 and 16 posits a lacuna between this sentence and the next. Cf. Scott Roman 2, 177. For gluttony and the other vices, see above. C. H. VI 1. Scott IVF 373. VI. Plenitude of vice. Plenitude, pleroma, was another technical term in Gnosticism. Valentinus, for example, applied it to the upper spiritual cosmos with its full set of higher beings, 30 eons. The mythological sense of the term is not apparent in the Hermetica, where the word indicates a fullness or totality of good, evil, and so on. New Testament authors also use the word in various technical senses, e.g., in relation to Christ's headship of the body of the Church, f. 1:23 Col. 1:18-20, or his relationship to the pleroma of God, f. 3:17-19, which Rietzenstein Poimanders pp. 25-6 relates to PGM Roman 4. 970-5 Betts p. 57, Philo on rewards and punishments 2. 11 and VI, Roman 9, Roman 12, Roman 16, as well as this passage. See also, Scott Roman 2, 177, NFI 76-77 and 17, Arndt and Gingrich S. v. Pleroma, Jonah's Gnostic Religion pp. 179-94, Wilson 1967 pp. 518-20, Leighton G.S. pp. 226, 249, 282-3, 294-5, C. H. 1, 26, Asclep. 33, NHCVI, 8, 74, 20-5, Maha Hermes Roman 2 p. 361, Fowden A. p. 102, Cf. Ma Hermes Roman 2 p. 420, Festugier HMP p. 69, Jonah's Gnosis I p. 149, Puch 1953-6 pp. 202-3, notes that the pessimist dualism expressed in this passage is at one extreme of Hermetic opinion, contradicted by C. H. Roman 9. 4. Zielinski 1905, pp. 330-4 identified the position of C. H. VI as peripatetic, contrasting it to a Platonic view that evil arises from lower matter rather than the cosmos itself. See also C. H. 1, VI 2 Roman 7, 3, X 15 Roman 14, 7 Asclep. 15. Good of God. God's essence, NFI 77N. 18 CF P 74 translates Knox conjecture Igar high, if indeed, for high gar in the text and makes essence augen the end of a clause, not a sentence. Auto you gods, literally his, requires the emendation of oughten. Following Scott's identification of a lacuna between of God and if indeed, Knock P 77N. 18 fills it conjecturally with where the good is. The notes to pages 22-4 beautiful is also. See below C. H. Roman 12. 1 AD. 10. 4 Ma Hermes Roman 2 399, which are part of him. NFI 74 following W. Kroll replaces Hodai high in the manuscripts with Audei high, those, which, and translates Kai Audei high Ausai Ekinu as cells qui constituent diluimim. Not detected in any, NFI 75 amends Auden to N Audeni. Phantoms. Illusions, Zielinski 1905, p. 334, interprets this phrase as the intrusion of Platonic dualism into an otherwise peripatetic treatise, above note on plenitude. Especially the essence, as essence is Festugier's guess, NFI 75, following Tiedemann, for a reference unspecified in the Greek. This reading fills part of the lacuna after good, agathu with ausia. VI exceedingly surpasses. Festugier NFI 75 has le souvrement luminux, le souvrement illumin for to huperlampern to huperlampomnen, but CP 77 and 19 for Knox suggestion of outshone for huperlampomnen and the reading huperlampon from MSA. CF. Scott Roman 2 179 IV 373. Klein Lichterminology pp. 134-5. Nothing in common. Things. NFI 75 following Patrizzi deletes a repetition of other Allen in this phrase and translates aquainonera as incommunicables. but in N. 20 p. 77, Festugière suggests N. point de rapport as an alternative. Only one road, C. Ch. Roman 9, X. 8-9, Festugière HMP p. 96, nor den agnostos p. 96 vi, c. Dream. One might take meat on our idiomatically to mean simply not at all, and even in connection with thesamnon. An alternative translation would be, a human has no notion at all of what the good might be. That the greatest evil in mankind is ignorance concerning God. Romans 7. 1 where? Drunkenness, cf. ch. 1. For the sermon, which is only one of a number of parallels between treatises I and Romans 7 that may indicate common authorship. In Gnostic texts, the contrast between sober knowledge and drunken ignorance is commonplace. C. Is 28 1 Jur. 2839 32 1-2, NFI 7881 N. 1 Dodd Bible pp. 181 187-8, Scott Roman 2 181-2, IV 373, Rietzenstein HMR pp. 63 104 373, Norden Agnostos p. 6, Jonas Gnosis I pp. 113-18, Gnostic Notes to page 24 Religion p. 71, TD&T Roman 4 545-6, Leighton, G.S. pp. 4685 256 385 405 408, cf. 382. Ignorance, Dodd Bible pp. 183-7, cf. Rietzenstein HMR pp. 120 373-5, Norden Agnostos p. 120, lists pairs of opposed terms darkness and light, ignorance and knowledge, error and truth, drunkenness and sobriety, destruction and deliverance in this and other Hermetic treatises, and he associates them with Hellenistic Judaism, e.g., Wist. 2:13-21-4, 5:6-6-22, 7:13-17-26, 8:18-9-11-10-10, 13:1. See also NFI 7882 and 3c. H. X. 8, Roman 11. 21. Vomiting, Festugière NFI 81 has vous allez vomir, and knock p. 82 n. 4, cf. Scott I 170-1 Roman 2 183, thinks that the sense requires a mate to be future. Rose 1947, p. 103, suggests a different punctuation in accord with his view that the exhorter would have them first vomited up and thus become sober, and so stop and hear him. Eyes of the Heart, NFI 82 n. 5, concludes that the inspiration of this expression must be Jewish because it appears only in Scripture, citing F. 1:18 Roman 2 Cor. 4:6 Roman 2 Peter 1:19 and other texts, cf. C. H. Roman 4. LLV 2, Scott Roman 2 183, Louis Oracles pp. 169-70 370-5, Havens, Anchor There Dodd Bible pp. 188-91, sees allusions to the biblical story of the flood, which Philo on Dreams 2. 237, on Special Laws 3. 6, on Flight 192, reads as an allegory on the soul swept up in a deluge of sin and passion. Dodd also finds precedence in the Psalms for the soul's eventual guidance to a safe haven. Despite the maritime flavor of the language, Scott Roman 2 184, cf. Ma Hermes Roman 2 450, thinks that the flood is the Nile at high water which threatens the pilgrim on his journey to a temple. Festugière NFI 78-9 82 and 6 cites Greek and Latin parallels but Knox sees only poetic commonplaces. Romans 7, Guide, above c. H. 1, 26-7, on Hadigos, portals, light, Festugière NFI 79, referring to Knock 1934, pp. 357-400 on the Temple of Manjuli's Aeon, suggests that this phrase may refer to an Egyptian shrine designed so that sunlight falls on the god statue. Despite the importance of the god Aeon in the Hermetica c. H. Roman 11, 2 Roman 12, 15 Roman 13, 20 Asclep. 29-32, and despite the language of Knox text, Ibid. p. 366, Ray Shooting Lord, Sun God, who didst come, to thy shrine Knock NFI 80, concludes that it is unnecessary to press the analogy with the Egyptian sanctuaries. Notes to page 24 rip off the tunic, for a different use of the tunic chitin metaphor, CCHX 18. The same treatise X 13 also mentions the vehicle of the soul, described in the note on c. H. Roman 3, above, Dodd's Elements pp. 307-8, locates the origin of tunic as a metaphor for the body in early Greek sources. He also explains its later elaboration by Philo, the Valentinian Gnostics, Porphyry, and Proclus. He translates, p. 183, the relevant passage in Proclus Elements, Prop. 209, as follows. The vehicle ashama of every particular soul descends by the addition of vestures, chitonin, increasingly material, and ascends in company with the soul through divestment of all that is material and recovery of its proper form. For the soul descends by the acquisition of irrational principles of life, and ascends by putting off all those faculties tending to temporal process with which it was invested in its descent. Dodd, Bible, pp. 191-4, emphasizes the context of Hellenistic Judaism and traces Jewish variants of the metaphor to the tunics of skins given to the fallen Adam and Eve in Gen. 3:21, a text known to Valentinus. He also shows that philo-allegorical interpretation too. 55-9, compared the high priest's robe to the garment of opinions and impressions of the soul, and interpreted the tunics in Lev. 10:5 as irrational coverings for the soul's rational part. See also NFI 82-3N9, which emphasizes the Greek sources. Dodd's Anxiety, pp. 94-6 for Plotinus and Philo. Leighton, G.S. pp. 98, 174, 292, 374, 387 cf. 116, 333 for the Gnostics, pp. 41-6, 448-50 for the mystery religions and for Iranian parallels to the imagery in this passage. Also Scott Roman 2, 185-6. The Dark Cage, NFI 83-4 and 11 points out the occurrence oiperabalin, cage, in the passage of the Cratylus 400 BC, cf. Theaetetus 197c, where Plato explains the soma/sema or body/grave prison analogy. In Euripides, Paraboloi Laenoi Trojan women 1141 are the stony sides of a tomb. Scott's comment, Roman 2, 186, depends on another meaning of parabole, cloak, or wrapping. Like Puch 1953-6, pp. 196-7, Dodd's Anxiety, pp. 29-36 sets this chain of metaphors in the context, cc. H. 1. 18-19. Of that contempt for the human condition and hatred of the body, which was a disease endemic in the entire culture of the period, but whose more extreme manifestations are mainly Christian or Gnostic. For dark, Skotinen as connoting material evil, see Klein Lichterminology, pp. 130-1, ch. 1, 28, the one he hates. Dodd Bible p. 182 and 4 considers this phrase untranslatable, likewise Scott Roman 2, 187. Festugier NF 81-82-84 n. 12. Cf. FRI 271, Zielinski 1905, p. 340, has le compagnon qui, par les choses quil aime, t hate, et par les choses quil hate, t jalaus. Notes to pages 24-5 Roman 7, in apparent and unrecognized, adopting Festugier's reading for a phrase excluded by Nock. Tommy Dakunta kai namazomna for kai mi namazomna, NFI 82-84 n. 15. That none of the things that are is destroyed, and they are mistaken who say that changes are deaths and destructions for similar teachings. Festugier, NFI 85-87 n. 1, cf. Scott Roman 2, 189-94 refers to c. H. Roman 11, 14-16 Roman 12, 15-16. He adds, however, that this treatise implicitly denies any survival of individual consciousness since the human composite dissolves with its elements. One should not be fooled by the subtitle. For the diatribe form in this and other discourses, see c. H. 11, Roman 8, and Roman 9. 1, Roman 8. One first syllable, literally, first letter. The words are thanatos and athanatos. Living thing that reasons, the single adjective logicon implies speech as well as reason. Cf. C. H. Roman 12, 12-13, A. D. 4. 1 Ma Hermes Roman 2, 371, Roman 8. God is, first, Ma Hermes Roman 2, 426-7, believes that Roman 8 is composed of 3 sentences, see below, note on c. H. Roman 9. 1 on God, the cosmos and mankind embedded in a commentary with mythic narrative elements. On this section, see also Festugier, 1949a, pp. 266-7. In his image, Eternal Father, NFI 87 following Turnebus corrects idiu to adiu, eternal. To be, however, the particle de corresponding to however is an editorial insertion in NFI 87 following W. Kroll. This is, through himself, NFI 88 obelizes the first part of this passage and leaves it untranslated. The version suggested here entails 3 changes conjectured by Einarsson, replacing to with taudo, this, adding d through before who, whom, and again before hudu, himself, ever living. Eternal Father, reading adiu iazus for adios, which NFI 88-9 n8 marks unintelligible, Scott Roman 2 195. Notes to pages 25-6 Roman 8. Took, desired, where knock NFI 88 indicates a gap in the text after to hudu, Scott supplies the lemati literally by his own will, after which festugier p. 89 n. 10 suggests Laban, literally taking. Qualities of forms, esclep. 2-534, Scott IVF 373. It's in a cave. More than Plato's famous myth, Republic 514-17, Porphyry's brief allegorical exegesis of Odyssey 13. 102-12 on the Cave of the Nymphs is relevant here. Porphyry Wally's Neoplatonism pp. 135-6, Bides Porphyre pp. 109-70 *, sees the rock, the waters and the darkness of the cave as matters obduracy, variability and obscurity. Festugier NFI 89 n. 1191 also points out that the cave was a symbol of the world in Mithraism. See also Scott Roman 2, 197-8. What comes after him? Reading Temet auton poien for Temet auto poien. Ficino Opera Roman 2 p. 1845 has id quad post ipsum est. Matter have qualities, adopting Knox's suggestion NFI 8890 n. 15 of ataxian, disorder, after Ilaumenen, confined to, although Knock marks the phrase unintelligible, as does Scott Roman 2, p. 198. Property of increase and decrease, NFI 90 n. 16 notes that the soul loses this property of embodiment when it rises toward the heights 1, 25, Roman 8, by the recurrence. Earthly bodies, see above, note on 1, and below on C. H, Roman 11, 2, NFI 90 n. 17. The dissolution of their composition, NFI 88, indicates a lacuna after sustatios, composition, which Einarsson fills with diluces, dissolution. Roman 8, mankind. Possessing mind, NFI 89 following Foi de Candale reads noun, mind, for not, in the manuscripts. For optimist views of the human condition, see below asclep. 6, above 1, for the general senses of anthropos, mankind. Human, here and in sections 1 and 3 above. Sympathy with the second. This is the only mention in the 17 Greek treatises of Sympathia, the Stoic doctrine Scott Roman 2, 200-1, Sambursky Physics pp 9, 41-44, 110 of the organic unity of the living cosmos. For Neoplatonic versions of the same idea, see Wally's Neoplatonism, pp. 25, 70-1, 107-10, 120-3. What God is. A catechetical formula, according to Scott IVF 374, Norden Agnostos p. 108. Notes to page 27 on understanding and sensation. That the beautiful and good are in God alone and nowhere else. The bracketed words do not fit this treatise. In fact, they better describe part of C. H. VI on which see title 4-5, Rietzenstein, Poimenders pp. 194-5, FR Roman 2, 12, NFI 92 n, 196 n, 1, Roman 2, 284-5, also noting the resemblances between C. H. Roman 8 and Roman 9 as well as those between Roman 9 and the Asclepius, which Festugier calls the continuation of the teleos logos, as does Scott Roman 2, 203. Cf. Asclep. Title 8 and C. H. Roman 9. 6. Roman 9. 1 Perfect Discourse. The Asclepius is a Latin translation of a Greek original entitled Teleos Logos, which Lactantius rendered Sermo Perfex. NFI 96-7 n. 2, Roman 2, 275-7, Scott Roman 4, 22, above note on title. Apparently, essential, Festugier NFI 97-8 n 3, 106 n. 3 agrees with Scott Roman 2, 206-8, that the rejection of this Platonic principle shows Stoic influence, and he remarks on 2 senses of gnosis in this discourse. In sections 1-2, distinctive human understanding. In 5 and 9, the divine gift of gnosis. Rietzenstein, HMR, p. 433, describes the gnosis that leads to gnosis as the perception aestheinstai of the suprasensory, in contrast to actual aesthesis, the perception of the sensory. Mah, Hermes Roman 2, 416-21, identifies this as the first in a chain of linked sentences or maxims, namai, which, in his view, constitute the fabric of the entire treatise. He analyzes sections 1-5 to show how 30 sentences are linked by brief conjunctions or longer redactional passages, and he finds comparable material in other Hermetic treatises. Fowden, A. pp. 68-74, however, thinks that Mah exaggerates the influence of Egyptian wisdom or instruction literature on the Hermetica, arguing for the significance of such other genres as the Platonic dialogue, the Cynic diatribe, and the Egyptian priestly literature. C. Ch. 1, 31, 11, 12, Roman 8. Title 2, Asclep. 7. The manuscripts have kinesis, motion, where NFI 96 reads gnosis, understanding, as in section 5 below, other living, understanding CF C. H. Roman 4. 5. Mah Hermes Roman 2, 417. As well, translating the chi as well, inserted in NFI 96. Mind differs. Reason speech. Festugiere NFI 92-396 101-3 NN 5-6 919 CF. Scott I 179 Roman 2 208-9 Mah Hermes I 6 believes that these sentences form a digression from the main subject, which is taken up again at the beginning of section 2. He identifies the notes to pages 27-8 remainder of sections 1-2 with 6-9 as the main body of the discourse, seeing the other digression in 3-5 and the conclusion in 10 as more concerned with gnosis than the rest of the dialogue. He gives tactivite divine for theos, divinity, but Scott suggests divine influence or divine inspiration. See also Ch. Roman 8, L. Roman 12. 13, AD. 5, 1 Mah Hermes Roman 2, 373 418, Roman 9. To have sensation, reading aesthentheni for aestheni, obelized in NFI 96. Can understanding knock NFI 96 suggests that this and the next paragraph may represent a change in speakers, but one can also read the text as a monologue. It seems. Always combined, knock NFI 96-7 101 N. 8 marks unintelligible a sequence of 16 words, but Festugiere supplies a hypothetical translation that follows Ferguson's, Scott IVF, 374-5, substitution of apoggonani, eliminated, for gegoneni and his insertion of henetai gnosis, understanding. Always combined, after egregorausi gar, wake. Ferguson interprets the passage in light of Stoic doctrine on a common reason, koinos logos, joining nous and aesthesis, sensation. Sensation is distributed. Sensation, he aesthesis is Scott's addition, NFI 97 101 and 8, Roman 9. Mind conceives, demonic on the mind as passive matrix for divine or demonic seeds, see Jonah's Gnosis I, pp. 192-3. Unless, by God, Festugiere referring to C. H. Romans 16. 13-16 does not translate this phrase, obelized by knock. The words unless and illuminated, plentu. Pephatismenu depend on Einarsen's emendations, excisions, and additions. Cumont identifies a large lacuna at the end of the obelized phrase, and Festugiere lets it stand. NFI 97 102 N. 11, Scott I 180-1, Rose 1947 p. 103. No part. Demon CF, CH Roman 16. 16 SH VI 12 Ma Hermes Roman 2 419. Adulteries. Cliff, Festugiere NFI 102. N. 12 does not believe that these are the 7 planetary vices as in C. H. 1, but cf. Scott Roman 2 213 and Zielinski 1905, pp. 331-3 who lists parallels from 1, 25 VI, 3. See also Cumont, Egypt p. 135, Ma Hermes Roman 2 419, Roman 9. Reverence is knowledge of God. Lactantia cites a Greek phrase very close to this in Divine Institutes 2. 15. 6. Among several biblical notes to page 28 and classical authorities, Norden Agnostos quotes Cicero on the nature of the gods too. 61. 153, qui contunes animus excedit ad cognitionem deorum, equa oritor pietas, i.e., the knowledge of God from which reverence arises, see also ch. 1, vi x 8-9 Asclep. 12. Festugiere Religion pp. 133-4, NFI 97, Scott Roman 4, 15. One who are divine, NFI 97 103 n 13 has Teinsias intellections didiamim or adespenses didia for tas noses theas isque /cf. Asclep. 1 ma Hermes Roman 2 419. Those, in knowledge, murdered, Scott Roman 2 204-5 puts the date of c. H. Roman 9 shortly after the Asclepius, about A.D. 280-300. Thus, he sees the hostility expressed here to those in Gnosis as a later manifestation of the religious tensions described in Asclep. 24-6. p. 368 cites Rom. 8, 28-30. I have said, blasphemously. I have said, Ipon n is a correction following Scott of Ipomen in the manuscripts, NFI 98. For an example of such blasphemy, see notes on c. h. vi. And section 9 below another case of what Fowden A. p. 103 calls internal Hermetist polemics and Jonas and Festugiere, Gnosis I. p. 154, NFI 103 NN. 15-16 Roman 2 371-2 n. 135 describe as polemique antagonistique, citing Plato Theotetus 176a, Timaeus 48a, 68e. Statesman 269 C70A, 272 D3E, Laws 896 E8C, as the source of the idea that the lower material cosmos must be evil. Van Morsel, Mysteries p. 17, calls this an intermediate position between an optimist cosmic religion and pessimist Gnosticism, and Bauset, 1914, pp. 107-8, interprets this treatise as a conglomerate of optimistic and pessimistic views on the cosmos, characterizing the latter as un-Greek. Zielinski, 1905, pp. 335-6, who reads c. h. vi as the strongest expression of peripatetic dualism in the corpus, sees c. h. Roman 9 as Platonic dualism. In the former, the cosmos itself is the source of evil, while in the latter only earthly matter is to blame. See above, c. h. 1-9. Ma Hermes Roman 2 p. 420 cites vi as containing a sentence parallel to this passage. The words I have said seem compatible both with Ma's view and with Fowden's above. Roman 9, as I said before, as I mentioned c. h. 1, 21-2 32 Roman 4, 3x 6 Roman 13, 14 Roman 15, 5 Asclep. 7 Fr Roman 4 6 Ma Hermes Roman 2 said, has reference in the corpus is less clear, though it does recall Plato. Theotetus 176 AB, NFI 97-8 103-4 NN. 15 20 21 Scott Roman 2 213. God, himself, Ma Hermes Roman 2 420 refers to c. H. Notes to pages 28-9 to differ. Grinds away. To differ represents diaphora, Knox emendation, NFI 98 of aphora following L. Menard. For tribausa, grinds away, the reading of the manuscripts, Festugiere, NFI 98 104 n. 22 has par sa friction, though he doubts its correctness. Scott, I 182-3, Roman 2, 215-16, amends to trepausa, varies. However, see above, note on c. h. v. 4. Note also the occurrence of organon in this earlier passage and in section 6 below. Summit. The good, in this passage through section 9 below, Zielinski, 1905, pp. 336-8, sees signs of a pantheistic realism, in contrast to the peripatetic and Platonic dualisms that he identified elsewhere. Above section 4 ch. 1, 9, vi. 4. Understanding Asclepius, NFI 98 following Foi de Candale reads Nosen for Keinsen as in section 1 above. Roman 9. Sensation. Instrument, the supplicant in NHCVI. 6. 30-1 calls himself the instrument of God's Spirit and calls news the plectrum of the divinity. Below c. h. Roman 18. 2. Above note on title, Kieser Discourse pp 1638. Into itself, reading Houghton itself, to agree with Cosmos in place of Houghton, NFI 99 104 n. 23 following Scott. Good Farmer, Scott Roman 2, 218-19, points out that PGM1. Betts, P3 calls on Agathodaimon, a counterpart of the Egyptian Khnum, as Agath George. For other instances of this image and the related futurgos, planter or gardener, see NFI 104n26. There is nothing. The negative auk is an editorial addition following Turnibus, NFI 99 Roman 9. The cosmos breathes, literally breath pino, a noun related to pneuma on which see above, note on C, H, 1, 5. See also section 8 below, breathed into things by the atmosphere, and section 9, making life through spirit. NFI 104n, 28, Scott Roman 2, 220, Roman 9, made by the cosmos. NFI 99 105n, 30 has isistu for the preposition hupo, which in any event expresses agency. Cosmos, or arrangement, necessary and fitting. Both ideas, cosmos and arrangement, are expressed by the same word cosmos on which see above, note on C. H, Roman 4. 1-2, Scott IVF 376. For associability, sustace y adopted from foi de Candel's emendation of susciace. Shadowing, NFI 99 has combination. Roman 9, not without. Excess, in this passage Zielinski, 1905. P 337, and Fowden AP 113 discern another case of Hermetist polemic above, note on section 4, this time with reference to C. H. Roman 2. 5. Notes to page 29 depend from on high. The verb ardau in the Hermetica signifies a lower being's derivation from, subordination to, and dependence on a higher. NFI 157n. 10, cf. Scott IVF 396-7. Here, the translation depend from rather than depend on is less awkward than in other cases, for which see H. X 1523 Roman 11. 4 Roman 16. 17 Scott IVF 376 Roman 9. 10 to understand is to believe, in this sense to understand. Gnosi stands in opposition to the reason discourse, logos mentioned below. It is equated with belief pistusai. This equation, argues Dodd's anxiety, pp. 120-3, was a profound departure from pagan opinion, even for Neoplatonists before Porphyry. To a person educated in classical philosophy, pistis was a lower state of mind since it was assent without reasoned conviction. Logismos, Christians were attacked as irrational for their exaltation oi pistis. Dodds's interpretation oi pistis stands in contrast to Fowden's remarks, A. p. 101 on this passage. One could hardly wish for a more concise statement of the ancients' conviction that divine and human knowledge, reason and intuition, are interdependent. Bultmann, TD&T VI, 179-82, finds that pistis was not a religious term in classical Greek, but that it acquired religious meanings in Hellenistic times, especially in the polemics sparked by the proselytizing religions. Rietzenstein, HMR pp. 293-6, concludes that this section of C. H. Roman 9 is the best documentation for pistis in the sense of religious faith, which he finds not exactly common in pagan literature, but not totally absent. Bauset, Kyrios pp. 200-7, emphasizes Philo's transformation of the Stoic philosopher's internal conviction into another kind of confidence rooted in God. Pistis could even be personified, as in the Pistis Sophia. In the Hermetica, Festugier, NFI 97-8, 105 NN 335-6, discerns a rather well-defined notion of faith. Revelation leads to the gnosis that enables one to believe in the unseen. The understanding gnosis associated with pistis and gnosis is not the cognition produced by a process of reasoning. It is the immediate insight or intuition given to the mystic or the initiate. For other occurrences of pistis and its cognates in the Greek treatises, cc. H. 1, 32, Roman 4. 5, 9 VI, 6 Roman 11, 1 Roman 16, 4 Asclep, 29, and for Gnostic texts Latin GS pp. 68, 261, 282, 294, 305, 321-2, 337, 349, 433. See also above C. H. 1, 26-8, not to believe. Powerful Festugier NFI 105 N. 35 inserts the article to before the infinitive apostesi, not believe. The third negative u is Knox emendation, following Zielinski of mu or moi in the manuscripts. Notes to pages 29-30 guided. As far as for guided Hodgethes, see above 1. 26-7. NFI 100 inserts Hios as far as considered. Carefully, Festugier has embraced Dune meme view, but cf. Sleeman and Pollitt SV Paranoan and NFI 105-6 and 37. Discourse of Hermes Trismegistus. The key Scott Roman 2 231-2 claims that the title key implies access to a mystery, but Festugier NFI 107, FRI 12-13, cf. Fowden AP 104 thinks that it indicates the compendious nature of the treatise, as suggested by the word summary, epitome, in section 1 below. Knock NFI 112 114-15N 2 notes that the compendium is strikingly incoherent and puts it at a relatively late date. For a key attributed to Moses, see PGM Roman 13. 31, 36, 60, 383, 431, 737 Betz pp. 172-3, 182, 184, 189. Musses, 1982, p. 94. Gager Moses, p. 149, above ch. 1, note on light. X. L. Yesterday *s discourse, to him, Festugier NFI 113N. 1 notes that the ninth treatise also begins with a reference, perhaps from a compiler, to a discourse delivered on the previous day, but Scott Roman 2 228-32 finds more resemblances in the 10th treatise to the 2nd and the 6th. The general discourses, Genican Lagon. Genican is an emendation following patrisy of Henican also mentioned in section 7 below and in c. H. Roman 13. LSH Roman 3. L. Zvi, LVFB may have been a set of treatises distinguished from another detailed, Dixidikoi set, perhaps alluded to in c. HV, L. Dixalusami and Asclep. 1. Reading Dixidikak for Exoticak, see also Roman 14. 1. NHCVI 6. 63. 2-3 speaks of general and guiding exodiakoi discourses. Fowden A. pp. 97-100 believes that most of the philosophical Hermetica, with the exception of the initiatory treatises c. H. I. Roman 13 and NHCVI, belong to this category of preliminary discourses containing information of interest to the beginner in philosophical paideia, below note on c. H. Roman 13. 9, see also. Cyril against Julian 553a, 588b, and F. Roman 4, 135-6, 141-2, Scott Roman 4, 204, 215. W. Kroll, PW Roman 8/1, calls. 796-7, Rietzenstein Poimendracy p. 117, NFI 113-15 and 2 Roman 2 297, 357 and 9, FR Roman 2 7-8, Grease Early Christian pp. 67-9, Perrott NHCVI p. 371, Kieser Discourse pp. 59-61, 83-6, notes to page 30 rather activity. Applies also. The word translated here as activity is energeia, which occurs 43 times in the Greek treatises. In the most general senses of activity, it appears from pre-Socratic times onward. As a technical term in peripatetic philosophy, it means act as opposed to potency. But in the Hellenistic period, energeia acquired a new set of technical applications as a force in cosmological, astrological, magical, and demonological contexts. The biblical energeia, for example, is almost always demonic or divine. Festugier, NFI 134 and 75, 140-2, believes that this is often e.g. Section 22 below its meaning in the Hermetica, especially astrological influence or magical force. CTDNT Roman 2, 652-4, Scott Roman 2, 233-277, J. Kroll Laren pp. 200-4. Growth and increase, NFI 113, obelizes growth, fusios, noting Scott's suggestion of fusis genesios in the apparatus. Move, to the unmoved, NFI 113 shows a lacuna after move, kainta. My translation adopts Knock's suggestion of supplying 4 words heed, perita before and an unmoved kai and a kainta. To the divine, occasions, after anthropia NFI 113 marks unintelligible a string of 7 words. The translation given here is based on Scott's reconstruction as reproduced in the apparatus of NF and involves transposition and addition of words. X. God's will. For other Hermetic treatments of the divine will, Festugiere, NFI 115-16 N, 4 cites c. H. 1 Roman 4, L Roman 13, and Asclep. 8-19-2026, see also Roman 13. 19 Louis Oracles p. 331. For what? Their existence. This translation is closer to Festugiere's version in FR Roman 4, 6, N4, 57 N2 than to NFI 113-14 N. 4a. Knock obelizes the last 5 words of the passage, alia huparxin aughton tun aunton, at least. Existence, and suspects a gloss, as also the sun, inserting hose as, before chi, also, with NFI 114-117 N6x, in that he wills. FR Roman 4, 57 suggests the insertion of wills, theline, cf. NFI 114-119 N, 12, x, so it is, can see, a difficult ellipsis according to Knock, NFI 114. This seeing to happen FR Roman 4, 60, and it. Chiefly, in FR Roman 4, 60-1, Festugiere does not adopt the reading that he suggests in NFI 114-119 N. 14 Knock obelizes 5 words chi auto, malista de auto, which Festugiere alters only by adding a comma after de. Notes to page 31 because of it. Recognized, reading tauto, it. For tauton as in FR Roman 4, 60, NFI 120 N. 15 Knock 114 has tauton and shows the lacuna after eston, happens, identified by Scott, but in FR Roman 4, 57 N. 1, 60. Festugiere dispenses with the lacuna. This is the good. This, tauto, is Festugiere's addition in FR Roman 4, 57 N. 1, is almost blinded, the verb in the manuscripts, feels dread. Esebast is obelized by Knock NFI 114, for is, blinded, espes, see Scott IVF 376, Festugiere Religion pp. 137-8, 176, see also, NFI 120 N16, Scott Roman 2, 238, Helderman 1982, pp. 245-6. Dazzles the eyes. The verb katagazo, which means light up or shine upon, also refers to the occultation of a planet or star by the sun. NFI 120 N17, LSJS v. Katagazo 2, Festugiere HMP 48-9, FRI 360, describes the passage that begins here and extends through section 6 as characteristic of one current of Hermetic gnosis, which knows God through illumination and revelation rather than reason and investigation. Thus, the Hermetic formula in this dialogue is novit qui callit. He knows God who worships him, rather than Seneca's callit qui novit, letter 95. 47. The inverse attitude that Festugiere finds in c. H. V. where the advice is, if you want to see God, understand the sun, see above Roman 9. 4. Below X 9-10, Asclep. 12. Rietzenstein HMRY pp 285-291-2 369. X often fall. Ancestors, Zielinski 1905, pp. 346-8, interprets escape from the body as a motif of the Platonist asceticism that he finds in sections 4-9 of c. H. X, connecting those passages with the general discourses, above, section 1, and distinguishing them from the Concordans Theology of sections 10-25. Knock NFI 115, following Tiedemann, omits a particle, d after often Palakis. Scott Roman 2, 240-1, thinks that Auranos and Chronos may be Greek versions of the Egyptian gods Shu and Seb, the latter an earth god, the former a god of the atmosphere. Shu and Seb were sometimes regarded as ancestors' grandfather and father of Thoth or Hermes. For the euhemerist idea that Chronos and Auranos were originally men who attained the vision of the good after death and deification, see the references to this passage in Lactantius, Divine Institutes 1, 11, 61, Epitome 14. 2-4 and Celis Allegory on Tantalos in Scott Roman 4, 243-4, NFI 122-3 N. 22. From this material and from Neoplatonic commentaries on the Republic and other works of Plato, Wasink, 1950, pp. 639-53, adds an Orphic coloration to the euhemerism via Aristotle's exoteric works. Not yet strong, NFI 115 reads Upo for Haudos following Patrazi. Notes to pages 31-2 Divine Silence, Scott Roman 2 241, NFI 124 N 25 CH 130 Roman 13. 2. X. Motions forgotten. The manuscripts have epileheminos, taken, but the Anonymi Christiani Hermipus, do Astrologia Dialogus suggests epilatheminos, forgotten. C. Scott Roman 2 241-2 432-4, NFI 115 Roman 16. 4. Illuminated. Kindles, for Paralampson, Analampe here and Eclampe in section 4 above, see Klein, Lichterminology pp. 117-19 123 v Roman 16 16. The Beauty, NFI 116 adopts the scribble edition of the article to cannot. Human body, see below note on C. H. Roman 13. 1. Born again, on the time of divinization, NFI 125-6 and 27. Festugiere Religion pp. 125-6. Scott Roman 2 238 240-2 IV 377. Rietzenstein pp. 369-72. X. Changes, cf. Below ch. X 19. NFI 126 and 29. Scott Roman 2 243-4. General, of the all. From the phrase auk ecuses in section 7 through the end of the dialogue, many passages are reproduced by Stobius and used by Nock to correct the defective manuscripts of the corpus. Above, section 1, for general, Bauset, 1914, p. 155. Fr. Roman 2, 81-2, sees this passage as a dogmatic expression of the Stoic teaching on the world soul as the origin of the human soul. Referring to section 15 below and c. H. Roman 11, 4, x, perfect glory, the Greek word doxa can mean opinion, which for Plato Symposium 202a, below note on sections 9-10, was a state of mind between ignorance and knowledge. It can also mean the reputation one has in the opinion of others, hence, glory. Both meanings are within the range of normal Greek usage, and both occur in the Hermetica. For opinion in the pejorative sense, cc, h, vi, Roman 12, Roman 16, 1, and for glory cc, h, Roman 3, l, Roman 14. 7. Nock and Kittel NFI 126-7 32, TDNT Roman 2 252, think that the ordinary Greek sense applies here, but in the New Testament and the Septuagint doxa often stands for the Hebrew habjad, God's presence as experienced by humans in the form of radiance, splendor, or dazzling light. Dodd, 4th Gospel, p. 206, a meaning also present in the magical papyri, PGM Roman 13. 570-5, Betts, p. 186, Rietzenstein, HMR, pp. 358-61, Scott IVF 377, TDNT Roman 2, 233-7, 242, 247, 252-3. X. 8-9 Vice. Virtue of Soul, Ma, Hermes Roman 2 p. 383 points out similar language in AD. 7, 5. See also C. H. VI Roman 9. 4. Notes to page 32x, is shaken by, reading Antiniceti with Scott I 192 following Tiedemann, cf. NFI 117, Dodd 4th Gospel p. 15, Monstrous Bodies. This translation is closer to Fr. Roman 3, 105 and 2 than to NFI 117, 127 n. 36. In the former volume, Festugiere points out, against Scott I 193 n. 3, Roman 2, 244-5, that all bodies, not just those of lower animals, are hostile to soul. Cf. Dodd, 4th Gospel, p. 15, Asclep. 12. X. One who knows. Divine p. 380 finds this a distinctly Oriental conception. Time on talking, reading dialogua, talking, for duo logua with Fr. Roman 4, 62 and 1 from Scott I 192, cf. NFI 116 127 n. 38 Scott Roman 2 1, 30 AD 5 2-3 VI 6 56-9 Ma Hermes Roman 2 301. Object prevails. The Greek text has no word corresponding to object. The verb epikratio means conquer, prevail, master, govern. Festugiere NFI 117 127 n. 39. Who has la sensation ni si produit quen dependence de l'objet, qui fait impression sur nous. For aesthesis men gar genitai tu epicratontos, explains the Stoic notion that the soul in sensing material objects is altered by the effluvia that it receives from them, i.e., the soul is somehow mastered by material objects when it senses them, though it is free when it thinks or reasons about them. Scott I 192-3, inserting huliku material, before epicratontos has sense perception takes place when that which is material has the mastery. X 9-10 Goal of learning, all learning on learning as a gift of God. See note on ch. Roman 4. 5. For episteme, learning is not the most desirable translation, but knowledge in the Hermetica should be reserved for gnosis, and science is more anachronistic in English than in Festugier's French. Beyond these 3 occurrences of the word, there are 7 others in the Greek treatises c. H. Roman 4, X. Roman 11, Roman 18, 2-3. In the last of these passages, skill is my translation. Fowden AP 101, comparing CHX with SH, Ib 2-3, distinguishes episteme as the product of reason, logos, from gnosis as the product of understanding, gnosis, and faith, pistes. Thus, to say that gnosis is the goal of episteme means that knowledge of God's creation is an essential preliminary to knowledge of God himself, in a progressive way of Hermes or philosophical paideia, on which see below, note on ch. Roman 13. Also, note on section 4, dazzles the eyes. For Plato, Republic 476-480. The forms Id are known by notes to page 32 episteme, while objects of sense, aestheta, are perceived in doxa, above, note on section 8. On the other hand, the Hermetica are episteme, often coupled with techn, art or skill, in the Aristotelian sense, Metaphysics 1025b 1026, a of an organized body of knowledge, i.e., acquired knowledge whence learning. C. Peters terms pp 59-61, NFI 134-5 N77, Scott Roman 2, 247. In his translations of Gnostic texts, Leighton, GSP 9 systematically represents gnosis and equivalent terms in Coptic and Latin with acquaintance, pointing out that the ancient Greek language could easily differentiate between 2 kinds of knowing: propositional knowing, the knowledge that something is the case, Idenai French savoir, and personal acquaintance, Gignoskin French connaître, X. Body. Mental, following Einarsson, NFI 118, reads 2 words, somata, body. The for the single word somata, bodies, affected, feel effect. For eupathetos, pathetben NFI 118 has asement effect, passables. See above note on ch. Vi 2, once it has, exists, NFI 118, 128 and 45 points out that this passage is contradicted in ch. Roman 11, 13 and that Rietzenstein Poimanders p40n. 1 proposed an emendation that would resolve the contradiction, inserting a negative in the slightly rearranged phrase kaiatasmen, aud pochoniminos, whereby the English would become, since it has never come to be, it exists forever, it exists in becoming. X. LL immobility. Moved spherically, Festugier NFI 128N 46 137-8, FRI 92-3, points out that the derivation of motion from immobility recalls ch. Roman 2, but unlike Scott Roman 2, 249, he sees little relation in what follows to the teachings of ch. Roman 2 or to the Timaeus 33b 40a 44de. Referring to Rietzenstein, Studien pp. 71-99, he finds oriental analogues for the spherical cosmos with head and feet in Orphic Fragments 168. 10-32 Kern, pp. 201-2, texts connected with Serapis Maccabeus Saturnalia 1, 20. 16-18, the Greek magical papyri, PGM Roman 13, 770-5 Roman 21, 5-10 Betz, pp. 190-259, and the Kephaleia of Mani 70. 1. 169-76. On the other hand, Ferguson's explanation, Scott IVF 377, based on Stoic sources, is that the cosmos by its shape and movement is identified with a head all below being material, and nothing being material above. Cf. Asclep. 23. Membrane, in which, the words in which, en he are an editorial addition, an alternative is enho, in which case membrane rather than head is the antecedent of which. The notion that the notes to page 33 higher intellectual soul resides in the brain's membrane humeri can be found in the physician Erasistratus, and the Chaldean oracles, Des Places, 6. p. 68, speak of a membrane of soul enclosing the sensible cosmos and dividing it from the intelligible world. Hippolytus, Refutation 5. 9, ascribes similar ideas to the Nicene heretics. C. NFI 118, 128, and 47, Scott Roman 2, 250-2 and 3 if 377-8, Louis Oracles pp 90-2, 353-5, have more soul. The word more represents pleiona, an emendation of play and similar forms in the manuscripts. NFI 118. X. Soul is carried. The verb is ashetai, on which see below, section 16, above see H Roman 3. 2. NFI 129-30 and 48. Chaldean Oracles 120, 201 Des Places pp 96, 113, Louis Oracles pp 178-84, and other citations in Bauset, 1914, pp 174-5. The mind bears it up. Festugiere NFI 129 and 49 explains that the series Spirit, Soul, Reason, Mind, each containing the next, is a Stoic idea, but that spirit pneuma also plays the role of spiritual vehicle in the doctrine of the Ashama, above note on C. H. Roman 3. 2. Cf. X. 21 Roman 11, Roman 12. 13-14. Scott Roman 2, 253-5 points out similar material in Hermepis 1. 13. 96-9, above section 6, and Scott IVF 378 mentions Neoplatonic sources. Spirit must, emptied. Greek Medical Opinion, TD&TVI 352-7, varied on the function of veins and arteries as carriers of blood and spirit. Festugiere NFI 129, 131 NN 50-56 thinks that this whole sentence and the related but contradictory material at the beginning of section 16 below could be glosses. See also Scott Roman 2, 255-8. X, these three, and the human Norden Agnostos pp. 348-54 and J. Kroll Laren p. 31 note the frequency of this triple formula, above sections 1-3, cf. AD 1. 1 Ma Hermes Roman 2 359 above 1 on Anthropos X for God. Recognized 1, 31 FR Roman 4 58. Deliverance, knowledge above CH 1, 26-7 for the equivalence of soteria and gnosis Van Morsel Mysteries pp. 23-4. Good only. Good forever, NFI 120 corrects monon to monos, only, and inserts e, forever, not yet, of. As yet the verb anku, endow with bulk, occurs twice in this sentence, 4 words of which edi oligan onkodo kai are marked unintelligible in NFI 120, cf. Qmot NFI 130 and 54, Rose 1947, p. 103. Gets its bulk below is from the same notes to pages 33-4 verb, and grossness represents the related noun onkos. Qmot NFI 130 n. 54 explains that the idea of adding bulk has to do with the soul's descent through the spheres from which it accretes a body. X, the spirit, above sections 13-14, below Roman 12. 18, NFI 131 n. 56. Bauset 1914, pp. 172-80 refers to Roman 24. 9-10, Chaldean Oracles 44, 61, 104, 121, 158, 176, Des Places, pp. 78, 82, 92, 104-5, 108, Pistis Sophia 3, 111-16, 4, 142-3, Second Book of Jew 45-8, 51, and other sources to show how the material pneuma of the Stoics came to be seen as a lower part of the soul, a conception that led to confusion in this treatise, above ch. 1, 5, Louis Oracles pp. 43-7, 120-2, 127-8, 142-4, 173-4, 183-4, 197-9, 213, 262, 358-60, 394-6. Purified. Fiery body. Festugiere NFI 131 NN. 57-8. Cf. Leighton, GSP 295, refers to similar Gnostic ideas about removing the garments and cites texts from Porphyry, Proclus, Iamblichus, and others to show that this fiery body is demonic. See below section 18 for the fiery tunic, cf. Scott Roman 2, 263-5, IV 378. X. Defiling contact, Scott Roman 2, 267 for syncretism. As a shroud. Armoring servant, the word translated as shroud. Parabolian is related to parabole, on which see the note on Romans 7. 2. For this usage, see Euripides, Hercules 549, 1269, LSJ-SV Parabolian. Festugiere NFI 121 translates parabolian as envelope, the same word he uses for enduma, garment, here and in the preceding paragraph. The phrase mortal envelope, parabolma of bitter matter, occurs in Chaldean Oracles 129, Des Places, p. 98. Louis Oracles p. 276, who notes that chitin is a synonym. Garment and shroud seem better suited to the related ideas of chitin and oshama, as does armoring servant for Huperites, the normal sense of which is simply servant, but see LSJ-SV, Huperites Roman 2. 2. A and TD&T Roman 8, 530-3. X. Tunic of fire. Since soul is ontologically lower than mind, it acts negatively as a parabolian section 17 above for mind, but when mind ascends away from body it takes on a demonic garment, note on section 16 above, which it could not support when in the body. Thus, while the chitin in Romans 7 must be discarded in order to begin the ascent, the chitin of X must be acquired during the ascent. Dodd's Elements, p. 308. N. 1 sees this fiery chitin as closer to pollen notes to pages 34-5 ideas, I core. 1552, or to the influence of the Isis cult than to Orphism or Neoplatonism. X. In a sense demonic, as Festugiere points out NFI 132 n. 61, cf. TD&T Roman 2, 8-9, daimonios in this context is a term of praise. See above, notes on sections 16 and 18. Cf. CH Roman 16. 15. Jonah's Gnosis I p. 195. Fighting, reverence, for tun tes eusebeas agona egonismine, NFI 122 132 n. 62 has après avoir combattu le combat de la piété. Piety might be better English than reverence here and in the passages following, but see above c. H. 122. Not allowed, compare this denial and below sections 19 and 22 of the Migration of Souls to sections 7 and 8 above and to c. H. 11. Asclep. 12. NFI 110 n. 1 126 n. 29. 132-3 n. 63. Scott Roman 2, 269-74 concludes that the rejection of transmigration became a Neoplatonic teaching only with Iamblichus, thus dating c. H. X around 300 CE, cf. Scott IVF 378. X. What greater punishment? Cumont Lux pp. 428-9 and NFI 133 n. 65 refers to Neoplatonic and other sources for the idea that their own guilt, not physical suffering, is the worst torment of the damned. Cf. Asclep. 28. Poor wretch, NFI 123 has G. suis devori. Malhurus, for dis theamai he kakodemoni, but note the demonological context as well as Jonah's, Gnosis I, p. 198. Braun Jean p. 269. X. Mind. Become a demon, Festugiere, NFI, 133-4 n. 69, 138-40, cf. Scott Roman 2, 275-7, discerns two contradictory currents of anthropology in c. H. X. In paragraphs 13-19, the human being is a hierarchy of enveloping substances: body, spirit, soul, reason, mind, of which mind, ontologically the highest, is the inmost. At death, when this composite dissolves, mind is liberated to take on the fiery, demonic body that it had to abandon before entering a human body. The reward of the reverent soul is to become pure mind, but the irreverent soul is punished with the burden of vices that it must carry when it enters another human body. In paragraphs 21-5, however, mind itself is a daemon, either a helping spirit sent by divine justice to guide the reverent soul to gnosis, or an avenging spirit that leads the irreverent soul to greater sin. Knock NFI 140 perceives less contradiction between these two views of mankind than Festugiere, notes to page 35, who sees the latter doctrine as similar to c. H. Ian Roman 9. 3-5 and less Greek than the former. Scourges of wrongdoing, adopting patrises reading hamartematin, wrongdoings, for hamartenonton, wrongdoers. NFI 123, 133N. 68 has reserves aux petures, but see TDNTI 293-302 on the rarity of a genuine sense of sin, i.e., intentional and culpable hostility to God in the use of hamartano and related words. For other instances in the Hermetica, see CH 1, Roman 4 and Roman 13. 14. For Gnostic texts, see Latin, GSFPP 49, 189, 340, 348, 382-3, 444. Hymning, word, following foi de candale, NFI 124 reads humnausa, hymning, for hupnausa and eu paiausa, blessing, for impaiausa. X. Energies are like rays. Above, note on section 1. Arts, learning, NFI 135 and 77, Scott Roman 2, 278, Asclep. 8, and above, note on sections 9-10 on episteme. X. Nothing is. Mind, NFI 124 following foi de candale adds the pronoun who that refers to mind. The good demon Ganskiniates PW supple. Ill, call 54. And other authorities have distinguished der gut genius in this section from the more concrete figure of Agathodaemon in c. H. Roman 12. 1, 8, 9, 13. Cyril of Alexandria, against Fulian 588 AB. Scott Roman 4, 213-14, FRGS. 31, 32b and NF Roman 4, 136-40, cites a discourse to Asclepius in which Osiris addresses the greatest good demon, Megist Agathos Daemon, also calling him Trismegist, thrice greatest, Agathos Daemon. Festugier NF Roman 3. CLZICLXVI mentions these texts in analyzing S. H. Roman 23, in which Isis tells her son Horus to attend to the secret theory which my ancestor Camphis learned from Hermes, who noted down all these deeds. Although Rietzenstein, Poimenders, pp. 137-44 and Zielinski, 1905, pp. 356-8, take Camphis to be the same as Khnum or Nephi whom Philo of Byblos in Eusebius, preparation for the Gospel 1. 10. 48, identified with Agathodaemon, Festugier doubts the connection. However, he uses the letter that Syncellus ascribed to Manetho on stelae in the land of Syria. Inscribed in the sacred tongue in hieroglyphic letters by Thoth, the first Hermes, and translated after the flood from the sacred tongue into the Greek language, and set down in books by the son of Agathodaemon, the second Hermes, father of Tat. Referring also to Asclep. 37 and Augustine, City of God 18. Festugier makes this pseudonymous report the notes to page 35 basis of a genealogy wherein an elder Hermes fathers Agathodaemon, who is the father of the younger Hermes, called Trismegistus, who in turn is the father of Tat. Note that the translation in Waddell, Manetho, p. 209 makes the genealogy different. See Ibid, p. 15, for Agathodaemon's place after Hephaestos, Ta, and Helios, in Manetho's list of Egypt's first divine kings. Cyril ascribes a logos to Agathodaemon, but Festugier notes that Roman 12. 1, 8, 9 and 13 attribute no writings to him, although alchemical writings circulated under his name. In classical Greece, Agathos Daemon had only a domestic cult involving luck, prosperity, and fertility. He was associated with a number of better defined deities, including Zeus, Dionysus, Hermes, Trophonios, the Dioscuri, and in later times, the more diffuse figure of Agath Tich or good fortune. In his earliest physical representations, Agathodaemon is an old, bearded man with a scepter in his right hand and a horn of plenty in the left. Later he appears as a man-headed snake. In Egypt as in Greece he was often manifest as a snake, and in Alexandria especially a civic cult honored him in that form as founder and protector. In addition to Camphis, Neph, and Khnum, other gods linked with him in Egypt were Ammon, Thoth, Isis, Horus, Sais, Socanopes, and Serapis. In the end, he remains a dim, and to say the least, versatile figure, more functional than a personal force serving lucky, agrarian, chthonic. Protective functions especially. The same name, Agathos Daemon, could also refer to the spirit of an individual or a place, and some scholars believe that some such depersonalized power may be the good demon of section 23, but Festugier concludes that this good demon is the same as the individual deity in c. H. Roman 12. C. NFI 134 and 73, 135 and 78, FRI 85, Scott Roman 2, 278-82 Roman 3, 491-3, Ganskaniates PW Supple. Ill calls 37-60, Knock 1928b, p. 556, Carcapino, Rome, pp. 249-50, 269-70, Guthrie, Gods, pp. 273-7, Rose, Religion, pp. 80-2, Fraser, Alexandria, IPP. 207-11 Roman 2, pp. 355-9, Dunand, 1969, pp. 10-48, Doris, 1972b, pp. 435, 442-3, 447, Hanny, Plutarch, pp. 409-13, Quijibor, 1983, pp. 311-12, Ferguson, Religions, pp. 77-82, Burkert, Religion, p. 180. For other senses of the term, see LSJ v. Damon, Roman 2. 3. Servile mind, NFI 125, 135, N79 has intellect servitor for nous hupraticos on the latter term. See above, section 17, X can accomplish anything, as Scott Roman 2, 282 and Festugier, NFI 135 N. 80 point out, the quotation is from the Elegies of Theognis, a passage 1. 177-8 on poverty, translated as follows by notes to pages 36-7 Dorothea Wender, Penguin, 1973, p. 102, the man who has poverty for a jailer cannot speak or act as he would wish, his tongue is chained. Held down and smothered, NFI 135 N 82X, 24-5 godlike, immortal human NFI 136 NN, 83-5, Scott Roman 2, 277, 283-5, Asclep, 5-6. X. Heavenly gods. This passage is evidence of astral mysticism in the Hermetica according to Knock, 1939, p. 500. Human rises, without leaving on the relation of this passage to see. H. Roman 4. 4-5 John 1, 51 and Jewish sources CJZ. Smith map P59, FRI 315-17 refers to C. H. Roman 11, 19-20 and to Philo. On special laws 2, 12, 44-5 on dreams 1, 10, 54. Mind to Hermes mind, Cyril of Alexandria, against Julian 580b in Scott Roman 4, 211, cited the last paragraph of this treatise as belonging to a text entitled Hermes Trismegistus to his mind. Fowden, A. p. 33, believes that the nous who addresses Hermes here is actually Poimanders, and Festugier, NFI 143 N. 1 notes that mind appears as an interlocutor only here and in C. H. I. Scott Roman 2, 291-2 thinks that nous replaced agathodaemon or khnum. See above, note on C. H. I. Title, Scott IVF 379. Roman 11, 1 since, occurs to me in the manuscripts the third sentence of section 1 as given here and in NFI 147 N. 1 mark, occurs to me precedes the first two sentences since, reveal it, cf. Scott Roman 2, 286-7, who attributes the confusion to a clumsy amalgamation of two separate treatises which he divides at section 6, through me. Roman 11. Here how, knock. Following Scott, excises ho chronos before here. Aku, NFI 147. God, time becoming, ma, Hermes Roman 2, 311-12, interprets these 5 words as a heading introducing a series of sentences that comprise sections 2-4, as in AD 1. 1. Following Patrizi Knock NFI 147 inserts the definite article, ho before God, theos. Notes to page 37 the word eternity, aeon occurs 30 times in the Greek treatises, 27 times in C. H. Roman 11, the others are in Roman 12, 15 and Roman 13, 20. The Latin equivalent, eternitas, can be found 25 times in the Asclepius. Festugier, NFI, 146, and 2, 155, and 4, 157, n. 8. FR Roman 4, 153, 161-2, 175, 199, 1949a, pp. 254-71, distinguishes temporal and spatial, static and dynamic, personal and impersonal senses of aeon, translating it variously as eternite to signify a hypostasized divine power, Roman 11. 2-5, eternite or eternel duri to represent the abstract philosophical sense, Roman 11, Roman 12. 15, and axon, Roman 11, Roman 12, Roman 13. 20 to mean a particular Hellenistic god, described in Scott Roman 2, 290-3, Roman 3, 188-9. Qmont Mithra pp. 104-10, 144-5, 223. Jonah's Gnostic Religion pp. 53-4. Knock 1934 pp. 377-8, 382-96. Aen, as the supreme god of Mithraism, resembles the Persian Zr-Van Akarana, boundless time. In theological terms, he became Chronos and Saturnus, in philosophical terms the Stoic Hymarmene. But Zervan was never precisely identified with Aen, according to Knock, who distinguishes various meanings of the word Aen, which he calls a term of fluid sense. In classical philosophy, the idea of eternity, in Hellenistic thought, a supreme or lesser god such as Helios, a Greek rendering of the Phoenician Baal shaman, Lord of Eternity, a personalized power or hypostasis in Christian and Gnostic literature, a deity of Alexandria, identified with Agathodaimon. In one place, a magical text, PGM Roman 4. 3168 bets, p94, addresses Aen as Holy Agathos Daemon, on which identification see also Rietzenstein, Erlesung's Mysterium pp. 188-94. Elsewhere the same papyrus, 1205 bets, p61 calls Aen Wisdom, or 520 bets, p48, Immortal Aen, Master of the Fiery Diadems, cf. The Invariable Aen, v. 467 bets, p. 110. Commenting on the doctrine of the Chaldean oracles, Louis Oracles pp. 99-105, 140-4, 152-7, 401-9, writes that the Chaldean Aen is not only a divinity, but also a notic hypostasis. For Aen in the Orphic literature, see West Orphic Poems pp. 219-20, 230-1. In statuary, he was represented as a naked, lion-headed man bearing 4 wings on his back, carrying keys and a scepter in his hands, and encircled 6 times by a serpent whose head appears atop the lion head. Figures of Aen are sometimes ringed by the zodiac, reflecting Mithraic interest in the soul's voyage through the heavens. For Aen and the Hebrew Olam, see Dodd's Fourth Gospel pp. 144-5, Scott Roman 3, 188. See also Peter's Terms pp. 7-8, Bowsett 1919 pp. 192-230, Festugiere 1951a pp. 201-9, Durchain 1969 pp. 31-4, Barb 1971 pp. 162-3, Mastandrea Labio pp. 32-4, TD&TI 197-8, 207-8, and notes on C, H, I, L, VI, 1-4. Zostrianos, a text early enough to notes to page 37 have been known to Plotinus, contains a rich description of the eons in a Gnostic myth. Leighton, G.S., pp. 130-8. Festugiere acknowledges, NFI 146 and 2 157 and 8, the interpenetration of the meanings of Aen and the consequent difficulties of translating the word, to which he devotes 2 full chapters, Fr. Roman 4. 152-99 of his Revelation. God is wisdom, before wisdom, Hesophia. The manuscripts have 3 other nouns to Agathon to Kalon, he eudaimonia, the good, the beautiful, happiness, omitted in NFI 147 following Zielinski, cf. Fr. Roman 4, 152-3 n. 7 as a corruption from the phrase near the end of section 3. Sophia, as a personal being, was a central character in many Gnostic mythologies, especially in the system of Valentinus c. 100 c. On the intricate system of Ptolemy, a follower of Valentinus, who described mind's production of a pleroma of 30 eons comprising an ogdode, a decad and a dodecad, below c. H. Roman 13. 9. Wisdom's reckless passion, originating in a desire for her parent, gave birth to a Chamoth, a lower wisdom, who, unlike her higher counterpart, acted beyond the boundary separating the pleroma from the lower creation. The Gnostic Sophia has much in common with the Chokmah of Hellenistic Judaism, e.g., Prov. 9:1-6, who is also a heavenly person. See Leighton, G.S. pp. 282-90, TD&T Romans 7, 499, 509-14, Jonah's Gnostic Religion pp. 179-83, ch. Roman 3, L. Roman 13, 2 sh. Roman 23, 29. Recurrence and counter-occurrence, above, note on ch. 1. A cycle ended. Scott Roman 2, 294-5, thinks that antapokeistasis, counter-occurrence, refers to an earthly form of recurrence, apokeistasis, necessarily weaker than the perfect cycles of heaven. He suggests renewal of things by substitution, as does LSJS antapokeistasis. Festugier, NFI 90N. 17, 155-7, and 6, reads both words as astrological terms of art. If apokeistasis is a star's cyclic return to its position at the moment of birth, of a person, a nation, an age, antapokeistasis is the diametrically opposed position. Since the conjunction of all the planets in Cancer signaled the moment of ekpurosis, the fiery cosmic apokeistasis, the antapokeistasis was their conjunction in Capricorn, heralding destruction by water, quality and quantity. NFI 148 following Scott inserts kyposotes and quantity, while God's presence NFI 148 has autoword for Perry in presence, but cf. p. 157 n6 and fr Roman 4 153, Scott Roman 2 p. 296 recalls prose in John 1, 1, cf. TD&T VI 56, PGM Roman 4. 1125-6 Betts p. 60 addresses the God as beginning and end of the immovable nature. Bowsett, 1919, pp. 207-8. Notes to pages 37-8 Roman 11. Never come into being. NFI 157-7 points out the contradiction of ch, x, 10. Establishes an order. The verb is cosme, see above, note on Roman 4. 1-2. Scott IVF 379-80, for which NFI 148 has fate du monde on order. Roman 11. God is the soul, a definite article he is omitted editorially before soul, such in NFI 148 following Rietzenstein, cf. AD 2, 2 Ma, Hermes Roman 2. 365, Roman 11, necessity, nature, NFI 157-8 and 14 refers to c. H. 1 Roman 12, sh Roman 8 Roman 12 Roman 19, see also c. H Roman 12, 21 Asclep, 39-40, long Hellenistic pp. 148 163-70, maker of, do but make, NFI 149 following Turnibus adds and chi before change, reads poietes maker for poietitos quality, and inserts the word corresponding to but e before make poiesan. Roman 11. Exist by his agency. NFI 149, 158 and 19 has sant saumis alui. Through me. At this point, Scott I 210 if 380-1 divides the treatise in two, preceding it with a few lines transposed from section 1, and Ferguson identifies the topic as praise of the beauty of the cosmos. The theme in what follows taxis, diamond metabol i.e., arrangement, stability, change, Roman 11. 7 world spread. For Heptacosmos Festugier, NFI 150 158-9 n 21 FR Roman 4 156 cf. Scott Roman 2 307 has septia, i.e., the celestial spheres, see above CHV, for another vision of the cosmos. Full of fire, for the pleroma of light, see above CH. 1, VI, 4. Rietzenstein, Poimenders p. 36. Scott Roman 2, 307-8 thinks that the absence of fire can only refer to the sublunary region, where fire becomes light in moving through the air. NFI 159n, 23 has no better solution. Cf. CHX Roman 11, 19. Combining among things, see above, note on C, H, Roman 3. 4. Ruler and commander. Archontos kai hegemonos is Knox correction, NFI 150, following Turnibus, of Archon kai hegemon / Scott, Roman 2, 308-9, and Festugier, p. 159 and 24 identify this ruling god as the sun, cf. C. H. 1, Roman 16, 5-10 sh. Roman 21, 2, moon. Instrument, for the moon as nature's instrument of growth and decline, cc. H. 125 Asclep. 3. Firmicus Maternus Mathesis 4, 1, 1-9, Scott Roman 2 309-10, NFI 159-60 N 25. Notes to pages 38-40 Nurse. Like sediment, Festugiere has comeffonment, certainly the versio facilier. But see LSJS, v. Hypostathum with references to Plato, Phaedo 109c and Hippocrates on Regimen 2, 45. In the latter text, hypostathum troughs means something like excrement. Note also that nurse who feeds renders trophon. Cf. Sleeman and Pollitt SV, Hypostathum, AD 2 3 Ma, Hermes Roman 2 365. Roman 11, two makers, Scott Roman 2 245-6 cf. NFI 147, believes that Michael Psellos had this passage in mind in his dialogue on the activities of demons 828b. See above, ch. 1 for a contrary view of the demiurge as second god, and below section 14 Roman 14. 7-8 for positions closer to the text at hand. XL 10, reasoning and unreasoning, the first two words correspond to an editorial addition, tu logicucae in NFI 151 following Scott. Causes all life, reading paces, all for pass with Tiedemann, NFI 151, 161 N. 32, mortal, from the immortals, reading with Tiedemann Athanaten, immortals, for TH Netten, mortals, marked unintelligible in NFI 151, 161 N. 33, Roman 11. LL how entirely absurd, NFI 151, 161 N. 35 obelizes the word geloiodatin translated here. Ferguson calls it a Christian gloss, and Festugiere has Seycho's tout a fate risible. See below, section 12, cf. Scott Roman 2, 316, you have agreed. NFI 151, following Turnibus, reads homologses for homologsin. To number for poston ini NFI 151, has soit member June Sarai, a more literal rendering. Poston is an interrogative adjective meaning, which in the ordinal series. Among them is not in the Greek. Roman 11. In a god, absurdity, a guess at the meaning of three words, and poliogeloiodatin, obelized and untranslated in NFI 151. As in section 11, above, this may be a gloss. Not right, the English words are weaker than me themes / blasphemous would be strong enough, but its religious associations seem wrong. Roman 11. You cannot. Something NFI 152 inserts three words. You see, making poiunta and the negative in cannot, me. Though it, NFI 152 following Scott writes ho, it, for I. Not right, above section 12. Notes to pages 40-1 XL 15 eternity. Of their union? Of these three sentences in section 15, the first two come at the beginning of a new paragraph in NFI 153, but in FR Roman 4, 158, Festugiere suggests moving them to their position here and beginning the new paragraph at death is not the destruction, which in NF begins the last sentence of section 14. Knock 153 records Rietzenstein's view that the last phrase of section 14 as given here, life is, mind and soul, may be a gloss. See also C. H. 1, 6, NFI 162 N 45. For icon, image. Festugiere has image in NFI 153, but in FR Roman 4, 156 he has kopai. In Hellenistic philosophy and religion, Icon frequently expressed an optimistic interpretation of Plato's view cf. Timaeus 92 of the relation between the sensible and the intelligible, as in this passage and in c. H. Roman 8. 2. TD&T Roman 2, 389. Hear me devoutly means dissolved, even if we read Deicide monos aku, here devoutly, with FR Roman 4, 156-7 N. 4 for Deicidaemon hos acues, marked unintelligible in NFI 153. The translation remains problematic. Knock inserts a particle do, but near the end of the sentence, cf. TD&T Roman 2:20. Once again, the difficulty is probably due to a gloss, perhaps a Christian exclaiming how superstitious you sound. Swirling. Renewal, see below, section 19, knock obelizes strophe, return, for which Festugiere has revolution. NF Roman 2, 153, 162-3, N 49. XL 16 Cosmos is omniform. Scott Roman 2, 321 points out that pantomorphos, omniform in a sklep. 19 cf. C. H. Roman 13, Roman 16, 12 a sklep. 35 is a god, the divine zodiac, though no such astronomical associations arise here. Cf. NFI 215 N55, see also AD 10. 2. Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 397. Changes, within itself, NFI 163 N50, cf. P. 153. Formless. 1 form, Scott Roman 2, 322-3, cites Plato's Critique, Republic 380-3, of the mythological accounts of divine metamorphosis that change the gods' eidos into morphi. He also points out that amorphos can mean misshapen or ugly. XL 16-17 any structure. Out high. The Greek word corresponding to structure is idea, for which NFI 153, 163 N, 51, 167 has figure. Variants on form in the sentences preceding correspond to morph and its cognates, see Asclep 2 and Scott Roman 2, 323, who treats idea and morph as synonyms here. See also Scott IVF 383. Notes to pages 41-2 Roman 11. In a place Roman 2, 1-12, NFI 163 NN, 53-5, Scott Roman 2, 325. XL 19 to India, NFI 154. Adopts Patrizzi's ingenious emendation of eyes hen decai to eyes in Daikin, above CHX 25. Nor the swirl for dine, swirl, and dinces, swirling. Here and in section 15 as cosmological terms from the pre-Socratics onward, see NFI 162-3 N49, 164 N56. Scott Roman 2, 326-7. Break through the universe, Scott Roman 2, 327 refers to C. H. 1, 13 see also 1, 25-6 Roman 13, 15, 20 NHCVI 6, 63. 10-14 Kieser Discourse pp. 16-17 Roman 11. Himself, the universe, NFI 155 following Scott, inserts the definite article to before universe, Holon. By like, NFI 155 following Angelo Vergesio, corrects ton homoion to homoio, C. E. Scott IVF 383 on the context of sympathia and sungenea. Outleap. Outstrips C. Dodds, Anxiety, pp. 82-4, who compares sections 20-1 with Plotinus, Enneads 5. 1. 2. Become eternity. The advice here probably is to become a particular god Aeon for whom see above, note on section 2 and NFI 164-5 N58, which refers to PGM Roman 4. 475-750 Betts, pp. 48-52, the so-called Mithras liturgy. For another apotheosis involving Aeon. On the general theme of human grandeur, see Asclep. 6. See also, PGM 1. 200-4 Roman 4, L 167-1226 v. 459-89 Roman 13, 65-85, 297-340, 580-635 Betts, pp. 861, 109-10, 174, 180-1, 187, AD 8. 7 Ma Hermes Roman 2, 389, Bowset 1919, pp. 196-200, 211, Scott IVF 383-4, Rietzenstein Poimenders p. 279, HMR pp. 197-8, 374. Go higher, the correction of Hupsilotatos, highest to Hupsiloteros, higher is in NFI 155 following Turnibus, be everywhere. Beyond Death NFI 165 and 60 cites examples of ecstatic experience, including Plotinus Aeneid 4. 8. 1, 6. 5. 12. Porphyry, Life of Plotinus 23. Chaldean Oracles 110-28. Des Places, pp. 94-7. Iamblichus on the Mysteries 1, 3, 4-640. 16-42, 109, 4-114. 2. PGM Roman 4, 154-285, 475-829 Betts, pp. 40-3, 48-54, and CHIX, 24-5 Roman 13. 11. See also Scott Roman 2, 328-33, Louis Oracles, pp. 184-211, Festugiere Religion, pp. 135-6. Roman 11. I fear, with God AD 9. 3 Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 391, Scott IVF 384, Rietzenstein HMR pp. 307-8, 374-5. Evil, lover, above ch, ignorant, ultimate vice, above ch, x, 8-9. Notes to pages 42-3 straight and easy way. Excising idia with Scott I 22, Roman 2, 335 after euthea, straight. NFI 156 obelizes both words, translating la voix direct. Et une voix facile. Journey the good. NF1 156 166 N 63A leaves the subject indefinite, pointing out that the reference could be to the good or the divine or God from the preceding sentences, and suggesting that the previous sentence might end after you journey, hodianti soi, rather than easy radia. For other journey words, see above c. H. 1. 26-7, Roman 11. And do you say? Aubert, the 17th century editor of Cyril of Alexandria, provided this emendation of Ida fusion in Cyril above, note on title to Ida Fez. The manuscripts of the corpus have iconitaphs, NFI 156. His Excellence, for erite, excellence, Festugiere NFI 156 has le pouvoir miraculeux, but CP 166 N 66. Nothing is unseen. NFI 157, following Scott I 222 Roman 2 335, emends horatin seen to aoratin unseen. Up to. Deceived of these concluding words, Zielinski 1905, pp. 350-5, writes that in the end they emphatically repeat the words of the Poimander's text I. E. Ch. Roman 13. 15 in order thereby to recommend to the Poimander's community the newest Gnostic pantheist revision of Hermetism. He also interprets ch. Roman 12 as polemic against these two passages. See also NFI 166 N 68, Scott Roman 2 336, Discourse of Hermes Trismegistus. On the mind shared in common, to Tat NFI 174 has Sir I intellect commune for peri nu koinu, which Scott Roman 2 338 finds unintelligible. For connections among X, Roman 11, Roman 12, and Roman 13, see Zielinski, 1905, pp. 350-6 and NFI 171-3. And for the division of Roman 12 into two parts after surrounds matter in section 14, see Scott Roman 2, 336, and NF 1, 173, 188 N. 38, where Festugiere concludes that given the rather loose composition of the Hermetic writings, it is arbitrary to cut Roman 12 into two distinct treatises. Roman 12, one what that essence, reading auto, that essence. Literally it, for auton with Einarson, Festugiere NFI 174 N, 1 translates the latter reading as si canator, the former as le savoir. He also points out that the conditional attribution of essence to a god, also notes to page 43, appears as a safeguard in c. H. Vi, and Scott Roman 2 339 explains that the writer may have feared confusing the divine immaterial auja with the Stoic materialist sense of the term. Has expanded, for the verb haplu see Sleeman and Pollitt sv haplaun, cf. NFI 174 N. La which has C deploy and Dodd fourth gospel p25, who has evolved. Scott Roman 2 339 suggests unfolded, spread abroad, diffused. Their humanity, NFI 174 following Foi de Candale, reads auton, there, for auto you. Good demon. Mortal gods, the reference is to C, H, X 25. For the good demon, see also X, and below sections 8, 9, 13, NFI 171 and 1, Kieser Discourse p56. Immortal humans, the word humans anthropos is Knox insertion from a scribble note, NFI 174 above ch. 1, on anthropos. There is natural Dodd, fourth gospel p. 25 has mind is nature, and NFI 174 has L intellect ESD L instinct natural, but cf. p. 178 and 3, Scott Roman 2 340-1, TD&T Roman 9 253-5, 259-60, 277. Roman 12. Mind is. Benefactor Ma 1984, p56 compares VFA 8. Immersed, this word translates baptized I. For its use in this negative context, see Louis Oracles pp. 276-8, CFC, H, Roman 4, 4, Roman 12. Predilections overtaken for the wordplay prolmison. Proilmenon, preempted would be better than overtaken. NFI 181-2 N6. Scott Roman 2, 342. A good physician, for this medical simile, see FR Roman 3 116 NN 3-5, cf. NFI 181-3 NN 6-7, Scott Roman 2 342. See also Plato, Gorgias 477 E 81b 521 E. Mere opinion. Them, for positive and negative meanings of doxa, opinion, glory, see above, note on C, HX 8. NFI 175 183 N9 suggests another possible sense, vainglory or kenodoxia, and amends eyes in the manuscripts to highs, them, Roman 12, are affected in, for Pasco, Pathos, and their cognates translated in this treatise, sections 4-8, 10-11, as effect and passion, see above, note on C. HVI 2, when mind, unreason, either something has dropped out of this passage or it needs emendation, according to NFI 175, cf. Scott Roman 2 343. Notes to page 44 impose the law, Torment, Dodd Bible p. 242 and NFI 183-4 n. 11 agree that this conception of law is not necessarily biblical, cf. 1, Roman 13, 7, Roman 12. How? When he, NFI 176, omits a conjunction e in this phrase. For answers to the question, see NFI 184 n. 12 193-5, where Festugière devotes a long appendix to the problem of fate in paragraphs 5-9. Cf. C. H. 1, 9 Asclep. 1939-40, Scott Roman 2 344-50, and Leighton, G.S. pp. 95-6, who translates a striking Gnostic example of fear of astrological fate from the first thought in three forms, NHC Roman 13. 1 Roman 12, not. For discourse, Tiedemann's correction of ho is the negative u adopted in NFI 176, which, following Scott, also adds the definite article ho before discourse. Topics elsewhere, the word laia exi. Hymarmene occurs 10 times in paragraphs 5-9, 5 times elsewhere in the Greek treatises c. H. 1, 15-19, Roman 16. 16 and 8 times in the Asclepius, 19, 39-40. Anank necessity also occurs frequently, but not always with reference to fate. Cf. NFI 184 N14, citing S.H. Roman 8 and Scott Roman 2 344. Admits of differences, literally, containing differences. This is LSJ's rendering of Endiaphoros, which Cumont NFI 184 N15 identifies as a technical term in the Astrologer Vedius Valens Anthology 2, 34-4, 11, 66, cf. Scott Roman 2 345-6. As it quells, without it, NFI 169 N 1 176 184-5 NN 16-7 calls the text corrupt at this point. Knox apparatus records the heavy emendations proposed by Scott, Roman 2, 346, and Einarsson. My translation is close to Festugière's, except that he writes, Homs and possession do verb, where I have men who possess reason. The rare word in question, elegimos, occurs in the Hermetica only here and in the next paragraph. It can mean held in high regard or eloquent, but in this passage it is close to pneumatikos and opposed to a logos, unreasoning, literally, without logos, but here equivalent to sachikos. Rietzenstein, HMRYP. 415, ch. 1, 5. Festugière uses verb to preserve the opposition between lower men of reason, above, notes on Roman 4. 3-4, and the higher men who possess mind. Men who possess. Here men is andras, denoting the male gender, but humans and people in this section represent anthropos, on which see above c. H. Birth and change. NFI 185 N. 18 agrees with Scott Roman 2, 346-7. That change, metabol, is a euphemism for death here, but Festugière translates changement. Notes to pages 44-5 Roman 12. Freed, not affected, NFI 185 and 19 and Jonas Gnosis I pp 233-8 cite examples of Gnostic antinomianism as an ironious account against heresies 1, 6, 2, Leighton GSP 294 of Ptolemy's Ethics. They say that good behavior is necessary for us Christians, but that they are spirituals not by behavior but by nature. Roman 12, good demon. In writing, following Rietzenstein Poimenders, pp. 126-8, and NFI 111 Maha Hermes I 6 Roman 2 307-10, 1976 p. 213 sees these words as an allusion to a Hermetic nomology, the sayings of Agathodman on whom see above, note on C. H. X. 23. Cf. W. Kroll PW Roman 8/1 calls 800-1. Zielinski 1905, pp. 350-5 notes that the assumption of an oral tradition seems to be contradicted by Roman 13. 15. See also Roman 11. 22. Fr. Roman 2, 842. Ma also believes that the Hermetic writings originated for the most part from loose collections of sayings, logia, or sentences, namai, which gradually acquired a matrix of commentary, producing in the end a treatise like C. H. Roman 16. The Firstborn God, Scott Roman 2, 348-9, referring to S. H. Roman 23, explains that the good demon as Kh num, above, note on C. H. X. 23 was called firstborn, though this was properly an epithet of the god Turn, as was the Orphic deity Phanes. West, Orphic Poems, pp. 103-7, 202-12. At any rate, Rose 1947, p. 103 sees difficulty in the meaning of the particle gown, at any rate, in relation to the particle dio, thus, that opens section 8. All things are one. Scott Roman 2, 349-50, thinks that the words identified here as sayings of Agathodamon are without meaning as they stand. NFI 185-N, 20 refers to C. H. Roman 13, 17-18 and Roman 16. 3. Cf. Norden Agnostos pp. 248-9. The intellectual bodies. NFI 177 translates notisimata as itres intelligibles. The definite article ta is an editorial addition from a scribble correction, and in eternity on eternity as a god, aeon, see above, notes on Roman 11, 20. Good as well. According to NFI 185-6 and 21, the sayings of Agathodamon stop at this point. Roman 12. Fate and mind, NFI 177, 186 n. 23 proposes the insertion of chi, and, before Tunnu, mind, which was excised by earlier editors. On Gnosis as proof against fate, see Rietzenstein p. 382, Griffith's Isis Book pp. 243-4. Notes to pages 45-6 setting. Setting in both places Thanai. Setting is Foi de Candail's emendation, adopted in NFI 177. For the superiority of mind to fate, see NFI 186 n. 25 193-5. Jonah's Gnosis I pp. 203-5, and especially the text of Zosimus given in Rietzenstein, Poimanders pp. 102-6 and translated in FRI 263-73. For a recent edition and translation of Zosimus, see Jackson Zosimos pp. 16-37. Divinely said below section 12 delivered in C. H. 1 on Paradosis. Roman 12. I.O. defiling contact. NFI 178-187 n. 27 following Parthi. Correct syncrematizin from syncrematizo, to be associated with, to syncretizin, for which see also above C. H. X. 17, Roman 12. 11 all embodied. Auspicious name of this section and the beginning of the next, Festugiere, NFI 187 n. 28 writes, I despair of understanding. What Tat finds perfectly clear. Cf. Scott Roman 2, 351-3 who calls it obscure in the extreme. The phrase, but not everything, follows Ferguson's insertion of u after a somatin, incorporeal. Knock NFI 178 suggests that news is the implied subject of the sentence if there. Release from passion. Roman 12. 12 delivered, above section 9. To mankind, reason speech. Maha 1984, p. 55 compares v. F. A referring for clarification and contrast also to C. H. 1, Roman 4, 4-5 Asclep. 6 2241 AD 4 2 NHC VI 7 64 8-10 VI 8 66 31-3. Mankind, he utters. Several editors have removed these words which Festugiere NFI 187 n. 31, Scott IVF 385, attributes to a glossator who mistook the logos of sections 12-14 for the Stoic logos and diathetos. Reason conceived, as opposed to logos prophorikos, reason uttered. Festugière believes that the two correct senses of logos here are the intelligent speech or expression, which is common to all people, and the mystical logos that leads to immortality. All share the latter gift, but not all make use of it. Scott Roman 2, 353-4 agrees that the words are a gloss, but he thinks that they interpret the passage correctly. See above ch. 1 Roman 8. 1. If 1, the blessed, Rietzenstein Poimenders pp. 156-7 refers to PGM Roman 3. 595-601 Betts pp. 33-4. See also HMR p. 367. Cumont Lux p. 301, Roman 12. 13 Demon has said, above section 8, Roman 12. 14 as the body of the soul, a gloss according to NFI 188 and 35. Notes to pages 46-7 surrounds matter. Above, note on title for the suggestion that a new treatise or a second part of the same treatise begins here. Scott I 232. Necessity. Nature, below section 21 above ch. 1 Roman 11. 5. NFI 188 and 38, Scott Roman 2 358-9. Composite bodies, NFI 180 following Turnibus, inserts the definite article ta before Santherasamata, composite bodies. On the meaning of this difficult sentence, see NFI 188-9 NN 39-40, Scott Roman 2 359-60. Roman 12. 15 a number belonging, NFI 189 and 41 points out that the number arithmos must be greater than 1. Composition entails multiplicity, at least duality. Cf. Scott Roman 2 360-1. The Henads. Dissolved in Philebus 15a, Plato uses henads or unities, henades to mean examples of ones, and in 15b monads has the same meaning. Plotinus n. 9. 33-4 treats both henads and numbers as meaning forms. Later Neoplatonists, especially Proclus, elaborated a complex theology of divine henads. See Dodd's Elements pp. 257-60, c. H. Roman 4, 10-11 Roman 13, 12. NFI 180 following Scott corrects dialuomni to dialuomnin, dissolved, plenitude. Whole recurrence, above. Notes on c. H. 1, VI Roman 11, 2, Roman 12. 16 God be destroyed. NF 1, 180 following Parthi corrects a polsai to a polstai, be destroyed. Terminology of becoming Einarson in NFI 189-90 N, 49 and Roman 8. L, Roman 12. 17 Nurse of all. For the earth is nurse, CNFI 190 and 50, Plato Statesman 274a, above note on c. H, Roman 11. 7. Cannot beget, NFI 181 following Turnibus writes fuin, beget, for fuini. Fani and similar manuscript readings. Fourth part is idle. As one of the four elements, earth constitutes the fourth part of elementary nature, CC, H, Roman 11. 5. Scott Roman 2 362, NFI 190 NN, 51-2, Roman 12. 18 Changes, not death, for change, metabol as a euphemism for death, see above, note on section 6, ch Roman 8. 4. NFI 190 and 54. Immortal, spirit, above ch 1 x 16. Notes to pages 47-8 Roman 12. 19 Fit to keep. Converse, NFI 181 has capable. Dentran union avec for sunausia sticos. Scott I 235. Rights can, hold intercourse. Cf. AD 9, 6 Ma Hermes Roman 2 395 Asclep. 6. Inspiration. Oak tree, the word inspiration renders pneumatos above, note on c. H. I 5 Fontainrose Oracle pp. 196-201, 224-6. An oak tree is druos, on the oracular oak at Dodona and on problems in earlier translations of this passage, see Allen 1980, pp. 205-10. Platonism p. 66. See also Plato, Phaedrus 244b, 275b, Homer, Odyssey 14. 238. Burkert, Religion, p. 114-8. TD&T VI 338, 343-52, 407-9. Scott Roman 2 365-6. Cumont, Egypt pp. 158-63, Rietzenstein pp. 406-11, Roman 12. Sees heaven, sensing it, see Asclep. 6. He looks up to heaven, and the text cited by Scott Roman 2, 366-7, Roman 12, order of. This order, another untranslatable pun on cosmos and eukosmia, careful arrangement. C. H. Roman 4, 1-2, heavenly, providence, NFI 182 has tout si qui es offer another view for phenomenon but cf. pp. 190-1 62 for the special astronomical significance of the term, above section 14 for pronoia, providence. These are energies. For energies, energiae see above, note on C. HXL, NFI 191 64, Scott Roman 2 368-9, by. Then God, NFI 182 translates hupo alu theou as par un autardia. My version is based on Scott's insertion of edu after alu. Limbs of God, some manuscripts have mere, parts, for meal, limbs. God assumes the insertion of theou by Turnebus, NFI 182-191 66. Immortality, fate. Nature, for Hema, blood. In the manuscripts, Scott and Ferguson read Heimarmine, fate. Foi de Candale suggested pneuma, spirit, and Einarsson proposed harmonia, harmony or framework. Festugiere leaves a blank. In the New Testament, Hema is a word of theological significance, as in John 1:13, Acts 17:26. Cf. C. H. Roman 11. 5. Asclep. 39-40, TDNTI. 172-3, NFI 182-191 65 193-5. Scott Roman 2 369 IV 386, Dodd 4th Gospel P 305, Roman 12. Not energized. A heap. NFI 183-191 69 translates energaumenen, energized, as Messian suver, and suggests travaili and actualicy as possible alternatives. Cf. Above note on section 21, Scott Roman 2 369-70. Ross Aristotle's Metaphysics, p. 219, explains notes to pages 48-9 that heap, sorrows, is Aristotle's regular example of that which has not organic unity. In Metaphysics Z, 1040b 5-9, Aristotle contrasts actual substance with the mere potency of animal limbs or elements, which have no independent existence except as heaps of formless matter. Note also the possible pun on sorrows, a funeral urn. Materiality. Essence. NFI 183-191 71 following Patrizzi and a scribble corrector, corrects Hule energeia to Hule's energean, the energy of matter, inserts the definite article 10 before corporeality, immensi auga to tes augas of essence, and notes the rarity of the word hulotes, materiality, as well as Plotinus' treatment of it as a Gnostic neologism in Aeneid 2. 9, 10, 25-32, Roman 12. Has any bearing? NFI 183. 191-2 73 points out that peri, rendered as attribue, is ambiguous, connoting spatiality in the case of topos, place, and the more abstract relation of attribution in the case of poiotes, quality, cf. Scott Roman 2 370-1. Show this. Be evil. NFI 183 has verb for logon, discourse, but cf. p. 192 and 74. Lactantius, who cites these two sentences in Latin in Divine Institute 6. 25. Scott Roman 2 371, Roman 4 19 1 22 2 has verbum, but Scott writes that if the word logon occurred at all in the passage as originally written, it probably meant discourse or teaching. Knock 1937, p. 463, cites this last sentence as one evidence in the Hermetica of antipathy to popular cultus. Cf. 1, 31-2 Roman 4. 7. Asclep. 41. A secret dialogue of Hermes Trismegistus on the mountain to his son Tat. On being born again, and on the promise to be silent for different arrangements of the title. C. Grees, Early Christian, pp. 2, 62-4, 67, who sees C. H. Roman 13 as a dialogue only formally, regarding it as a sort of catechism to which Tat makes no real contribution. FRI 15 maintains that there are really people in action here and the dialogue is not artificial. Scott Roman 2 373-5 identifies the 13th treatise as a Dixidikos Logos, above CHXL, and believes that it is one of the latest of the extant Hermetica because of its dependence on C, H, I, and Roman 11. Cf. Grees, Early Christian, pp. 48-9, 187. 199-201. For pagan, Jewish, and Christian uses of the mountain Oros, as a site of revelation to such figures as Zoroaster, Moses, and Hermes, author of the Shepherd 78. 4. See Reitzenstein, Poimenders, p. 33, notes to page 49 p. 377, Zielinski 1905, pp. 323-4, 346-7, NF Roman 2, 200-3 n. 1. PGM Roman 12. 92-6, Betts p. 156, TD&TV 475-87. Festugier NF Roman 2, 200 translates Epangelias, Promise as Rigi, but cf. p. 203 n3, section 22 below s. h. VIL, NHCVI 6. 52. 2. TD&T Roman 2, 577-9. Ma 1974b, p. 58, and Scott Roman 2, 375. Dodd Bible, pp. 240-1, Fourth Gospel, pp. 44-53, believes that the theme of palingenesia, rebirth or being born again, which occurs 11 times in this logos, but only once elsewhere Roman 3. 3 in the Greek treatises, is no evidence of biblical influence in this dialogue, but he prints a list of 22 passages in which he finds striking parallels between c.h. Roman 13 and the Gospel and First Epistle of John, cf. Grees, Early Christian, pp. 52, 72-3, who points out that the term palingenesia is to be found only once in the New Testament, in Tit. 3. 5. Dodd also sees many points of contact between the Septuagint and the hymn in sections 17-18, but Ma. Hermes I, 21, 41-4, 53-4 Roman 2, 288, proposes Egyptian parallels and emphasizes the similarities between this treatise and NHCVI. On rebirth and other themes, Kieser, Discourse p. 13, provides a schematic comparison of VI to CH. Roman 13, seeing both as examples of the mystery liturgy of Hermes Trismegistus. Scott, Roman 2, 374, suggests that the Hermetists probably got this conception either from the Christians or from some pagan mystery cult, but Butchsel TDNTI 686-9 points out that palingenesia was a Stoic invention, the opposite of ekpurosis, above note on c.h. 117, and that Plutarch, Lucian, Varro, and other writers transferred the reference of the term from the cosmos to the individual. See also Griffith's Isis Book, pp. 51-5, 258-9. Reitzenstein, HMR, pp. 333-7, treats palingenesia as one of several terms for religious transformation, and Dodd's Anxiety, p. 76, calls the Hermetic rebirth an actual change of identity, the substitution of a divine for a human personality, either by a magical ritual or by an act of divine grace or by some combination. Troger Gnosis, pp. 34-5, 57, emphasizes the common interest of Roman 13 and PGM Roman 4. 475-829, Betts, pp. 48-54, in rebirth and apotheoses as goals of a mystery, admitting the sacramental character of palingenesia, but denying its cultic reality. The same author, 1973, pp. 118-19, concludes that there were small circles of Hermetists who used the present treatise as the basis of religious discussions and meditation. In HMR, pp. 51-2, 64, 242-5, Reitzenstein applied to c.h. Roman 13 the famous term lesse mysterium or reading mystery, by which he meant that the Hermetic mystery does not present a mystery in the strict sense of the term, but rather the description notes to page 49 of 1, the author plays the role of the mystagogue, and hopes his presentation will exert upon the reader the same effect as the actual mystery. Although Grees, Early Christian, pp. 201-2, agrees that one can even describe it as a les mysterium, he means something different, nothing in c.h. Roman 13 indicates that the tractate by itself is intended to work regeneration in those who read it. Its purpose is rather to teach. The liturgical references serve as reminders for those who have already been initiated, in reminding the reader of his former regeneration. C.H. Roman 13 creates the understanding that the ceremony should have given Grease, pp. 50-4, also expresses caution about Trager's central thesis, that Roman 13 can be characterized as a Gnostic document that makes use of terminology from the Mysteries, but see also Sfamni Gasparo, 1965, pp. 43-61. Festugier, who devotes most of 2 chapters of his Revelation, Roman 4, 200-67, Esp. 210, 216-17, 249. Cf. I 296-7, 303-8, Roman 2, 15-16, to themes of regeneration in c. H. Roman 13 also notes the significance of initiatory magic for this treatise, especially PGM Roman 4. 475-732, the recipe for immortality that Dieterich called the Mithras liturgy. See also Jonah's Gnosis I, pp. 200-2. Mayer's Liturgy, pp. 7-10. Roman 13, 1 General Discourses, above note on title and c. H. X. L. VI 6, 54. 7-18 Ma Hermes I 95-6 Grease Early pp. 67-71. Coming Down, Knock NF Roman 2 200 Grease Early Christian pp. 2-3, cf. Scott Roman 2 375, adopts Rietzenstein's reading of Catabasios, Coming Down, for Metabasios, passage in the manuscripts. Catabano had important cultic and eschatological uses, TD&TI 522-3. Fowden A. pp. 4998, however, renders Oris as desert and keeps Metabasios, giving coming out of the desert. Said, deliver it, one of 2 mentions of paradosis in this section. See also below, sections 2-3, 15-16, NHCVI 6, 52. 6-7, Mah 1974b, p. 59. You were, to the cosmos. Festugier NF Roman 2 220. FR Roman 4 200 encloses this phrase in quotation marks because it is Tat's report of a promise made to him by Hermes. The U in the quotation marks refers to Tat, see Grease Early Christian pp. 3-4, cf. Rietzenstein Poimenders p. 339, W. Kroll, PW Roman 8/1, p. 804. The verb apalatriu, estrange or alienate, occurs in the New Testament in similar usage, f. 2:12-4, 18 Col. 121, TD&TI 265, but the themes of exile, estrangement, and alienation were central to Gnosticism. The notes to page 49 prayer studied by Knock, 1934, pp. 364-6 contains the phrase, I made myself a stranger alatrian to all vice and godlessness. See also, Leighton, G.S. pp. 54-60, Jonah's Gnosis I pp. 122-6, 199-200 Roman 2 pp. 26-9, Gnostic Religion pp. 49-51, Trager Gnosis pp. 82-3, 97-9, NF Roman 2 205-6 and 8, Scott Roman 2 375-6. My Purpose. Of the Cosmos, Festugier NF Roman 2 200, 206 n. 9 cf. Grease Early Christian pp. 4-576, Jonah's Gnosis I p. 149, has J.I. Fortifi Monosprit for Apandreosa to Enemoiphroma, above what I need, NHCVI 6, 54. 17, Ma 1974b p. 59, give me. Born Again, Knock NF Roman 2 200, cf. Grease Early Christian p. 4 n. 1 reads Palingenesias, genitive, and inserts genison after it, which Festugier translates as Le Processus de la Regeneration. But FR Roman 4, 200 n. 3 adopts Palingenesian accusative from other manuscripts, without the addition of genison, suggesting transmetter la regeneration or livre, la formule de la regeneration as alternatives. Scott Roman 2, 376 proposes cause me to be born again. Fowden A. pp. 108-9, noting that Palingenesia occurs frequently in this treatise, also insists on the importance of the theme of rebirth in all the more initiatory texts. He understands Hermetic rebirth as a negation of physical birth and a liberation from fate and materiality. See below note on section 12 and the definition of rebirth in section 13. Several sections, 1, 3, 4, 7, 10, 22, cf. 14 of this treatise like c. H. Roman 4, Asclep. 41 and NHC VI. 6. 60, 1-32 assume that rebirth can happen to a living mortal, but c. H. 1. 24-6 like Roman 9. 6 SHVI 18 describes an experience accessible only after the death of the body. Troger Gnosis pp. 140-1, Fowden APP 109-10. See also PGM Roman 3. 599-600 Betts pp. 33-4. NFI 125-6 and 27. Rietzenstein HMR 305 371-2 453-4. Mankind was born. Note that NF Roman 2 200, 208 and 12 capitalizes Elham as in C, H, I, CF, C, H, 1 on Anthropos. Roman 13. Child, silence. The womb is not in the Greek but is easily inferred from the previous sentence. Cf. PGM Roman 4. 517-18 Betts P48, in which the subject is born mortal from mortal womb but transformed. Chaldean Oracles 30 Des Places P73, which speaks of a source of sources, a womb that contains all things, and 16 Des Places P70, which mentions the silence of the fathers, from which God feeds himself, also the beginning of Irenaeus' account against heresies 1. 1 Latin GSP 281 of Ptolemy's Gnostic myth, which describes a pre-existent perfect entity. The deep, uncontained, notes to page 49 invisible, everlasting and unengendered, in great stillness and silence, and with it coexisted thought, which they also call loveliness and silence. And the deep took thought to emit a source of the entirety, and it deposited this emanation, like sperm, in the womb of silence, which brought forth intellect. For Sophia Noera and Sige, Festugier, NF Roman 2 200, has la sages intelligent dans la silence, explaining on p. 208 and 13 that Sige here is, I think, a Gnostic entity, but in FR Roman 3 168 and 6, he writes, "It was mistaken of me to see Gnostic entities here Sophia Sige. The womb is the soul of the initiate himself fitly disposed. As recommended in Roman 13, he collects his thoughts in silence. Here we have the equivalent of 1:30. For silence as divine mother associated with wisdom, see Pagel's Gospels pp. 50-4. Braun Jean p. 295 sees correspondences here and elsewhere in c. H. Roman 13 to the language of John's Gospel, as above 1, and below in Asclep 24, but cf. Festugier 1944, pp. 259-60. Brock 1983, pp. 203-9, notes the appearance of this passage through section 4 in a Christian Syriac text of the 6th or 7th century. See also J. Kroll Laren p. 8, Scott Roman 2 376-7, IV 387, Festugier HMP p. 62, and F Roman 2 206 and 11, FR Roman 3 34, Roman 4 76-7, 201, Louis. Oracles pp. 25 77-8, 82-5, 110-11, 160-1, 169, 267-8, 296-7, 335, 341-3, 397-8. Troger Gnosis pp. 154-7, Grease Early pp. 5, 79-80. Above notes on c. H. 1, Roman 11, 2, AD v2, Leighton GS pp. 31-2, 92, 97-8, 107, 248, 287. The will, NF Roman 2 208-9 and 14 refers to c. H. 1, Roman 4, 1 v7, J. Kroll Laren pp. 28-9 below note on when he wishes in this section. My essence, NF Roman 2 201 following Rietzenstein brackets Chi test notes, and mind after Auge's essence. Grease Early p6 agrees. Composed. Powers. Festugier has de touts les puissances for ek paspen dunamen in NF Roman 2 201, but in FR Roman 3 154 and Roman 4 201 he has sulement de puissances. Cf. NF Roman 2 209 n. 15. Grease Early Christian pp. 781, Scott I 241 Roman 2 379 Wholly Composed. Tell me a riddle, cf. NHCVI 6 52, 22-4, Ma 1974b p 59. Such a lineage, following Scott I 241, Festugière translated Tauto to Genos as set sort de chose in NF Roman 2, 201 but in FR Roman 4, 201 n. 1 he suggests set descendants racial don't le contexte monterquel est divine, cf. TD&TI 684-5, Gries Early Christian pp. 7-8, Trager Gnosis p. 112. When he wishes, above note on the will in this section and the gift in c. H. Roman 4, 5. Notes to pages 49-50 Roman 13. I have, lineage, Scott I 241 Roman 2 380 and Parthi Pomander p. 116 read this as a question. NF Roman 2 201 210 and 20 makes it a declarative statement, set off in quotation marks. Slightly amended, Scott Roman 2 380, the words scan as a line of verse, in which Festugière sees a password in reverse, cf. ch. 130, pgm Roman 4. 574-5 Betts p49, I am a star, wandering about with you and shining forth out of the deep. Gries Early Christian, pp. 985-7 gives I am a foreign son of the father's race, and points out the resemblance to another password in NHCV 3, the first apocalypse of James. Begrudge NF Roman 2 210 and 21 refers to c. H Roman 4 and Asclep. 1. Seeing. Unfabricated vision. Unfabricated translates aplastin, which is immaterial in NF Roman 2 201, but incre in FR Roman 4 202, uncreated in Dodd, 4th Gospel p44, and true in Gries Early Christian p9. TD&T VI 262 sees the meaning merely physical for plastos in dualistic writings such as c. H. Roman 13 and by extension forged, fabricated, invented. The feigned words of Roman 2 Peter 2, 3 are plastoi. Aplastos can also be a variant of aplatos, terrible, monstrous, which except for the occurrence below of plastos fabrication, might be a reasonable reading in reference to the awful vision of c. H. I. Scott I 241 has not fashioned out of matter. After seeing, horon occurs a pronoun tai that NF Roman 2 201 marks unintelligible, noting that Rietzenstein thought it simply a placeholder for an illegible word. Not what I was, Trager Gnosis pp. 103-5 refers to Acts of Thomas 15 Henneck, NTA Roman 2 p. 450. Taught, here below, literally and not by this fabricated element through which it is possible to see, cf. Scott Roman 2, 380 and Gries Early Christian p. 9 who has not even by this fabricated element through which comes sight. Therefore, no longer, NF Roman 2, 201 reads dio kai, therefore, even for kai dio and aucheti, no longer, for ouch hodi. Gries Early Christian p9 has the first composite form also does not concern me, but the personal references in the following sentences perhaps justify the looser, gni plus sauci de set premier form composi qui fut la mienne, in NF Roman 2, 201. On death and renewal see also pgm Roman 4. 515-20, 645-50, 718-22 Betts, pp. 48-50-52, Rietzenstein, pp. 210-12, 328-32, Poimenders, pp. 368-70, NF Roman 2, 210, n. 32. Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 381 refers to a, d, 7a, gazing, what I am, NF Roman 2, 201 inserts I me u, not. I am, before katanoes, understand. For samadhi kai horaze, Festugière has less you do cor et. Levu sensible, and Scott I 240 based his notes to page 50 bodily eyesight on an emendation of samadhi kai to samatike. Gries's Early Christian p9, looking closely at my body and appearance, works just as well. Fowden A. p28 notes that from the point of view of this paragraph Hermes is a mortal who eventually gains immortality. Roman 13, progenitor of rebirth. Scott I 238-9 Roman 2 377-8 who transposes this question and answer to paragraph 2 amends Genesiorgos, progenitor to Telesiergos, ministrant by whom the consummation is brought to pass, and Festugière NF Roman 2 211 n. 27 cf. FR Roman 4 203 agrees that Genesiorgos has this meaning here I, referring to initiation in a mystery cult, in which the Telesiergos, is the man through whose ministration the initiation is completed and the musts is made teleos. See below section 21, Rietzenstein p. 48, Grees Early Christian pp 10 96-7. Primal man for anthropos hies festugier nf Roman 2 202 has unhom cameles otters, adding p 211 n, 28 Einarsson's suggestion of elham un as in c. H. ICCH. 1. On anthropos, Roman 13. 6. The unsullied self-apprehended, on this sequence as a kind of negative theology, see festugier, religion, pp. 137-8, who has new, brilliant fertigumnon, tophanon in nf Roman 2, 202 but elsewhere, 211 n, 30a, fr Roman 4, 72 n. 1. He omits the second article and takes phanon as modifying tegumnon, see qui apparate new. In Gnostic accounts of the Garden of Eden and in more abstract contexts, nakedness had a negative value, Leighton, G.S. pp. 45-6, 71, 177, 255, 333-4, but cf. 347, 384. See Pagels, Eve p. 12 on Jubilees 3. 16-31 for a view from Hellenistic Judaism. See also Grees, Early pp. 10-11, 100 and Scott Roman 2, 382-3 for self-apprehended, which assumes tahauto catalepton rather than auto. Troger Gnosis pp. 90-7 provides a list of 17 pairs of contrary terms to illuminate his argument for Gnostic dualism in this treatise. Awareness. Blocked, Ma, Hermes I 97, commenting on NHC VI 6, 54. 18-22. Diffuses, if something, reading upnoon, diffuses, for sump noon, see NF Roman 2, 202, 212-13 n, 32. After air, knock shows a lacuna which Rietzenstein rilled conjecturally with aesthese hupapipte ho decoris tauten, the reading followed here. Birth in God, festugier NF Roman 2, 212 n, 33, cf. I 25 n, 67, FR Roman 3, 114, Roman 4, 202 explains this phrase, 10n theogenesin by reference to notes to pages 50-1 the higher powers of c. H. 1. That enter into God en theogenontai or are born in God. See also below sections 7 and 10, Roman 13, draw it, will begin, NF Roman 2, 203, 212 n. 34 following Turnibus emens ite to esti, will begin, and festugier has a tirela for epispasi, but Dodd's anxiety p. 76 and 5 writes that the candidate for divinization has to draw in the divine breath, cf. FR Roman 3, 169-74 Roman 4, 216, 249, PGM Roman 4. 537-40, 628-30, Betts, pp. 4850. Grees Early Christian, pp. 13, 105-6, has draw into yourself, following Einarsson. Cleanse. Tormentors for other accounts of this process of purgation and dematerialization, see notes on the vehicle and tunic in 1, Roman 3, Roman 7. 2. NF Roman 2, 213 n. 36 cites PGM Roman 7. 303 Betts p. 125, a love charm with a command in the name of those who have been placed in charge of the punishments. Cf. Scott Roman 2, 384-5. 1 Roman 12, 4. 12 in number, NF Roman 2, 212 n. 37 refers to the phrase zodiacal circle in section 12 below as confirmation that this list of 12 vices is zodiacal, as other lists of 7 c. H. 1. 23-5 VI 1-3 Roman 9. 3 may be planetary. Gundel and Gundel, Astrologumena p. 311. The soul, which has accreted these vices in its fall through the zodiac, sheds them as it ascends. See also Rietzenstein, Poimenders, pp. 214-15 n, I and FRI 280 n. 4, 367, for similar material in the final accounting of Zosimus and Braun Jean p. 268 for Essene parallels, cf. Scott Roman 2, 385, Grees Early Christian pp. 111-12. Use the prison, inward person, following a scribble note NF Roman 2, 203 corrects the definite article 2 before prison from Tauto in the manuscripts. See above note on c. H. Roman 12. 12 for the Stoic term and diathetos, inward, which Scott Roman 2, 386 finds impossible in this sense. Cf. Fowden, A.P. 108, NF Roman 2, 212, n. 39 and Greece Early Christian pp. 113-15, who call attention to the pollen conceptions of inward and outward man, e.g., Roman 2 Cor. 4, 16, and to the analogous material in Zosimus and other sources discussed by Reitzenstein, pp. 450-1, Jackson Zosimos, pp. 23, 29, 43, 49. Roman 13. U. Mercy. CFR Roman 4, 203 and 3. On catapause, you will obstruct as second person, future, middle of catapao with an active meaning, cf. NF Roman 2, 203, Scott Roman 2, 387. Dodd, Bible p. 240, thinks that the mention of mercy here, above in section 7, and below notes to page 51 in section 10 is much more Hebraic than Greek. But Greece Early Christian p. 117 disagrees. For the Father's mercy in a Gnostic text, see Leighton, GS pp. 261-2. See also Ma, Hermes I 100-1, and above notes on will and wishes in section 2. Henceforth Festugiere, NF Roman 2, 213 n. 43, also Scott Roman 2 p. 387, explains that between this word and the previous sentence one must imagine a period of silence and ritual action, as in NHCVI. 6. 57. 26-8 Ma, Hermes I 111, which mentions a kiss. The first Greek word of this sentence, chair, rejoice, was used in Mithraic rites to greet the new initiate. TD&T Roman 9, 362. Greece Early Christian, pp. 117-18, however, sees no need for a break here and puts the end of the initiation at the close of section 9. But see below, section 16. J. E. Menard 1977, pp. 163-5 compares sections 8-10 with NHC Roman 3. 5. 142. 16-24 VI 335, 2-18. Powers, the word, for the arrival of the powers CVI 6, 57. 28-30, Ma 1974b p 61. NF Roman 2, 204, gives purifiant affond for anacatiraminos, but FR Roman 4, 203, has purify et renove tout ensemble. In the same place, Festugiere has la construction en toi du verbe, cf. Dodd, 4th Gospel p. 46 for sonarthrosin tu lago, but the version in NF Roman 2 is el adjointment des members du verbe. Explained in NF Roman 2, 213 and 44, as the construction of the new man, who is the divine word in us and elsewhere, HMP p22 as the logos interior to man. Greece Early Christian p15 has to build up the logos. See also Fowden, AP 108, Scott IVF 387-8, Jonas Gnosis I p 201, and Reitzenstein Historia pp 99-100, pp 48-5099, 338-51, which interprets this phrase in light of Call 3, 5-15 on vices, virtues, and members of one body. The basic perspective of the Hermetic writing is that a specific number of vices form the natural man, and a like number of virtues form the God or the new man. Reitzenstein goes on to describe a 7-part and a 12-part system for this assemblage of vices and virtues in Iranian, Jewish, and Greek sources. Cf. Studian, p. 45. Festugiere 1944, p. 260 refers to f. 412. Van Moorsel Mysteries pp. 109-10 connects this reintegration by means of reassembling and contraction with a distant memory of the Egyptian custom of disassembling and reassembling the defunct in imitation of Osiris. Iverson, Doctrine pp. 44-5 suggests Egyptian analogues for some of the 10 powers. Ignorance Expelled, Fowden A. p. 109, contrasts the gnosis achieved suddenly in this treatise with the gradual ascent described in c. H1, 24-6 and Roman 4, 8-9, notes to page 51 Roman 13. Next level, Justice, Fowden A. p. 97, cites this occurrence of the word bathmos, step, rank, grade, in arguing that the initiatory Hermetica c. H. I. Roman 13 NHCVI contain the best evidence for his view that the Hermetica present a philosophical paideia composed of progressive steps, bathmoi, beginning with episteme of earthly humanity and of the cosmos as God's creation, moving through gnosis of God himself and of the essential man, and culminating in man's divinization, Ibid, pp. 95-115, cf. NHC. VI 6, 52, 54, 63, 9 sh Roman 23. 7 Ma 1974b, p. 59, Kieser Discourse p. 67. Grees Early Christian pp. 16-17, 124-5, 129, understands bathmos to refer to a step in the procedure of regeneration and not to a metaphorical ascension to heaven parallel to I. As Knock had proposed, Grees also prefers basis to seat as a translation of Hedrasma. Ma Hermes I 46 argues that the disciple in NHC VI 6, 52, 54, 57 undergoes only the 8th and 9th levels of purification, while C. H. Roman 13 presents all 10 levels. Without a judgment, NF Roman 2, 204 following Parthi, amends K. Tysios to Chrysios, made just, see Arndt and Gingrich S.V. Dikeu, 3 AC, which explains that Paul uses the word almost exclusively of God's judgment, so that dikaiostai means be acquitted, be pronounced and treated as righteous. As a theological technical term, be justified. In the language of the mystery religions, dikaiostai refers to a radical interchange which the initiate experiences, as in this passage, which Dodd Bible, pp. 58-9, identifies as the only non-Christian text in which dikaiostai means be made righteous. Dodd also argues that the mystical interpretation of the passage, which comes from Reitzenstein, does not do justice to the context. At each stage, an ethical change takes place. C. H. Roman 13 is one of the few Hermetica where Christian influence may be traced. In that case, the author must have been acquainted with Pauline language as interpreted by Greek commentators, but this is uncertain. Schrenk, TD&T Roman 2, 213, claims that in this passage edikeathemen, perhaps consciously given a Christian reference, definitely means we have become sinless, but Grees Early Christian, pp. 17, 125 disagrees, opting for righteous or pure. Festugier NF Roman 2, 213 n. 45 denies that the word means justified in the Pauline sense Rom. 321-4, 66, cf. Itim. 3, 16, Scott Roman 2, 388 finds a purposeful ambiguity, pronounced just and made just. Greed liberality, Grees Early Christian p. 17 has generosity for koinonian, NF Roman 2, 204 has la bonte partage, but cf. FR Roman 3, 155, notes to pages 51-2 Scott Roman 2, 388, TD&T Roman 3, 798-800. See above, CHX. For koinonia in another sense, the community of souls among gods, humans, and animals. The good has been fulfilled. The word fulfilled, peplerodai, is related to pleroma, on which see above, note on C. H. VI 4. These words mark one phase in the battle of virtues against vices, but according to Ferguson, Scott IVF 388-9, the virtues named so far are the planetary 7, not a zodiacal 12. The 7th virtue is truth, followed by the good. Life and light to make up the decad announced in section 10. For life and light, see above CH 1-9, Klein Lichterminology pp. 108-10. NF Roman 2, 213 and 46 says that this relation sometimes one of opposition between a higher decad and a lower dodecad, above C. H. Roman 11. 2 was a feature of Gnostic belief, as for instance in the system of 30 eons composed of an ogdode, a decad, and a dodecad. In Ptolemy's myth, Leighton, GSY pp. 282-3, cf. 31-4, after the word and life emit 10 eons, the man and the church emit another 12. Scott Roman 2, 388-9, explains the relation among 7, 12, and 10 as the result of redaction and interpolation. Cf. Reitzenstein Historia pp. 108-10, Roman 13. 10 the 12, divinized NF Roman 2, 204, 214 n. 48 following Reitzenstein, emends dodekatin to dodekata, 12, and ethiorethemen to ethiothemen, divinized. Troger. Gnosis p12 recognizes intelligibles, reading noten, intelligibles, with cumot for tauten and amending sunistaminos to sunistamnon, constituted, with knock and patrazy. Festugier translates les puissances divines, which assumes dunamen for tauten. NF Roman 2, 205, 214 n. 49. Puch 1946-7, pp. 116-17, notes a passage in the Phaedrus commentary of Hermes in which Hermes is depicted as the archetypal Gnostic who attains rebirth by self-recognition. Roman 13. Made me tranquil, festugiere, nf Roman 2, 205, 214 n. 51 translates aclines as inebranable and associates it with the state of mystical repose attained by the initiate. Gree's Early Christian, pp 17, 135-6, has steadfast. Scott Roman 2, 390 thinks the word probably corrupt. Louis Oracles, p. 373 discusses the unbent vision of the soul's eye. Womb, everywhere, Scott Roman 2, 391, points out the resemblance of this passage to c. H. Roman 11, 20, see also AD 6, 2, Ma Hermes Roman 2, 377, 12, by 10, above note on section 9 and below on 12, Roman 13. This tent, the normal word for tent, is skene. The word used here and in paragraph 15 below, skenesy, is usually figurative for notes to page 52 the body as a place of lodging, e.g., lodging for the soul, a usage occurring as early as the pre-Socratics, TD&T Roman 7, 368-9, 381-3. NF Roman 2, 214 n. 53, cites Roman 2 Cor. 5 1-4 as well as PGM Roman 4. 448, 495 Betz, pp 46-48, see also, Wist. 9, 15, Rietzenstein HMR pp. 450-2, and for the corresponding verb, skenu, John 1, 14. Here, as Fowden points out, A. p. 109, cf. Festugiere HMP p. 63, Scott Roman 2, 392, the tent of the body is subject to fate because it was made by the zodiac. Constituted of, confusion after ek of, NF Roman 2, 205, brackets arithman, numbers, as redundant, given the appearance of ton arithman as well. Festugiere, NF Roman 2, 205. 214, NN, 53-55, who calls this paragraph heavily mutilated, prefers elements, Stoichean Rietzenstein, to entities onton, and also attaches the phrase to mankind's confusion, eyes plain in 2 anthropu to the end of the first sentence of the paragraph, as does Gree's Early Christian, p. 19, but Rietzenstein identified a lacuna after appearance ideas. For omniform, pantomorphu, and its zodiacal meaning, see Roman 16, 12, Asclep, 1935, Scott Roman 2, 392-3, cf. Festugiere 1953, p. 237. Disjunctions, anger, Einarsson NF Roman 2, 214 and 53 points out that if 4 of the 12 vices constitute 2 diazeugiae, disjunctions, couples in Festugiere NF Roman 2, 205, divisions in Gree's Early Christian p. 19 which act as unities, the 12 become 10. See above, note on c. H. Vi. 1 for the Valentinian Suseugiae. Recklessness and anger make one such unified disjunction, the other is not named. Gree's Ibid. pp. 139-42 criticizes this analysis. NF Roman 2, 205 indicates a lacuna after act, praxe. Retreat, literally make themselves a separation, ten apostas impoianti, for which NF Roman 2, 205 has batten and retreat and Scott I 247 has depart. Gree's Early Christian p. 19 has they all depart when they are driven out by the 10. Decad engenders. Decad the Henad, Cumont NF Roman 2. 215 NN, 56-8, identifies 6 as the number that usually generates soul, but on the decad as a good psychogenic number, see Scott IVF 388-9, where Ferguson also notes Rietzenstein's remarks, HMR, pp. 49-50. See also Erbsing's Mysterium, pp. 94-7, 156-62 on the Greek letter I as the sign of Aeon. As a numeral, I means 10, but it can also represent unity. Old Testament tens, commandments, pre-Diluvian patriarchs, arc measurements, are mostly positive, and Philo considered 10 a perfect number. Aware of the usually inferior position of soul vis-a-vis spirit in the trichotomous anthropology of the Gnostics, Trager Gnosis, pp. 99-103, concludes that the soul and spirit engendered here by the decad refer to the same divine entity. See also c. H. 1. Notes to page 52 Roman 4, Roman 12. 15. TD&T Roman 2, 36-7, Bauset, Hauptproblem p. 341, Gree's Early Christian p. 19 Roman 13, Father, IN Mind CF, NHCVI, 6, 57, 31-58, 8, Mahe 1974b, p. 61. Dimensions himself wishes. NF Roman 2, 206 following Rietzenstein shows a lacuna after dimensions diastatin. Festugier NF Roman 2, 215 n. 61 conjectures Han Eyes Seymourian, that, for you alone, for eyes Han which knock obelizes along with the verb hupomnematisamen, I have noted down. Fowden AP 99 interprets the verb in the context of C, H, 1, and also of NHCVI, 6, where Hermes urges Tat to write this book for the temple of Diospolis in hieroglyphic characters, on steels of turquoise, cf. FR Roman 2, 41, the phrase, but, to those whom adopts Rietzenstein's edition of all, but, before eyes whose also obelized by knock. Casting it all follows Festugier's interpretation of Diabole 2 Pantos in FR Roman 4, 205 n. 1, cf. NF Roman 2, 215 n. 62 and Scott I 255 Roman 2, 394 who has maligners of the universe and transposes this whole sentence to the end of the discourse. See also, Asclep. 1, TD&T Roman 2, 72, Grease Early Christian pp. 19-21, 146-8, Roman 13, Profaned, NF Roman 2, 206, 215 n. 63 has effect June Sueler for Asabetheseti, interpreting it on the basis of Plato, Laws 877e, where the topic is a house defiled by crime and thus needing ritual purification. Cf. Scott Roman 2, 395, Roman 13, 15 Father, been purified. My translation of these two sentences involves several departures from NF Roman 2, 206, 215 NN. 65-7, as set forth by Festugier in FR Roman 3, 154 n. 1 Roman 4, 164-5, n. 4, 206 NN. 1-3. I had entered preserves the manuscript reading mu, I, over Rietzenstein su u. Just as Cathos begins a new sentence in NF Roman 2, but Festugier's later version breaks the sentence between foretold ethispes and child teknon, inserting with Scott an O of direct address between them. See also, above section 12 on tent, C, H, I, title 9, 24, 26, Scott Roman 2, 395, Grease Early pp 22, 153-4, Ogdode, above C, H, 1, 26. Poimendracy the mind written down. Festugier NF Roman 2, 216 NN. 68-9, cf. I 172-3. FR Roman 2, 8 points out the titles Mind of Sovereignty and Word of Sovereignty in C, H. 1, 30 concludes that the material written down is C, H, I, but notes other correspond notes to pages 52-3 denses between this treatise and C, H. Roman 11 and Roman 12. Comparing this passage to C, H, Roman 12, Fowden A. p. 102, Zielinski 1905 p. 350 remarks that one treatise appears to dismiss another as apocryphal. See also, Scott Roman 2, 395-6, Ma Hermes I 6, entrusted, NF Roman 2, 207, 216 n 71 has a present for epitreps, while Scott I 249 Roman 2, 396-7 has left it to me. Roman 13. End of everything, the end of the discourse up to this point before the hymn or else the end of the initiation, according to NFI 216 n. 73, above note on henceforth in section 8. Secret, silence, above sections 1 and below 22. Stand in the East. For a similar ritual, see Asclepius 41, NF Roman 2, 217 n 75, 352, 398 NN. 341-2, Braun Jean pp. 262-3 suggests Essene parallels. Formula Roman 4, Scott Roman 2, 398-9 thinks that this fourth logos was one of a set of hymns extracted from the corpus, the three others being 1, V, and Asclepius 41. He also attempts a reading of the hymn, pp. 409-18, as accented poetry in the Byzantine style rather than classical Greek meter. Grease Early Christian, pp. 159-64, doubting the metrical analysis of sections 17-20 in Scott and Zuntz, 1955, pp. 174-7 is reluctant to draw any conclusions about the other three hymns. Festugier, NF Roman 2, 217 n. 76 agrees with Scott on c. h. 1, and Asclepius 41. Knock, however, thinks that the number was an accident of redaction and suggests formula for logos. He 1929 a. p. 194 and Festugier cites several resonant passages in the magical papyri, pgm 1, 96-132 Roman 4, L 167-1226 Roman 13, 343 Betz pp. 5-6, 61, 182. On the question of biblical influences in the hymn, see above, note on the title of this discourse, and Gree's Early Christian pp. 166-73. Maha Hermes I 117 Roman 2 288-292. Fowden, AP 110, cites parallels to Egyptian hymns of the XVIth and XL-XDH dynasties and to NHC-VI. 6. 59. Also Sedgelberg, 1977, pp. 64-6, Roman 13. Locke, Torrent cf. Zuntz, 1955, pp. 156-8. Lord of Creation 1, on Craftsman, Zuntz, 1955, pp. 167-8, cites similar language in LXX Judith 9:12 and Roman 3 Mace 2:3, but he also stresses the unbiblical character of the opening words of this section, Posiphuses, every nature. Sweetwater, uninhabitable cf. Zuntz, 1955, pp. 158-60, 170-2, LXX Job 3826. Note the dating problem identified by Zuntz. Roman 13. 18 powers within, Festugier, NF Roman 2, 217 NN. 78-9, divides the hymn here and calls the first part proprement mystique, but Scott notes to page 53 Roman 2, 401, begins the second part earlier, with He is the mind's eye, as does Gree's Early Christian, pp. 158-9, 165, 176, who suggests that the Hermetic cult may have been responsible for the initial hymn to the Creator God, and that the instructions from Hermes for singing the hymn were originally rubrics for the cult. Grees compares this first part of the hymn with various hymnic or confessional passages in early Christian literature. Knowledge, life and light, for enlightenment, light, life and gnosis, see Klein, Lichterminology, pp. 112-14, above section 9. From you, NF Roman 2, 208 following Rietzenstein corrects ap v Heman to ap w human from you. Through me your, my word, this translation adopts the punctuation suggested in FR Roman 4, 208 n. 5, 246-7 n. 1 setting to pan, universe, in commas as a vocative and dropping the comma after logo. My word. Cf. Gree's Early Christian pp. 28-9, 181-2. Note that Festugier translates logic enthusian, speech offering, as sacrifice spiritual in NF Roman 2, 208, but as sacrifice immaterial in FR Roman 4, 247, on this key term here and in the next section. CCH 1, 31, NF Roman 2, 217 N, 81 Roman 13. 19 Your counsel returns, following Rietzenstein's punctuation, Poimanders p. 347, HMR p. 422, Scott IVF 389, NF Roman 2, 217 N, 82, a comma after a posu from you, but not after epi c to you. Cf. Gree's Early Christian pp. 28-9, Zuntz 1955, p. 155. For counsel, bool, which Rietzenstein identifies here with wisdom, Sophia, see above, ch. 1, 8. God. Spiritualize. Craftsman, reading pneumatize with Kale, NF Roman 2, 208. Klein, Lichterminology, p. 115. For pneuma, obelized by knock. Dodd, Fourth Gospel, pp. 47, 218-9, prefers inspire. Rietzenstein, HMR, pp. 335, 372-3, takes phodize to mean make into light, in keeping with the Iranian conception of light as the divine part of the soul. Festugier construed poimene, are a shepherd, as third person active in NF Roman 2, 208, 217-18 n. 83, but in FR Roman 4, 247 n. 3, he proposed the second person middle. For poimanders and poimeno, see above, note on the title of c. Hi. Spirit bearer is Dodd's rendering of pneumatophor, for which Festugière has porteur de l'esprit. On all those points, see also Gries, Early Christian, pp. 30-1, 181-2, Roman 13. Your man. This phrase translates ho sos anthropos as in c. H. 132 cf. c. H. Notes to pages 53-4 through fire. Your eternity. NF Roman 2, 218 n 84. Refers to 1, and PGM Roman 4. 487-536, the beginning of the spell in the so-called Mithras liturgy, in which the initiate passes through spirit, fire, water, and earth to become Aeon. Chaldean Oracles 121, Des Places, p. 96, promises that the mortal who will have approached the fire will have light. Louis Oracles, pp. 171-6. Rietzenstein, Erlesung's Mysterium, p. 174, cf. Scott Roman 2, 404-5. Your counsel above section 19, c. H. 1, 8, Roman 13. 20-1 from your eternity. My cosmos. This translation adopts the punctuation and interpretation proposed in Fr Roman 4, 164-5 and 2, 208 NN. 1-2, 248 notably, the insertion of an article 2 between a po from ensu your, the extension of the end of the sentence beyond anate palmi, found. Rest, to the lemati to so, y degrees you are will, the insertion of a comma after anate palmi, and the ascription of the phrase beginning 10 eulogian taughten, this praise, to the disciple rather than the teacher. Cf. And F Roman 2, 208, 218 n. 85, Scott Roman 2, 404-5, Gries, Early Christian, pp. 30, 185-6, and for the God Aeon, eternity, see above, note on c. H. Roman 11, 2, Roman 13. Fully illuminated, the attainment of full or further, Gries, Early Christian, p. 31, cf. Klein, Lichterminology, pp. 115-16, Illumination Epipephatistai, according to Fowden A. p. 106, involves the knowledge of God emphasized in sections 15-21 of this treatise, while sections 7-14 concern the preliminary but indispensable knowledge of the self. See also NF Roman 2, 218 n. 87, Scott Roman 2, 405-6, and Ma Hermes I 44, Ma 1974b, p. 60, on the two illuminations in NHCVI. 6. Mahi sees NHCVI. 6. 55, 6-61, as composed of 4 parts, 2 prayers, and 2 illuminations corresponding to the structure of C. H. Roman 13, where Tat's first illumination occupies sections 7-13 and Hermes' hymn sections 15-20. Tat's second illumination occurs here in section 21, followed by Tat's speech offerings in the rest of section 21. To you, willing it, the Greek for genarch of progeneration is genarcha tes genesirges, for which see above, note on section 4, NF Roman 2, 218 n. 90, and Adam 1967, pp. 297-8. Zuntz, 1955, pp. 150-2, identifies this passage as a prelude to a hymn and suggests a metrical arrangement entailing 2 emendations. Excision of the second God, the, and replacement of the second speech, logicas by sacrifice, thujas. Notes to pages 54-5. Everything is accomplished. The Greek pantateliadai, as above in paragraph 16, telix 2 pantos, end of everything, denotes any kind of ending or consummation, but connotes an initiatory or mystical accomplishment. See Dodds, Irrational, pp. 291-5 on telestike and telion. Also NF Roman 2, 218 n. 91, Scott Roman 2, 406-7, TD&T Roman 8, 57-8. Also add, in other words, Tat is directed to add the phrase that follows to the prayer that he has just finished. To you, God, willing it. Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 46, compares this chetive action de graces unfavorably with the better ordered and richer thanksgiving in NHCVI. 6. 60. 17-61. 2. See also Festugière 1944, p. 258, 1945, pp. 194-5, Roman 13, for approving, made Nock NF Roman 2, 209, 218 n. 92, obelizes the words tauta moi ainin euximino, which he finds untranslatable, and Festugière's version is descansales que tu emas dans ma prior. In Fr Roman 4, 209 n. 4, however, he proposes de prouver set prior qued ji fate, concluding that this interpretation is not absolutely silly. Promise. Betrayers on the promise epingeli, see above, note on title. And Festugiers reference, NF Roman 2, 218-19, NN, 94-5 to PGM Roman 13. 230-4 Betz p. 179, in which, when the initiation called the monad has been fully declared and the child has been filled with divine wisdom, he is ordered to dispose of the book so it will not be found. For other injunctions to secrecy, see above sections 13-16 ch. 131-2 Roman 16, 2 Asclep. 132, Van Morsel Mysteries pp. 79-80, Cumont, Egypt pp. 152-5. FRI 351-4. The Greek for betrayers is diaboloi, for which see above, note on section 13, Festugier HMPYP 148 N 32, NF Roman 2, 219 N 96 explains that a diabolos is a sort of blasphemer who betrays the mystery's secrets to the profane. Ferguson, Scott IVF 390 suggests blabber, see also. Rietzenstein HMR p. 376. Kieser Discourse pp. 31-3, Malaise 1982, p. 59, Enough Study, FR Roman 4, 210. Associates the verb epimeliomai, pay attention to, with the noun epimelia in the sense of attentive study undertaken by teacher and pupil, and with melite as a technical term for a school exercise. Grease, Early Christian, pp. 195-6. From Hermes Trismegistus to Asclepius, Health of Mind Scott Roman 2, 420, explains that euphronine, health of mind, literally, to be well-minded or kindly-minded, is an epistolary greeting notes to page 55 suitable to a religious topic. FR Roman 2, 16, 41-2 sees the letter form as a scholastic fiction. Cyril of Alexandria, against Julian 597 D600a, Scott Roman 4, 217-18, quotes most of sections 6-10, using the title On the Nature of the All. NF Roman 2, 220, and for Cyril's testimonia as aids to establishing the text. See also 403-4. On Tat, see above I, title Roman 4. 3. Rietzenstein Poimenders pp. 190-1, Roman 14. L because, particular, NF Roman 2, 223-4 N. 3 points out that this explanatory clause could apply logically either to the sentence that precedes it, in your, delay, or to the statement that follows, I was, explanation. Scott Roman 2, 421-2 prefers the latter. Scott also claims that Tat, as a beginner, needed full and detailed explanations or dixidikoi logoi c. HVLX, L. Asclep. 1, which would have been superfluous. To Asclepius, who knew much that Tat did not know, Hermes therefore considers it enough to send to Asclepius a short summary, all of which implies that the author of c. H. Roman 14 had before him a series of discourses of Hermes to Tat and wrote this document as an epitome. Rietzenstein, Poimenders, p. 191 n. 1. NF Roman 2, 220 n. 1 thinks that the description of Tat is a redactor's effort at transition from c. H. Roman 13, where Tat has the same characteristics, sections 2-3, even though the subject of the treatise is different. FR Roman 2, 41-3 disagrees, arguing that the banal content of c. H. Roman 14 is in no way more mystical below than the previous treatise, and that this introduction is nothing more than a scholastic convention appropriate to a hypomneme and collection of notes. To hold forth, above ch. 1. On paradosis, headings, more mystical ma, Hermes Roman 2, 311 refers to the 48 Kephalia or summaries comprising s. H. Roman 11, ma 1976, p. 194. More mystical translates musticotrin, on which see above 1. 16, Roman 14. Those that are begotten. NF Roman 2, 221 n. 1, 222, 224-5 and 4. Treats geneta, begotten, here as the equivalent of genomna, come to be, but I have retained the distinction. Roman 14. Alone, the Greek is monos, for which see NF Roman 2, 225 and 5. For monas, see above, note on c. H. Roman 4. 10 and FR Roman 4, 18 n. 3. Solitary at the beginning of paragraph 6 below is also monos, are seen, is seen, knock NF Roman 2, 223, cf. Scott Roman II, 423, has intervened to adjust the apparent confusion in the manuscripts as to what is aoratos, unseen, and what is horatos, seen. Notes to pages 55-6 Roman 14. 3-4 This is why. Recognized above c. H. Roman 4. 2. Puch 1957-61, pp. 76-7, compares this passage with the second saying of the Gospel of Thomas, Latin, GSP. 380. Jesus said, "Let the one who seeks not stop seeking until that person finds, and upon finding the person will be disturbed, and being disturbed he will be astounded, and will reign over the entirety." Roman 14. Alone the name c. H. 11-14 VL 10 Esclep 20 S. H. VI 19, NF Roman 2 225 N. 10. Loquacity. Third thing, festugiere NF Roman 2 226-7 NN 11-12-15 cf. Scott Roman 2 419 425 identifies the denial of intermediary divinity here and in section 5 below as anti-Gnostic and compares it to Plotinus in his anti-Gnostic period. It certainly stands in contrast with the theology of such treatises as c. H. I in Roman 13 but cf. Roman 11, 14 and section 7 below. See also the complaint in I Timothy 1, 4-7 against fables, endless genealogies, and vain jangling. Roman 14, remember, difficulty, NF Roman 2, 223-226 N. 13 has suvienstoi done de ces duetsois convencu quatautsi resume nces dula, but cf. Scott I 259. The Greek for reckoning no difficulty is medin en aporiatai theminos, for which NF gives sans tenir quaque soit por un chose qui fast out. For aporia see above Roman 4, and for tithemi with n in the sense of hold, reckon, regard, lsjsv tithemi. Bi 3, deep down, festugiere cites several texts where muchos has the meaning lower or infernal regions. He also compares the sequence above, below, and deep down to Philippians 2, 10 and PGM Roman 4. 3041-5 v. 165-70 Betts pp 96 103. The two are all there is, above c. H. Roman 14. 4. Scott Roman 2. 424-5. Nor from itself, the negative aud is an editorial insertion. NF Roman 2, 224, Roman 14, the maker. The making in what follows, the maker is ho poion. The making, or what makes it, is topoion or topoin, the latter in one case Einarson's emendation. Festugiere NF Roman 2, 224, 226 and 16, cf. Above ch. I9 has creator and function creatrix or lacreer. For begotten and genitin, see above, note on paragraph 2. Generation is Genesis. Thus if 1, Cyril's quotations begin here, above, note on title. God who makes, whatever, Einarson, NF Roman 2, 227 N. 17 notes to pages 56-8 the untranslatable resonance between hopoion, who makes, and hopoion, whatever, Roman 14, against the diversity, to God. Some Gnostics believed that the extension of divine unity into the diversity of creation would offend the supreme God, so they ascribed creation to a secondary deity, the Apocryphon of John NHC Roman 2. L. 9, 25-13. 15. Leighton. GSFPP 35-8, for example, tells how in Eon, the wisdom of afterthought begets through asexual intellection an imperfect product. The satanic Aeltabaoth, serpentine with a lion's face, the eyes gleaming like flashes of lightning. Wisdom casts Aeltabaoth out of the realm of the immortals and tries to hide, but the monstrous child, called the dim ruler, steals power from wisdom and creates his own realm with 12 rulers who set up 7 kings over the 7 heavens, and so on through the lower hierarchies. Finally, as the Apocryphon begins to parallel and interpret the Genesis story, the image of the ordered world is begotten by wisdom's stolen power within the first ruler. For the similar role of the craftsman demiurge in Ptolemy's myth, see Irenaeus against Heresies 1. 5. 1-6-7. Leighton GSPP 290-6. See also c. H. 1, 25-6 Asclep. 15-16, Scott Roman 2, 426, and NF Roman 2, 224, 227 N. 18, where Knock follows Aubert, Cyril's editor, in reading periapsi, attach, for paragrapsi, periapses, etc. God's glory, Scott Roman II, 426, sees the use of doxa, glory, here as rather Jewish than Hellenic. See above, note on ch, Roman 8, 8. This making the Greek is poiesis /cf. Above ch, Roman 4, 1, nf Roman 2, 227 n, 18a Scott Roman 2, 426, persistence. Repurify for epidiamon, persistence, festugiere nf Roman 2, 225 nn. 19-19a Hasduri, bloom like a sore, or more prosaically, break out, renders the sense of exanthine in LSJS, v. Exantheo, I, 3, cf. Scott Roman 2, 426-7. For repurify, anacatharsin, CFR Roman 4, 203, Roman 14. How foolish? The Making, Bauset 1914, p. 113 and Jonah's Gnosis I, p. 154 identify this as polemic against the dualist conception of a demiurge. Above, section 7, Roman 14. Only one condition, as in the preceding paragraph. Condition is pathos, on which see above, note on HVI 2, Roman 14. Four of them, the four named just above: immortality, change, life, and motion. NF Roman 2, 227 n, 26. Scott Roman 2, 428. Notes to page 58 definitions of Asclepius to King Ammon on God, matter, vice, fate, the sun, intellectual essence, divine essence, mankind, the arrangement of the plenitude, the 7 stars, and mankind according to the image foi de Candale in his edition of 1574 counted this as the 16th treatise. He added a fragment from the Suda to 3 from Stobaeus inserted after c. H. Roman 14 by Adrian Turnebus in 1554, treating them as a 15th treatise, and this numbering was preserved in Scott I, 19-20, and NF Roman 2, 227. Editions of Marsilio Ficino's translation of the corpus before the Greek Editio Princeps of Turnebus did not include c. H. Roman 16, because Ficino had worked from MS Laurentianus Grec. 71, which, like the rest of its family and a few others, NFI, Roman 11 Roman 17, includes only the first 14 treatises. Thus, even in the 19th century, Parthes' edition, Hermes Trismegistus Pomender, 1854, reflected the selection of treatises which Ficino had known, along with his mistake in calling the whole collection Pimender. The first version of c. H. Romans 16, available in the West, was the Latin translation made by Lodovico Lazzarelli in the late 15th century, and first published by Symphorian Champier in 1507. Lazzarelli's translation, which also contained the first manuscript to include all 17 Greek treatises together with the Asclepius in a single Latin text, Viterbo, Bibliotheca Communale, Cod, Roman 2-4, treats c. H. Roman 16 Roman 18 as a unit, as did Turnebus in 1554. C. Dannenfeld 1960, pp. 138-41, 149-51, Christeller, Studies, pp. 226-8. Festugiere notes that the contents of this treatise do not coincide precisely with its title, which Knock attributes to a redactor. Despite the word horoi, he argues that it is not a collection of definitions, but a continuous presentation of Hermetic teachings on God's relation to the world. Below, sections 15-16-19, NF Roman 2, 228 NN. 1-2, FR Roman 2, 17-18, Scott Roman 2, 428-9, 434-5, Maha Hermes Roman 2, 275-9, 293, who edited and translated the Armenian definitions, A.D. First published in 1956, places this treatise in the context of Greek nomologies and Egyptian wisdom literature. On the term image, icon, C1, v. Roman 8-2, Asclep. 23, A.D. 1. 1. The last words in the title are peri 2 cat icona anthropo. On mankind according to the image. In LXX Gen. 126, God announces his intention to make man according to our image and likeness. Poiosomen anthropon, cat icona hemiterin kai cat w homoiasin. King Ammon, who appears as Hamona 6 times in the Asclepius, is a Greek version of Ammon or Ammonry. In the Hermopolitan notes to page 58 Theology, the male Ammon and the female Ammonet were the fourth of 4 such pairs arising from Nun, the primeval water, and constituting an Ogdode. The name Ammon means hidden or invisible, and he was identified with wind and air as cosmic elements. But he also joined with Re, the sun, in the syncretic form Amun-Re, honored in Thebes in the New Kingdom as king of gods. The animal identified most closely with Amun was the ram. Another was the serpent, a god called Neph and Agathodaimon in Greek, and identified both as Nous and as demiurgos. Greeks connected Amun's royal characteristics with Zeus and his dominion over the air, and with the powers of Numa. Amun's cult center in the Libyan oasis at Siwa became known to Greeks by the early 5th century, and its oracle was important enough for Alexander to journey there to consult Zeus Ammon. Both Plato and Iamblichus treat Ammon as an important channel for the dissemination of the wisdom of Thoth/Hermes to the Egyptians. Iamblichus writes about the way Hadon, revealed by Hermes, discovered by the prophet Biddes and interpreted for King Ammon, and he mentions this just after having asserted of Egyptian theology that they certainly do not just speculate about these things. They recommend rising up toward the higher and more universal levels through priestly theurgy. What precedes Iamblichus' remark about the transmission of theurgy is a mixture of metaphysics, magic, and theology. Following it is a discussion of psychology and determinism. Given this remarkable transition, Fowden interprets the material from Iamblichus as the crucial allusion to theurgical Hermetica, and concludes that these texts were not dissimilar to the philosophical Hermetica known to us. See, above ch. 1, 1526, below section 3c, h, Roman 17, Asclep. 1, 22, Plato, Phaedrus 274d, Iamblichus on the Mysteries 8, 3, 262-3, 4, 267-6, 269, PGM Roman 4, 155, 2007, Knock, 1929a, pp. 183-4, Seth Ammon, pp. 122-6, Piachman, PW 1/2 calls, 1853-7, Pieper, PW Roman 7/2 calls, 2311-12, Park Oracles, pp. 109-10, 119-21, Griffiths Delside, p. 374, Doris, 1972b, p. 443, Fowden, A. pp. 32, 140-1, 150. Roman 16. 1 Hermes used to say that both NF Roman 2, 231 and Scott Roman 2, 437 believe that, up to some point, Asclepius' report of what Hermes said might be rendered in direct discourse. Scott puts the break at logon ekousa, keeps, concealed, but I have included the next statement as well. When the Greeks. The conceit in this and the following paragraph is that the original language in which Asclepius wrote to Ammon was notes to page 58 Egyptian, of which the Greek version is supposedly a translation. Above, title, Scott Roman 2, 437, Fraser, Alexandria I 71, Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 451-2. Durchain, 1962, pp. 178-9. 1970, p. 133, calls this passage the most admirable definition of the function of language as Egypt conceived it, and sees no reason to doubt the claims of the Hermetic authors when they declare themselves Egyptian. Fowden, A. pp. 37-9, sees the passage as strong evidence of Egyptian linguistic nativism in the Hermetica. Cf. NF Roman 2, 232 n 4. FRI, p. 326, Roman 2. 17, Jonas Gnosis I, pp. 254-5, Roman 16. Sound of Egyptian, Knock, NFI, High, Roman 2, 232 n. 5 Conjectures echo, sound, to fill the gap that occurs between Egyptian and words onomaton at this point, and Festugiere translates la proper intonation. Turnibus Reed Dunamis, force, from the Testimonium Scott Roman 4, 247-8 of Nicephorus Gregoras, a scholar of the 14th century, who included all but the last 2 sentences of section 2, though in a different order in his commentary on Synesius. On dreams, Maha Hermes I 99 commenting on NHCVI. 6. 55, 6-7 emphasizes a special power flowing from father/master to son/pupil as in 1:32. Keep, uninterpreted Roman 13. 22, energetic. Usage, the phrase is 10 energetiken ton onomaton frasen, la vertu fh case des vocables de nader lang, in NF Roman 2, 232. Inane philosophy of speeches. The pun in Logon Sophos contrasts the wisdom, Sophia in Philosophia with empty sound or noise, Sophos. NF Roman 2, 232 n. 6 notes that the pun occurs ad nauseum in patristic writings. Some early Christian authors, like Tertullian, denounced philosophy as utterly useless and a breeder of heresy, but this passage may be closer in spirit to the critique of rational demonstration, apodixis, in the Christian Gnostic, Clement of Alexandria, who saw some good in philosophy, Scott IVF 390-1, Danielou Doctrine Roman 2 pp. 306-7, 318-22, Cochrane Culture pp. 222-3. Sounds, full of action, NF Roman 2 232 reads mestais, full, for megistais following Tiedemann, even Plotinus Aeneid 5. 8. 6 was impressed by what he took to be the intuitive power of Egyptian hieroglyphics. Each carved image is knowledge episteme and wisdom grasped all at once, not discursive reasoning nor deliberation. Iamblichus on the Mysteries 7. 4. 254-6 was more enthusiastic, seeing an intellectual, divine and symbolic character of divine resemblance in the names, and if this is unknown to us, it is then most august since it is too mighty to be known by determination. The Gods' notes to pages 58-9 have shown us that all the speech of the sacred nations, such as the Assyrians and the Egyptians, is fit for sacral usage. He also, 8. 4. 265-6, remarked on writings circulating as written by Hermes that contain Hermetic, Hermecas, opinions, even though they often use the language of the philosophers, since they were translated from the Egyptian language by men not without experience in philosophy. For examples of the magical use of Egyptian, Hebrew, and other Middle Eastern languages, see Ferguson Religions pp. 167-8, 177. See also NF Roman 2, 232-3 and 7, FRI 326, Bellet 1978, p. 62. Bergman 1969, pp. 223-4. Leighton, G.S. pp. 106-7, 118, cf. Cumont Religions pp. 187 p. 279 n. 69, Roman 16. God the Master, R1. For Egyptian parallels, see Dirtchain, 1962, pp. 185-6, Ma Hermes Roman 2, 292, and below Section 5 on the solar demiurge whom Dirtchain likens to Autumn, the all of the Heliopolitan theology. The one retains its unity in constituting the plenitude, pleroma, see above, c. H. Vi, 4, NF Roman 2, 234-8 NN. 7, 12, Scott Roman 2, 439. Keep. Meaning, NF Roman 2, 233, translates ton noun diateresin as guard set fagon depenser, but cf. p. 237 n9 for Einarsson's suggestion of guard and memoir c sense. All must be one, as Fowden A.P. 77 says, the fullest accounts of cosmic sympathy in the philosophical Hermetica can be found in Romans 16 and the Asclepius. Cf. FRI, pp. 85-90-2 and Roman 8, which actually uses the word sympathia unmentioned here. Otherwise, the scarcity of theoretical or descriptive material on magic in the philosophical Hermetica outside the Stobaean collection, e.g., vi. Roman 24, Roman 26, may result, as Fowden suggests, Ibid. pp. 9, 117-18, from Byzantine Christian censorship, which may also explain the breach in the manuscript tradition between treatises I Roman 14 and Roman 16 Roman 18. Fowden's impressive arguments, Ibid. pp. 121-53, for a continuity between Hermetic philosophy and a Hermetic theology depend mostly on materials outside the corpus Hermeticum, such as the fragments of Zosimus and Iamblichus on the Mysteries. The Chironides and other technical Hermetica discuss magic, but rarely from a theoretical point of view. Ibid. pp. 77-89. Above, note on title. Since Marsilio Ficino introduced the Latin West to the Greek logoi in a translation that stopped with c. H. Roman 14, the non-magical character of the first 14 treatises deserves attention from those influenced by the facile identification of Hermetic with magical in the learned literature on the influence of the Hermetica in the Renaissance. And after this, despite Fowden's demonstration of the notes, to page 59 connection between magical and philosophical materials in the original context of the Hermetica. Roman 16. Founts, 1 root, Ferguson, Scott IVF 391, interprets the passage as taking the phenomena of hot mineral springs as evidence that the three elements may spring from one root. When seawater is filtered through the channels of the earth, driven by pneumae, and may gather other qualities from the substances it passes through. In return, above, beginning with these words, Scott Roman 2, 432-4, identifies a number of borrowings from c. H. Roman 16 in the Hermeticus, locating the others in sections 7, 8, 10, 12-17. He also finds traces of I, Roman 4, X, and Roman 13 in the Hermeticus, on which see above X. 6. Craftsman binds, following Reinhardt Knock Reed's Sunday, binds, for E in the manuscripts. Scott and Festugière comment on the divinity of the sun in various contexts relevant to the Hermetica Egyptian, Syrian, Platonic, Stoic, Neo-Pythagorean, Mithraic, and the cult of Sol Invictus. C. NF Roman 2, 233, 238 n. 15, Scott Roman 2, 430-2, 440-2, Klein, Lichterminology, pp. 152-6, Gundel and Gundel, Astrologumena, pp. 307-11. Deep and Abyss, NF Roman 2, 238 and 17 refers to PGM Roman 4, 1120 Roman 7. 261 Betz, pp. 60, 123-4 for the Abyss. See also the various Gnostic senses of deep and abyss in Latin, GSY pp. 6894, 173, 248-9, 281, 407, Roman 16. Sun 9's Mass, for Ho Tautu Ankasi NF Roman 2, 234, 238 n. 18, gives Le Volume du Soleil with La Masse as a more literal alternative, referring to c. H. Roman 8, body and bulk, Samatopoiesis Kai Onkoses \cf. Below section 12, Scott Roman 2, 442-3. Only, observe, Knock shows a lacuna in two places here, after nose, oiden, and before we, do not, me hup w heman. After the second lacuna, Knock obelizes 8 words left untranslated by Festugière and approximated here by we. Observe it. Scott I 266-7 fills these gaps conjecturally and translates the result as God does not manifest himself to us. We cannot see him, and it is only by conjecture, and with hard effort, that we can apprehend him in thought. Roman 16, since, Ray itself. Festugière, NF Roman 2, 238 n. 19 suggests this translation and cites Plato, Republic 508 AB, and Plotinus, Aeneid 5. 3. 17. 28-38, on the relationship between the sun and vision. Plotinus concludes that the sun is seen by no light but its own. Notes to pages 59-60 like a crown, for the many cultic uses of the crown, Stephanos, in late antiquity, see TDNT Roman 7, 617-19, 623-4, 631, 634. In the rites of Mithras, the invincible sun, the initiate was offered a crown which he was to reject with the reply that Mithra was his only crown. PGM Roman 4. 1026-7 Betz, p. 58, invokes the gods seated within the 7 poles, Ieao, you who have on your head a golden crown. Qmont Mithra, pp. 95, 156. NF Roman 2, 238, and 20. Leighton, G.S. pp. 136, 139. The Chaldean order of the planets with a central sun is given above, c. H.I. 9, cf. Scott Roman 2, 444-6. Driver. Chariot. The most prominent chariot image in Greek philosophy was Plato's myth in Phaedrus 246-56, but Festugière, NF Roman 2, 239 n. 21, identifies the cosmic chariot in this passage as Iranian in origin, and Scott Roman 2, 446 refers to the story of Phaeton and to Philo on the cherubim 7. 24. Fastens the reins. Scott IVF. 392 refers to Macrobius, Saturnalia 1. 18. 15-16, Roman 16, feeds, NF Roman 2, 234, 239 n. 24 following Tiedemann reads Trephon for Trephontos, Roman 16, transmutation. To form, according to Ferguson, Scott IVF, 393, these changes, metaboli, represent the ceaseless fecundity of life rather than the stark inevitability of death. Knock, following Turnebus, emends allelogene in the manuscripts to allele, gene, Another from kind. In this sentence, the words kind and form, gen genon kai id idon, might be rendered genus and species. Festugiere has de genres a genres et de species of especies, but suggests also especies and individus, referring to a sclep. 4. NF Roman 2 235 239 N 26, Roman 16, IO battalions. With mortals, Einarson NF Roman 2 239 N 28 suggests that stratii's normally campaign or expedition is a mistake for stratii's, host, company, band, here battalions. With mortals assumes Rietzentin's conjecture of tois th netwa ons in the lacuna indicated in NF Roman 2 235. Roman 16. LL to assist. For epimonine NF Roman 2 235 240 N 31 has porter aid, noting that the author may have been thinking of amonomnoi, repay, at the end of section 10. Dare, daring, above, note on C, H, 1, 25, notes to page 60 Roman 16, making, make solid. For onkin and onkoi NF Roman 2 236 240 N, 33 has gonflint and dawn, volume, above section 6 and Scott Roman 2 449-50 IV 393. Roman 16, 13 arrayed under. Energy is. Festugiere NF Roman 2 240 N. 35 sees an allusion here to the 36 decan stars of Egyptian astrology, and he provides a useful account of them in NF Roman 3 XLLXI. CF Asclep. 19, Gundel Decan pp. 345-6. For Energeia he gives activite, but CC. HXL, Scott Roman 2 450-2 mentions that S. H. VI describes the demons as energies of those 36 gods. Roman 16. 14 granted authority, NF Roman 2 236 renders exousion, authority, as plein pouvoir. In the New Testament and in Christian Gnostic texts, exousiae are sometimes personal supernatural entities, angels or demons, but Forster, TD&T Roman 2, 562-3, 570-4 does not find this usage in Hellenism or pagan Gnosticism. All other occurrences in the Hermetic Greek treatises are in C. H. 1, 14, 15, 28, 32, cf. I Cor. 15, 24, f. 121, 3, 10, 6, 12 call. 1, 16, 2, 10, 15 Leighton GS pp. 36-40. Reshape Our Souls. Bowsett 1915 pp. 156-7 interprets sections 14-15 as a transition from the optimist monist basis of sections 3-13 to a specifically demonological dualism. Roman 16. Birth arrayed following Rietzenstein. NF Roman 2 236 corrects Timon to stigmen, moment, the idea of the personal demon or genius, the Christian guardian angel, here takes the form of a threatening alliance with the fatal astrological power transmitted at the moment of birth. The verb arrayed is edagson, related to taxis on which see above, note on C. H. 1, 13. Festugiere NF Roman 2 240 NN 39-41 detects in this passage a reference to the astrological doctrine of aspects, geometrical configurations of celestial bodies whose powers were thought to be linked at various times. Cf. Asclep. 35, Scott Roman 2 453, FRI 265 referring to Zosimus on Apparatus 2, Jackson Zosimo's pp 1942. 2 parts. For Strabhausen, twist. About, Festugiere has tormentent. He also indicates that these two are the lower parts of the soul. As explained below, the higher soul is untouched. J. Kroll Laren pp. 79-81, NF Roman 2 236 241 NN. 42-3, Scott Roman 2 453 see also 1, 15 Asclep. 22, Plato Republic 436 A 441 E, Timaeus 69 A 72D, Iamblichus on the Mysteries 8. 6, 267-8. 272. Dillon Middle Platonists, notes to pages 60-1 pp. 99-102, 174-6, 194-5, 290-4. Long Hellenistic pp. 170-8, 213. Jonah's Gnosis I pp. 182, 195. Roman 16. 15-16 But the Rational Fate. Scott Roman 2, 435, 453, Roman 4, 15, believes that Lactantius alludes to this passage in Divine Institutes 2. 15. 7-8, misnaming it Sermo Perfectus, the Latin for Logos Teleos, the Greek original of the Asclepius, see Asclep. Title: On Fate and the Demons, see Jonah's Gnosis I, pp. 193-9. NF Roman 2, 241, n. 46. Ma, Hermes I, 39, Roman 16. 16 anyone has. Nullified NF Roman 2, 237 following Kale, writes Hodo, anyone, for Faux, Ton and other manuscript readings. For Actes Epilampe, Ray Shining, CC, HV, X, Roman 13. 18 Asclep. 23-29, Klein, Lichterminology, pp. 154-6, Louis Oracles, pp. 216, 411-12. And love that the phrase ho logos auk eros is obelized by Knock, as is Festugier's translation, Sela racin non-rammer. Knock thinks that the meaning may be something like love, as the saying goes misleads, which would require the excision of the negative auk. My translation follows Rietzenstein's conjecture, kai haudos ho eros, NF Roman 2, 237, Scott Roman 2, 454. The demons govern, above, c. H. Roman 9, 3. Hermes has called, Scott Roman 2, 454 refers to c. H. 1, 9, NF Roman 2, 230 refers to Roman 12. 5, Roman 16, depends from God. NF Roman 2, 230 and 2 refers to Aristotle, Metaphysics 1072b 14. On such a principle the first mover, depend the heavens and the world of nature. Around the sun, the earth, ordinarily the earth is described as surrounded by 8 celestial spheres culminating in the starry sphere, see above, note on c. H. 1, 26, but here we have the sun, the fixed stars. The 6 stars, and according to NF Roman 2, 241 n. 50, FR Roman 3, 123 the atmosphere for a total of 9, as in Virgil Aeneid 6. 439 cf. Scott Roman 2, 456, Roman 16, 19 everything NF Roman 2, 238 following Rietzenstein reads Panta de Furtada in the manuscripts. End. NF Roman 2, 228 n. 2 suggests that some of the discrepancy between the title of this treatise and its contents may be due to a missing ending, related perhaps to the incomplete beginning of the next treatise. Notes to page 62 if you, King, only one manuscript D suggests any break between the first words of C. H, Roman 17 and the end of the previous treatise. However, although most manuscripts treat this fragment as part of Roman 16, the king here probably Ammon is addressed by Tat rather than Asclepius, below note on prophet, above Roman 16. Title 19, NF Roman 2, 242-3, Scott Roman 2, 457-8. Forms here and below, forms translates ideae. Seem that there are, NF Roman 2, 243, following Rietzenstein, writes Dokusen Einai for Dokai Aun and similar manuscript readings. Reflections. In, the preposition in translates prose, which Festugier renders as dans. He also explains that the first incorporeals mentioned below in the 7th paragraph are the mirror images referred to above, while the second incorporeals are the ideas. The suggestion is that one sees incorporeal ideas in bodies as one sees bodiless images in a mirror. NF Roman 2, 243 NN. 2-3. For the mirror analogy in Plato, see Sophist 239d and Scott Roman 2, 459-60. Rietzenstein, pp. 454-6 refers to Roman 2 Cor. 3, 18 Phil. 2, 6-8, 3, 21 and other texts for various conceptions of reflection and transfiguration. Adore the statues, this is the only occurrence of agalmata in the Greek treatises. The famous God-making passages of the Asclepius are 23-4 and 37-8, which speak of statuae. For andriants and icons, see above CHV, and below Roman 18. 16, NF Roman 2, 243 n. 4, Scott Roman 2, 460-1 cites passages from Plutarch and Plotinus to show that cult statues are mirrors in which nota intelligibles are reflected. They too, intelligible, remarking that they too, kaiota, implies that the statues are not unique in possessing forms or ideas. Levy, 1935, pp. 295-301, notes that the ensouled beings above are said to be like the soulless in possessing ideas, refers to the frequent pairing of statues and animals in anti-pagan apologetics. And then on the basis of Plutarch, Isis and Osiris 71-6, 379c 82c, and Olympiodorus, commentary on Plato's Alcibiades 2, 136, he concludes that sacred animals are the other things that possess ideas. The reading of intelligible, notu, in NF Roman 2, 243 n. 4, is from a scribal correction for sensible, aesthetu. Reitzenstein, Poimenders p. 198-9, understands ideas in the sense of powers. Prophet, prophets, and related words occur 4 times in the Stobaean excerpts, Roman 23, 68, Roman 26, 25, but only once in the Greek treatises. In non-biblical Greek of Hellenistic and Roman times, the range of the word reflected the syncretism of intellectual culture. Since the notes to pages 62-3 5th century BCE, prophets and its cognates had applied honorably to oracles, e.g., of Dodona, of Delphi, and of Zeus Ammon in Libya. But by the 2nd century CE, Lucian was using it pejoratively of the Goes. Wizard, Alexander of Abano-Tichos. Long before Lucian's day, in an inscription of the later 3rd century BCE from Canopus, prophets translated Hmntr, the title of a class of Egyptian priests of high rank who were appointed by the king and who may have been called prophets by association with Amnion's oracle. The Gnostics were also interested in true and false prophets. Leighton, G.S., pp. 115, 178-9, 292, 295-6, 389, 395. Iamblichus on the Mysteries 8. 5, 267-10. 7, 293, and Zosimos Fri 268, Scott Roman 4, 106, 120, Jackson Zosimos pp. 2746-7 mention a prophet called Biris or Bitos. Thus, as Festugier writes, NF Roman 2, 243 n. 5. There is no need to connect Tat as a Hermetic prophet with the Jewish Nabai /TD&T VI, 783-96. Cumont, Egypt pp. 119-21. Scott Roman 2, 461, Roman 4, 72-4. Reitzenstein HMR pp. 297-300. Poimenders pp. 101-9, 202-7, 219-31. Fowden APP 150-3, above ch. 1, Roman 16. Title, Theologize, NF Roman 2, 243 n. 7, points out that Aristotle uses the verb theologian in Metaphysics 983b to mean discourse on the gods and cosmology. LSJ-SV, Theologio. Fowden, A. p. 95. On the soul hindered by the body's affections knock assigns the title to a redactor, and Festugier concludes that it fits only the first 6 paragraphs of the discourse, which he calls an insipid piece of rhetoric in rhythmic prose, referring to Reitzenstein's analysis. Scott, like Festugier, concludes that this treatise has no real connection with the rest of the corpus, but Knock is less categorical. Scott and Einarsson hear echoes of the rules for a royal encomium given by the Rhetor Menandros in Peri Epidacticon. Accordingly, Scott writes that the treatise consists of 2 or 3 fragments of an epidactic oration in praise of kings, and he accepts Reitzenstein's finding that the kings in question were the Augusti, Diocletian and Maximian, and their Caesars, Galerius and Constantius, thus dating c. H. Roman 18 to about 300 CE. Diocletian, who was active with Galerius in Alexandria, Coptos, Phala, and other sites after 293/4, was the last emperor to visit Egypt during his reign, which marked the end of Roman Egypt and the beginning of Byzantine Egypt. Below, sections 10, 14-15. NF Roman 2, 244 n. 3, 247-8. Scott Roman 2. Notes to page 63 461-2. Reitzenstein, Poimenders, pp. 199-208, 359, 371-4. Bowman, Egypt, pp. 44-6. Roman 18. L. Piece. Many instruments. NF Roman 2, 248, translates tes pamensu melbdias by Dunchant qui offer touts les variates de musique. Scott I, 274, accepts pamensu but absorbs it into harmonious melody. My translation, less literal than Festugieres, is perhaps justified by the role of the variety of instruments in the following passages. Effort. Girat, Scott Roman 2, 466, thinks that the last words in the first sentence of the Greek text, "Katage lastin to epicherema," effort will be laughable, introduce a gloss that includes the whole second sentence, taking epicherema as a technical term meaning attempted proof. He bases his analysis on the contradiction that he perceives between the second sentence and other remarks that follow. E.g., no one would blame in section 2, let us not put in section 4, no one ever blames in section 5, and so on. Performance in rhetoric and epideixis was a declamation or set speech, but here it refers to a musical event, which Festugiere, NF Roman 2, 243-4, 248n, 1, cf. Scott Roman 2, 466-7 calls a concert. He also notes the associated idea of a musical contest, anagonistai peri mousiken, at the beginning of section 2, and explains that the order of instruments mentioned corresponds to actual practice in theatrical contests of the Hellenistic period. Above, note on title. The hearer, after the verb kateim fedai, finds fault. The last word in the third sentence of the Greek Scott and knock show a lacuna in which Scott conjectures ho acrotacy, pupil or listener. NF Roman 2, 248 and 2, Scott I, 275. Musician, nature following Einarsson knock brackets the word theos, God. NF Roman 2, 248. Roman 18. Their skill, for episteme as skill. See above CHX 9-10, after. Almighty knock obelizes 9 words from Kai Calamo, reed pipe, through epitelaunton, finished, and shows a lacuna following them. Festugiere proposes inserting allen to others, before Calamo and to organon out cupikusen and tainamino, instrument failed under the strain after epitelaunton. For inspiration pneumati, see Scott Roman 2, 467, Festugiere has souffle. NF Roman 2, 245. 249. Kieser Discourse P16 refers to NHC VI. 6, 30-1 for plectrum, cf. Roman 9. 6. Notes to pages 63-4 hindering. Robbing NF Roman 2, 249 following Rietzenstein reads impodisasa, hindering for impodices and sulasasa, robbing for suleses. Roman 18. Irreverently are kind knock following Rietzenstein emens eusebos, reverently to the negative acebos. For Dehemeron genos, are kind, Festugiere has not a race, which could mean either orators or, according to Rietzenstein, prophets. NF Roman 2, 249 n 7, Rietzenstein Poimanders pp 200-7, above ch, Roman 17. Roman 18. Craftsman. Diversity, Phidias is the ideal type of the sculptor, who frequently represents God. Festugiere thinks that diversity may refer to his famous Athena, executed in gold and ivory. In Knock's text, a lacuna identified by Rietzenstein follows until 10 poikilion, consummate diversity. NF Roman 2, 249-50 NN, 9-10, cf. Scott Roman 2, 469-70. Slackened. The tone, the only words that differ in these two phrases are the verbs hupicalisasa and hupereasasa. Tension and tone both translate tanon. Scott Roman 2, 464-5, speculates that this and other repetitions in the discourse arose from the process of transcribing or composing a speech. Knock believes that the second is more likely the original phrase, and Festugiere translates only one of them. NF Roman 2, 250 n. 11. Roman 18. Hits the right tone. NF Roman 2, 250, following Rietzenstein, shows a lacuna after impessauses. So, divine musician, this sentence is obelized not because it is unintelligible, but because it is out of place, writes Festugiere, NF Roman 2, 250 n 13. Scott Roman 2, 471, connects it with the beginning of section 3 or with the second sentence in section 7. Roman 18. Magnificent. They say. Between these two sentences, NF Roman 2, 250, 1 and 14, and previous editions omit 14 words that duplicate the passage after they say. Cf. Scott Roman 2, 471-3, and Rietzenstein, Poimanders, pp. 205-6, who refer to the story of the musician Eunomos of Locri told by Clement of Alexandria, Protrepticus 1. 2, 4, Strabo 6, 1, 9, in place of cicada, NF Roman 2, 251, following Reitzenstein, amends arti to anti in place of. For the story of the cicada, see Scott Roman 2, 471-3, who traces it to Strabo and Clement, as above. Roman 18. And from Trophies, NF Roman 2, 251, corrects ton x to ek ton. Come then, will, another doublet, as in section 4. Notes to pages 64-5 Roman 18. Hopes also derive. Reading Paragesti, derive, with Festugier, Scott, and Reitzenstein in place of Knox Periagesti. NF Roman 2, 252 and 19 Roman 18. Those who, do course, NF Roman 2, 252 inserts those who hoi before have received diad examnoi and ends the sentence with a lacuna after Nikon, victory. Roman 18. Prizes. Battle, Scott Roman 2, 475-6. Speculates that this may allude to the Roman triumph over the Persians in 296-8 CE. But NF Roman 2, 254 n. 22 sees this passage in the context of astrological determinism. Bowman, Egypt, pp. 44-6. On praise, panegyric, Scott Roman 2, 479, thinks that the panegyric proper is missing, and that section 11 begins the peroration that would properly have followed it. NF Roman 2, 244, sees this title as better suited to the discourse as a whole than the one that actually stands at the beginning. Roman 18, 11 rays like great hands. The image of the sun reaching down with hand-like rays became an artisitic motif in the Egypt of Akhenaten. The sun's rays were a manifestation of Heka, a magical power that energizes the universe, but FRI 90-1 sees this allusion to solar magic as an empty metaphor in this purely literary text. Cf. Scott Roman 2, 480, NF Roman 2, 255 n. 24. Durchain 1962, pp. 181-2, Ma Hermes Roman 2, 453, Fowden A. p. 76. Griffith, de Hyde, p. 497. Most ambrosial plants, the word effluences is not in the Greek. Festugier NF Roman 2, 255 n. 24 has les plus suaves parfums des plants for ta ton futen ambrosiode stata. CFC, H, 1, 29 Esclep. 6. Roman 18. Godi then, the word then, aun, is an editorial insertion by Knock following Reitzenstein, who thinks that some other term of rhetorical decoration such as kai panaristo, best of all, has dropped out after panicarato, entirely undefiled. NF Roman 2, 253. Beginning NF Roman 2, 253 following Reitzenstein corrects charin to archen. Roman 18. For the king, same, NF Roman 2, 253-255 n. 26 considers this sentence a gloss. Presented to us. Knock shows a lacuna after adorsato, presented, which Festugier fills conjecturally with the phrase, while being entirely unworthy of God, pleases him because we are his children. NF Roman 2, 254-5 n. 27, notes to pages 66-7 Roman 18. Promise, praise that saves. For promise, Epangelion see above, ch. Roman 13. Title, after Diasostiken Euphemian Knock shows a lacuna identified by Reitzenstein. NF Roman 2, 254-5 n. 28. One mind the Father. NF Roman 2, 255 n. 30 identifies this as a Hermetic idea, citing c. H. 1, above Roman 18. 15 with God. Through God, following Turnibus, NF Roman 2, 254-5 n. 31 corrects the manuscript reading apo 2 to apo taudu, with God, giving the translation idea and remarking that the parallel dia taudu, through God. Festugier has par lui is another Hermetic idea, resembling dia tu lagu through the word in Roman 13. 21, Roman 18. King light step, the Greek puns on Basilius, king, and Basileia, light step. The latter is Knock's correction, following Reitzenstein. Of Basileia in the manuscripts, NF Roman 2, 255, Scott Roman 2, 476-7. Dominion, withdrawal, according to Durchain 1962, pp. 184-5, the king's power to bring peace simply by speaking or showing himself is an Egyptian conception. Statues, stand by it. Contact with the emperor's statue was held to confer sanctuary or asylum. Scott Roman 2, 477, NF Roman 2, 255 n. 35. The words in the subtitle following sun are in Greek. Scott Roman 3, 1 Roman 4, 2-27, 155-61, 179-227, 230-2, writes that logos teleos, the title of the original Greek version of this treatise, meant a discourse in which the teaching is brought to completion. Cf. Ch. Roman 9. 1. Lactantius, who composed the Divine Institutes between 304 and teleos, and to a corresponding Sermo Perfectus in Latin. Later, around the middle of the 6th century, Joannes Liddus also mentioned a logos teleos in his work on months, a compilation on festivals, and the calendar from older Roman authors. Greek passages from the Perfect Discourse were cited by Pseudo-Anthimus, Cyril of Alexandria, and Stobaeus as well. Papyrus Mimaut gives a Greek version of the prayer in Asclep. 41, also represented in a Coptic text, NHCVI. 7, along with Asclep. 21-9 NHCVI. 8. Maha Hermes Roman 2 47-9 argues that the Coptic represents the original Greek better than the Latin Asclepius. Liddus wrote in Greek, Lactantius in Latin, but both reproduce notes to page 67 passages in Greek e.g. Divine Institutes 2, 14, 6 4, 6 4 7, 18. Cf. Asclep. 28 26 de Mens. 4. 149 cf. Asclep. 1939-28. Lactantius also cites the Sermo Perfectus in Latin, but not in a version corresponding to the surviving text of the Asclepius, which occurs first in Augustine's City of God 8. 24-26. Asclep. 23-4, 37, composed between 413 and 426. Thus, a Greek text or texts corresponding to the Asclepius was in circulation by the early 4th century, but the existing Latin version may have been prepared as much as a century later. Since many of the earliest references and testimonia to the Asclepius and other Hermetica come from North African Latin Christians, Lactantius, Augustine, Tertullian, Arnobius, it has been suggested Carcopino, Rome, pp. 286-301, that the translator was a North African. Knock, NF Roman 2 277. Cf. Scott I, 79-81, disputes Scott's speculation that another North African, Marius Victorinus, died c. 363, may have done the Latin version, whose traditional attribution to Apuleius is groundless. See also, NF Roman 4, 104-14, 126-46, Wigdil 1984, pp. 2286-8, Mareshini, Studi, pp. 27-49. Many editors and other scholars have believed that the Asclepius is a composite of previously existing materials. In any event, it is quite long and covers a great many topics. For various schemes of division and organization, see Zielinski, 1905, p. 369, NF Roman 2 275-95, FR Roman 2 18-27, Scott Roman 3 A4R, If Roman 20 H Roman 32, Ma Hermes Roman 2 62, Ma 1981, pp. 407-34. See also, below Section 10 on Theory, Goodspeed Literature, pp. 159-65, 182-7, W. Rush Fathers, pp. 25-9, 114, Jersh Platonism, IPP. 331-8, Mareshini Studi, pp. 72-8. More divine. Any we, the word represented by any omnium, is a genitive in a construction related to the comparative more divine divinior, where the Latin would require an ablative omnibus. Knock, NF Roman 2, 278-9. Cf. 357 N. 3. Scott Roman 3, 5 provides a list of such Grecisms as part of the evidence that the Asclepius is a translation of a Greek text. Below, sections 4, 5, 23, 27, 29. Wigdil 1984, pp. 2293-5. Reverent Fidelity, NF Roman 2, 296 has Scrupulus Piet for Religiosa Pietate. See above, c. H. 1. On Reverence and Eusebia, and below, section 22, Faithful Affection, on the difficulty of rendering pietas and its relatives. If you, completely full, ch Roman 9. 4. NF Roman 2, 357 N. 5. The reader should be aware that Festugier's notes identify many more connections between the Greek treatises and the Asclepius than those recorded notes to page 67 here. See also Knox's list in NF Roman 2, 284-7, Rietzenstein, HMR, 305-6. They are linked. Ferguson, Scott, IVF, 394-5, identifies connexum, linked, as the first allusion to a major theme of the treatise, represented by such words as conjunctio, connexio, and cognatio. See especially sections 4-7 below. Tat. Hammon. No surviving treatise is dedicated by Hermes to Hammon or Ammon, whom Asclepius addresses in c. H. Roman 16, see Roman 16. Title and on Tat Roman 4. 3. NF Roman 2 357 NN. 8-9. No jealousy, invidia, jealousy, represents phthonous, according to Festugier, FR Roman 2 38, a feeling that would exclude the uninitiated from the mysteries. In CHV. And Roman 16, the divine is of phthonous, ungrudging, cf. Timaeus 29e. Popular topics. Knock NF Roman 2 297 thinks that exotica, popular, may be the translator's response to an unfamiliar Greek word, perhaps exotrica or deixitica, on which see above c. HVLX, L Roman 14. 1. FR Roman 2 39. I shall write. FR Roman 2 37 points out the close connection between the notion of a written treatise and the typical mode of a Hermetic dialogue, the oral instruction of a student/son by a master/father, on which see above, ch. 1. On paradosis. Despite the presence of 4 persons, the dialogue is really an address by Hermes to Asclepius. Make public. NF Roman 2 357 and 10 indicates that publicare is equivalent to diabaline as in c. H. Roman 13. 22. For men, this mention of quatuor virorum is the only instance of the specifically male man, in the Asclepius, but mares, males, and feminae, females, occur in section 21 below. Translations of homo, humanus, and humanitas parallel those of anthropos and its relatives, above c. H. Divine love, Scott Roman 3:8, alludes to Plato's eros in the Phaedrus and Symposium, but Festugier, NF Roman 2, 357-8, n. 12 emphasizes the binding force of love above, linked, as an agent in the cosmology of the Asclepius and Knock Ibid. Refers to Orphic connections to the association of Hermes with Eros, and to Cupideros as the name of a decan below section 19, Gundel text p. 296. Soul is immortal for Platonic and Stoic antecedents, see Scott Roman 3, 8-9, NF Roman 2, 358 n. 13. Reason 9's true restraint. The text in NF Roman 2, 297 is Vera Rationis Continentia, but W. Kroll and others have preferred Veri, for which notes to pages 67-8 Knock offers de la maîtrise de soi de la droite racine, or du contenu de la droite racine, or, keeping Vera, de la vraie maîtrise de la racine as alternatives to Festugier's la vraie suite du raisonnement. In Knock's view, continentia represents either encratia, continence in c. H. Roman 13, 18, or else an unusual Latin usage for contents, contenu in French, all are one. Called all, FR Roman 2, 68 distinguishes this paragraph, in which God is equivalent to the all omnia, from the next, in which whole totem equals all omnia equals world. For all are one as a Hermetic theme with roots in Greek thought reaching as far back as the pre-Socratics, see NF Roman 2, 358 and 15, Scott Roman 3, 9-11, Mareshini, Studi, pp. 94-5. Jersch, Platonism, I, 345-8, connects this passage with similar language in section 34, arguing that God is identical in a primary sense with created things as they pre-exist in him, and only in a secondary sense with created things as they exist outside him after creation, since the relation of God to created things is that of the atemporal to the temporal. The divine nature turns out to be both transcendent and immanent from different viewpoints. From the heavens, FRI 358-9 sees the passage between here and the end of section 3 as evidence of connections between the philosophical Hermetica and the popular variety, with their emphasis on astrology and magic. Upward, down, above ch. 1, and Scott Roman 3:12 on anaphors and cataphors, sursum and diorsum. Soul and matter, the Latin noun mundus means world, either the universe as a whole or the planet Earth or a large region of the Earth. It can also refer to the sky or heavens. The same noun means instruments or equipment in general, but especially cosmetic articles used by women. The adjective mundus means clean, elegant, tidy, thus suggesting a relation parallel to the connection between cosmetic and cosmic as descendants of the Greek kosmio, which means both put in order and adorn. Mundanus is the adjectival form of mundus, meaning world. However, anima et mundus in this section is the first of several instances where mundus and derivatives such as mundanus, which must often correspond to cosmos and kosmikos in the Greek original, represent hule and helikos, matter and material. Below, sections 3, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 17, 18, 22, 23, 28, 29, NF Roman 2, 359 N, 21, Scott Roman 3, 14, Marashini, Studi, pp. 113-15, 127. Except in such special cases, I have translated the noun mundus as world. Note that in section 10 below the translator seems to have been bothered by the lack of an exact Latin analog of cosmos. Notes to page 68 quality, NF Roman 2, 298, following previous editions, corrects equalitate to qualitate. Forms, the normal translation here of species, though the same word is also represented by scene, 11, class, 19, and figure, 23. Scott Roman 3, 15-18, NF Roman 2, 360 N. 31, recognizes that species must often correspond to eidos, but on the basis of Seneca's distinction in letter 58. What is meant generally generaliter, such as mankind in general generales, is not subject to being seen, but the specific thing specialists such as Cicero and Cato is so subject. One does not see animal, one thinks it, but one sees its species, horse and dog. He makes a case for rendering species as individual in sections 3-4. Scott's argument is strengthened by the statement in section 4 that species enim pars est generis ut homo humanitatis. A form is a part of a kind, as a human is of humanity. Although one might also take homo to mean mankind as a species and humanitas as some larger class or genus. In any case, for purposes of consistency, I have preferred form in these passages. NF Roman 2, 298, renders species s nascanter here in section 2 as on y reconate unnumber infini de species. But in section 3 below, NF Roman 2, 299, 360 n. 31, per animam omnium generum et omnium specierum, becomes a travers fame de tous les genres et de tous les individus. Contrary to the passage cited from section 4, the relation of species to genus cannot be like the relation of homo to humanitas if species means species in the modern sense of the word, since homo does not correspond to humanitas as species to genus. Any consistent translation of species and genus in the Asclepius is impossible, but form and kind at least have the virtue of not implying a species-genus relation as in modern usage. For Jersch's analysis, see his Platonism, IPP 351-4. See also above c. H. Roman 11, 16, 17, below sections 3-6, 11, 17-19, 23, 27, 32-6, 41, J. Kroll, Leyrin, pp. 112-13. Whole of matter, note that mundus occurs 6 times in this section, twice represented by matter, then twice by world, then twice again by matter, above section 2. Consciousness, the Latin vocabulary of cognition, perception, and intuition in the Asclepius presents problems at least as difficult as those described in c. H. 1. Above for the Greek treatises. Consciousness here and elsewhere, see especially section 32, renders sensus, which occurs 42 times in the Asclepius in a great many meanings, which I have represented by sense, faculty, meaning, and other terms. Festugiere, NF Roman 2, 359 n. 26, 363 n. 63, correctly associates sensus with nous, and usually translates it by intellect, and donnet a C notes to pages 68-9 Mont Licence. Faculté d'intuition divine. Among other words used in the Asclepius to refer to cognitive, perceptive, and intuitive processes and faculties are mens, mind, animus, thought or thinking, as well as soul, cognitio, knowledge, contemplatio, contemplation, intellectus and relatives, understanding, intentio, concentration, intention, effort, nosco, know, percipio, grasp, and ratio, reason. Growth. Moon, 1, 25. Roman 11, 7, Griffiths, Book p. 112. Heaven. In the world, Ferguson, Scott IVF 396 identifies caelum, Heaven, here as the sphere of the fixed stars, on cosmos, see Roman 4. 1-2 asclep, 2-6. From all these, Scott Roman 3:22 explains that superdictes. Omnibus refers to the heavenly bodies, and F Roman 2 299 has 2 ces cor celestes. All forms, with forms, for form and species see above. Section 2 and NF Roman 2 299, 360, n. 31, which explains that form sensible has the same relationship to genus as the individual. Depend for pendentia and its relation to ardou cc. H Roman 9, x 14, NF Roman 2 360 n 34, Scott Roman 3:24, if 396. Divided into, follow kinds, above section 2 note on forms. Resembling itself. Sui similis is an editorial correction of sui similis. Sui can be either singular or plural. NF Roman 2 300 has less individus qui lur sont semblables. Another, living thing, this other kind of animales is made up of plants, according to Scott Roman 3:25. The notion that plants are soulless yet sensitive combines Platonic and Stoic positions on the question. The usual translation here of animal and animales, cf. Zoon in the Greek treatises, is living thing, but see sections 6 and 21, where ensouled better represents animalia. The aforesaid things are immortal. Of this sentence and its context, Festugier writes, NF Roman 2, 300, 360 n. 36. Cf. Scott Roman 3, 27 if 397, that the whole passage is quite muddled, and I doubt that the author himself understood what he said. The main problems are the reference of the aforesaid kinds, superdicta, genera, and once again the meaning of species, whose 2 occurrences in this sentence Festugier renders as genres and individus, suggesting that in the first case specirum is certainly a bad translation of genon or of eidon in the sense of genon, as opposed to ideal or elda. Now a form, its kind, above section 2 note on forms. Notes to page 69 coming to be. This phrase or its equivalent usually translates nascer and its derivatives, in this case nascendi, Latin equivalents of gignomi and its relatives. Preserves. Perish, although the Latin requires plural verbs in both cases with the plural subject genera. Occident. Servanter, knock NF Roman 2, 278-9, 300, 360 n. 7. Scott Roman 3, 28, asclep. 1 makes both verbs singular, explaining the anomaly as aggressism, a neuter plural subject with a singular verb despite the manuscript evidence for servanter. But not kinds. Knock inserts genera non sunt, NF Roman 2, 300. Some were kept going, NF Roman 2, 360 NN. 38-9 agrees with Scott Roman 3, 29-30 that this passage is a poor fit here, and Scott calls it a gloss. Festugier interprets inanimalia, soulless things, cf. Sections 4-6 as vegetable life, but Scott believes that they are lifeless artificial objects such as houses or statues. Some form, into a form, NF Roman 2, 301, 361, n40, following W. Kroll reads aliquy, some, in agreement with speciae for aliquius in agreement with generis, translating aliquy speciae generis divini as avec un individu du genre divin, although also connecting species with genos and defluentes in specim, deboucher dans un autre genre. Above, section 2, note on forms. Pattern, like logos in the Greek treatises, ratio in its 44 occurrences in the Asclepius, requires many different renderings. Here ratio is transposed editorially from its place between amantes hominum and demons, friendly to humans, in the previous sentence, where the in before qualitate is an emendation, following W. Kroll of sunt in the manuscripts. NF Roman 2, 301, 361, n. 41, for texts on demons who are philanthropoi. Form just described, the Latin has only predicti omitted by Scott Roman 3, 31-2 but retained in NF Roman 2, 301 with speciae as implied referent, which gives avec le genre quantidit if species is taken to represent genos as above, cf. Section 2 note on forms. Mind, divinity on nous, gnosis and divinization see above 1, 26 Roman 4, 3, x. 9-10. Roman 12, 6, demons attains there. The genitive demonum occurs where one would expect the accusative demonas as object of excedet, attains, although the genitive would be correct in the analogous Greek construction, above asclep. 1 Scott Roman 333, NF Roman 2 301. Because of this, Happier Festugiere FR Roman 2 87-9 compares this section with C. H Roman 11 19-20 and with Xenophon. Memorabilia notes to pages 69-71. 4. 11-18 on mankind's godlike grandeur, and Ferguson, Scott IVF 397-8 contrasts it with S. H. Roman 23 44-6. Iverson, Doctrine pp. 1649 cites an Egyptian parallel. Scott Roman 335 believes that the implicit comparison here is between the human and demonic natures, and that the happier state attributed to humanity contradicts the view elsewhere in the Hermetica that embodiment was a disaster. See also Roman 8, X, 24-5 Roman 12. 20. Below, sections 8, 11, 14, 22-3, AD 8, 9. 6. Norden Agnostos pp. 25-6, Van Morsel Mysteries pp. 17-18. Despises inwardly. Earthly, the Hermetic praise of human dignity stops short at the bodily side of the human condition. Above, C. H. Relation to them. Like the Greek anankeos, the Latin necessarium here represented by relation can signify either a connection or a necessity. Festugiere, who gives Auxquel's il si sate lie, notes that a translation in the latter sense is also justified by the third sentence of section 5. Above, NF Roman 2, 301. 361, N. 46, swiftly mixes elements for elementes velocitate misseter. Festugiere has il si mille aux elements par la vitus de la pensée, connecting velocitate with the subsequent phrase, acumine mentis, keenness of his mind. NF Roman 2, 302, 362, N. 48. FR Roman 4, 75, 145, Scott IVF 398, ensouled. Without soul, Ferguson, Scott IVF 374, 395, identifies pneuma as the root that reaches from on high. On plants as soulless, see above, sections 4-5, as well as NF Roman 2, 362 NN 49-50 and Scott Roman 3, 36-7, who both refer to the Phutin, Auranian in Timaeus 90a, cf. The supercelestial plants that are our souls in C. H. Roman 18, LL, composite food. Composite renders duplicibus in contrast to simplicibus, but NF Roman 2, 302 has de Jew sorts. June Sewell sort, see also. Below, section 7, Scott Roman 3, 37-8, IV 399, one for the soul. Soul usually represents anima, parallel to the feminine such in Greek. Rietzenstein, NF Roman 2, 303, amended animi here to animi, but for animus as soul, see OLDSV. Animus 1, Iverson, Doctrine p. 50, cites a direct Egyptian parallel for the distinction between the soul's nourishment and the body's. Stirring of the world. NF Roman 2, 303, 362 N. 51 gives del for mundi, world here, but see above, sections 2 and 3. Stirring, according to Ferguson, Scott IVF 359, the perpetual movement of the sky that keeps life in being here and elsewhere represents agitatio, agitoi, etc. Spirit that fills. The Greek term behind the Latin spiritus is pneuma, on which see ch. 1, 5. Scott Roman 3, 37-8. Notes to page 70 consciousness. Etha on sensus as consciousness see above, section 3, and on the peripatetic sources of the doctrine that the quintessence rather than the four elements is the material fundament of such or news, see Scott Roman 3, 38-42. NF Roman 2, 363 NN. 53-4, cf. AD. 11. 6. Ma Hermes Roman 2, 405. NF Roman 2, 303 prefers sola, only, to solely, which is Scott's reading, I 296-7, agreeing with Hymeni, humanity, and giving bestowed on humanity alone. A little later, NF Roman 2, 364 N. 57 identifies this as a reference to sections 16 and 32, cf. Scott Roman 3, 42-3. Beginning, conjunction, the topic of conjunctio arose above in sections 1 and 5, cf. NF Roman 2, 364 N. 59 is Trismegistus. Similar questions are asked elsewhere in the Hermetica. Ch. 1, Roman 4, X 23, Scott Roman 3, 44. NF Roman 2, 364 N. 61. In their minds, for in mentibus NF Roman 2, 303, 364 N. 64 has dans less aims. Above, sections 3 and 5. About spirit, The discussion of Spiritus occurs in section 16 below, NF Roman 2, 364 n 65, above section 6. Mankind is, Ausiodes. Scott Roman 344 refers to C. H. 1, where the adjective corresponding to duplex. Twofold is diplus, though one might also write composite as in section 6 above. See also sections 7-10 below for other versions of homo duplex. With the comments of Van Morsel, Mysteries, pp. 18-19. Note that Ausiodes here and Helicon below appear in Greek. For the essential, human, and other uses of Ausiodes, see ch. 1:15 Roman 2. 5 Roman 9, 5 Roman 13. 14 Asclep. 19 Scott Roman 344, NF Roman 2 364 NN. 67-69 FR Roman 4 6, Ma, Hermes Roman 2 420. For other instances of Greek words left untranslated and untransliterated in the Latin text, see below, sections 8, 10, 12, 14, 17, 19, 39, and 40 for Ausiodes, Cosmos, Arithmetic, Huel, Hades, Ausia, Ausiarches, Pantamorphos, Hymarmene. Also above, note on title. Divine likeness. Scott Roman 345 points out that Gen 126 was known beyond the Jewish and Christian readership of the Old Testament, but he also suggests Platonic sources such as Phaedo 95c, while showing that some pagans like Celsus rejected the idea that mankind was made in God's image. Above, section 6. Below, sections 10-11. Hoffman, Celsus, p. 103. Heulikos. Fourfold, the word earthly translates mundanum, on which see above, section 2. Mankind's material part is quadruplex because of the 4 elements. Above, section 6. Scott Roman 3 45-6. NF Roman 2 364 n 68. Jersh Platonism IP 381. Notes to page 71 in the World. For in Mundo NF Roman 2 304 has Dans la Matière. Above. Section 2, FR Roman 363. When the own divinity, Lactantius, calling his source the Logos Teleos, cited this long sentence in Greek in Divine Institutes 4. 6. To prove that Hermes agreed with the prophets and sibyls that the supreme god had a son. The same Greek text occurs in Pseudo-Anthemus, to Theodore on the Holy Church 10-11, which Scott assigns on internal evidence to the middle of the 4th century CE, half a century after the death of the real Anthemus, bishop of Nicomedia. Scott traces the passage to Timaeus 29e 31b, 37c, 92c, and compares it with Gen 1. He also notes its appearance in the famous pavement relief of the Cathedral of Siena, 1488, where Hermes appears among the 10 sibyls. See, above title, Scott I 32 Roman 3 46-8 Roman 4 15-16 155 158-9, Yates Bruno pp. 42-3. Siniscalco 1966-7, pp. 114-16, Ma, Hermes Roman 2 55, and F Roman 2 305 following road, emens quo in the manuscripts to Quam. When, an unusual form in the Asclepius for the conjunction come, corresponding to epe in Lactantius, edi in Pseudo-Anthemus. Scott I 298-9 Roman 4 15 158 following Goldbacher suggests quonium. We shall discuss. Scott Roman 3 46-7 locates the response to this promise Roman 9, which says that in the cosmos sensation and understanding are one, and he observes that the first sentence of the 9th treatise describes itself as a sequel to the perfect discourse, i.e. the Logos Teleos. Hence, concludes Scott, the parenthetical material in section 8 must have been inserted after c. H. Roman 9 was written. See also NF Roman 2, 284-5, 365 n 72. Cf. Zielinski, 1905, p. 335. Seemed beautiful to be another. Scott Roman 3, 47-8, reads Visusk I Pulcher, seemed beautiful to him. In light of such phrases as Iden ho theos to phos hodi kalon, God saw the light that it was fair in LXX Gen 1, 4, 8, 10, 12, 18, 21, 25, 31. Progeny renders partum, an emendation of partum, NF Roman 2, 305, confirmed by Tochin in Lactantius and Pseudo-Anthemus, Scott Roman 4, 16, 158. To be is S, which W. Kroll and Knock prefer to Esset in the manuscripts. See also 1, 12, Asclep. 7, NF Roman 2, 365n. 73. Will is, achievement NF Roman 2, 365 and 76, cite CHX2. God's activity energeia is will the lesis. And Roman 13, 19. Your counsel bool goes forth from you. For God's will in Albinus, see Dillon Middle Platonists, p. 284 and 2, who cites Plato, Laws 967a. See also Fr. Roman 3, 159. And for Egyptian sources, Iverson, Doctrine, p. 49, and Maha Hermes Roman 2, 292, as in c. H. 1, 8. Notes to pages 71-2 had made. Material wrapping, Knock, NF Roman 2, 305, following Scott, I. 300 Roman 3, 49, fills a lacuna with Fessaset, had made. For Ausiode see above, section 7. Festugiere NF Roman 2, 305, 365 n. 77 translates mundano into gemento, material wrapping, as envelope materiel, pointing out that the Asclepius here takes an optimistic attitude toward issues treated quite differently elsewhere. World represents mundus 3 times in the next paragraph. Above, section 2, C, H, X, 17-18, Festugiere, HMPP, 78, Fr. Roman 3, 36, 74-6, Jersh Platonism, IPP, 383-4. Commanded, governing them, Scott Roman 4, 23, Ma Hermes I 15 connects this passage with the Greek fragment in Lactantius, Divine Institute 7, 13, but Ferguson, IV 483-4 refers to Roman 14. 4. NF Roman 4, 114. Worshipping corresponds to adorer, Knox correction, following road of orer in the manuscripts. Tending gives in choler the sense of choler rather than the usual inhabit. NF Roman 2, 306, 366, NN. 79-80, Scott Roman 350, Norden Agnostos, pp 95-7, Roman 4, 2, Agriculture, Arts and Sciences, above section 6 because of this. Except for, nor mortal, as Scott indicates, this claim for the uniqueness of human worship is contradicted in c. H. 1 and Roman 13. 15. Following W. Kroll, Knox supplies mortalium, missing in the manuscripts, NF Roman 2. 307. Muses, citing Martianus Capella 2, 125, Carcapino, Rome, pp. 277-83, maintains that Euterpe was the special Hermetic muse and that the middle syllable of her name could signify a triple blessing from Hermes Trismegistus, as in c. H. 1, 31, pure mind, lower reach. NF Roman 2, 307 has aim pure for pura ment, but cf. Scott Roman 3, 93, Mareshini, Studi pp. 88-93, and sections 3, 5, 7 above. The manuscripts read interiorum, which Knock amends to inferiorum, lower reach, inserting in at before it. Theory that follows. For rationum viro tractatus istius, NF Roman 2, 308 has quanto sujet quae vis trader maintenent, marking the beginning of a new document, as Ferguson suggests, Scott IVF 401, which ends with the third sentence of section 14, above c. H. 1 on paradosis, cf. Asclep. Title 1, 16, 19, 20, 27, 33, 37, Master. First God, NF Roman 2, 308, Hasdia Mater de Eternite for Eternitatis Dominus Deus, but cf. 366, n. 88 and Fr. Roman 4, 168. What is composite? For compositi, NF Roman 2, 308 has Le Monde form pardia. Notes to pages 72-3 ornaments. Ordered world. The words well-ordered are not in the Latin, but in this context, where mundus is compared to cosmos, the Latin clearly suggests the puns and ambiguities deriving from the various meanings of cosmos on which c. H. Roman 4, 1-2, Asclep. 2. NF Roman 2, 366 NN. 90-1, FRI 93-4 Roman 3, 74, Scott Roman 3, 54, Jersh Platonism, IPP. 386-7. Mankind's divine reading Jimenez, Mankind's, for omnes with Knock and previous editors. NF Roman 2, 308. Mankind knows, and honoring knowledge of the world leads humanity closer to God. Cf. C. H. Roman 8. X 9-10 Roman 13. 9. NF Roman 2, 366 NN. 92-3, Knock 1925, p. 27, Van Morsel, Mysteries, pp. 24-7. His image, images, If man is an image of the cosmos, writes Scott Roman 3:55, and the cosmos is an image of God, man must be a second image of God, citing c. H.V. Roman 8, Roman 11, Roman 12. 15, cf. Above section 7, below section 11, NF Roman 2 367 NN. 94-5, Mareshini Studi p. 143. Soul and Consciousness, Water and Air, following similar additions by Scott and Ferguson, NF Roman 2 308, inserts et terra and earth, before aqua, water. Ferguson, Scott IVF, 402-3, sets forth the parallels among four sets of material and immaterial entities in this and succeeding sections, describing the whole as the theory of the microcosm in a peculiar Hermetic setting. As they appear in this translation, the four sets are 1. Soul, consciousness, spirit, reason, anima, sensus, spiritus, ratio. 2. Fire, earth, water, air, ignes, terra, aqua, air. 3. Hands, feet. Other bodily members, manus, peds, alia corporis membra. 4. Thought, consciousness, memory, foresight, animus, sensus, memoria, providentia. Ferguson links sensus in its first appearance here with nous, but he connects the second instance of sensus with aesthesis, sensation, basing his analysis on Philo, questions on Genesis 3, 4, and who is the heir 125-32. See also, NF Roman 2 367 NN, 96-7, ch. Roman 11, Roman 12, Roman 13, 7-12. The phrase in his material part translates part viro mundana, above section 2. Some, standard, Einarson, NF Roman 2, 367 n. 98 suggests that in the phrase mentura ius utriusc the last two words may represent tu sunum fotru, and festugier ibid. Relates mentura to canon, but notes to pages 73-4 Scott, Roman 3, 56, suggests metron in the sense of symmetria or harmonia, i.e., the due proportion, of the two parts to one another. Fortified, disdain, Roman 13. L and NF Roman 2, 368 n. 99. To name, name possessions. Some editors have deleted one of the two occurrences of possessionum nomine nuncupanter. Festugier NF Roman 2, 309, 368 n. 100, thinks that the writer had in mind an etymology for possessio from post and sido, but possideo comes from podes and sedio, sit, while possido take hold of, comes from podes and sido, sit down. Old SVV possideo possido. Even the body, above section 6-710, ch. Aim of the argument, Rose, 1947, p. 103 speculates that rationis intentio, aim of the argument, may represent logutaxis, order of theory, perhaps confused with taxis, force or intensity. Human, lower world, the word homo occurs only once in the text, but see NF Roman 2, 309, 368 n. 103. Knock and other editors read inferioris, lower, for interioris in the manuscripts, above section 1. On four men and c. H1 on anthropos, pairs. Foresight, Scott Roman 3, 58, thinks that this sentence is an elaboration of material mistakenly transposed from section 10, above. NF Roman 2, 368 n. 104. Searching warily, NF Roman 2, 310, 368 n. 105 has scrut avec une inquiet curiosite for suspiciosa indagation, pointing out that suspiciosa can also mean a curiosity contented with opinions, conjectures, implying a high degree of uncertainty. If, orderly way, the manuscripts have Jumc competitor mundum servando, but NF Roman 2, 310, following W. Kroll deletes competitor, which appears again below with parentum, complying duly. On mundum, worldly order. Orderly, see above, sections 210, FR Roman 3, 74. Arranges the scene, NF Roman 2, 368 n. 107. Thinks that component, arranges, represents cosme, another pun on cosmos as described above, section 10. For species as seen, old s, v, species 1, 4, our parents, worldly custody. For other remarks on the ancestors of Hermes and Asclepius, see above, c, h, x, below, section 37. Fidelity represents pietas on which see above, section 1, and the passage from Augustine's City of God 10. Cited by Scott Roman 3, 59, cf. Knock, 1934, pp. 367-8. Festugier has de charges de la garde du monde material, but cf. NF Roman 2, 310, 368 NN. 108-9. What? Trismegistus? NF Roman 2, 311 points out that the allocation of speeches in section 12 to Trismegistus and Asclepius is uncertain. Notes to page 74 Vile migration. Bodies. NF Roman 2, 311, 369 n. ILL connects indigna unworthy with migratio as a feminine nominative singular, but Scott Roman 3, 60-1 links it to alia corpora, other bodies, as a neuter plural. For other discussions of the transmigration of souls, see 11, x, 7-8, 19-22, FR Roman 3, 122. Ma, 1981, p. 406, contrasts this punishment with the penalty in section 28. Earthly, eternity to come. Earthly is mundana above section 2. NF Roman 2, 311, 369 n. 112 translates eternitatis by immortalite to emphasize that it is a special gift to the reverent. Malice that begrudges, for in Videns immortalitati malignitas festugiere gives levice, jalu de el immortalite, and Knox speculates that malignitas represents kakia, for the vice phthonos, see above Roman 4, Roman 13. 7-9, NF Roman 2, 311, 369 n. 114. Simple regard for philosophy, for the Platonic and Christian sides of this anti-intellectualism, which extends through section 14, but contrasts with sections 6, 8, and 10, see Scott Roman 3, 63-7, NF Roman 2, 369 n. 115. Festugiere religion pp. 132-4, FRI 65-6, 357, Roman 2, 151-2, Roman 385, J. Kroll Laren pp. 326-7, 352-4, characterizes the Hermetic attitude as the theologizing of philosophy. Kroll identifies Posidonius as the Stoic Platonic source of such sentiments, as he worships God who knows him in Seneca, letter 95, and Cicero on the nature of the gods too. 61, 153, it is the knowledge of the gods from which reverence, pietas, arises. Bauset, 1914, pp. 142-8, interprets the Hermetic exaltation of piety over philosophy as a striking reversal of Seneca's position. Above, ch. v. Roman 9, x4, Norden Agnostos pp 95-7. Cumont, Egypt pp. 121-3, 164 discusses the special sense of philosophos in Hermetic astrology. For the only mention of the word magia, magic, in the Hermetica edited by Knock and Festugiere, cs. H. Roman 23. 68, no prophet about to raise his hands to the gods has ever ignored any of the things that are, so that philosophy and magic, philosophia men kai magia, may nourish the soul and medicine heal, sows the body. Labhart, 1960, pp. 214-20, analyzes Curiosity Simplicitas, Philosophia and related words in connection with magic and religion. See also Griffith's Isis Book, pp. 47-8, 248-9. Recurrence for Apokatastases see below, section 31, above 1, Roman 8, Roman 11. 2, Scott Roman 3, 65-6. NF Roman 2, 369 n. 116. Music is. NF Roman 2, 312, follows previous additions in amending S to ESD is. Notes to pages 74-5 song, Concord. NF Roman 2 n. 119 identifies the concordant song as the music of the spheres. Conlatus, marshalling, is an emendation of conlata in NF Roman 2, 312 and older editions. Curious thinking above section 12, simple regard. Our account, treatment above section 10, note on theory. Whewell, we're in God, thinking of the first words of John's Gospel, Braun Jean pp. 288-90, divides the text to form the following sentence. Exordium fuit Deus at Whewell, but NF Roman 2, 313, puts exordium, begin in my translation, at the end of the previous sentence. Here, and at many other points, Braun hears echoes in the Asclepius of John's language and ideas, concluding that the author of the Hermetic treatises knew the Gospel's doctrine, and set forth his own in order either to show what Hermetism offered as equivalent or to oppose it to what he found absurd in the Evangelist. Among the possible connections between the Asclepius and John that Braun proposes, see Section 2, John 1:4, 6:112, 10:1:3, 11:15:12, 14-114-18-423, 8-316, 18-14, 22-112, 650, 25-319, 540, 423, 28-16, 8-10, 34-13. Fourth Gospel, pp. 17, 24-7, 155, 420, says much less about the Asclepius than about the Greek treatises. Festugière points out that the writer could have used materia, cf. sections 15, 16, 19 or Silva as the equivalent of Huel but chose mundus, matter instead cf. Section 2. In the same sentence, however, Scott argued that the last occurrence of mundus, world, must represent cosmos, and Knox suggests that the second deus, God, in the sentence might be corrupt. Above section 2 c. h. 1, Roman 13. 2. NF Roman 2, 313, 370 n. 124, Scott Roman 3, 82, because, not come to be. For quanta in some manuscripts and quando in others NF Roman 2, 313, following Thomas, reads quia, because, nada come to be. Above section 4 for nasker and gignomai, not produce being. From themselves, the usual variation above section 4, on come to be is unsuitable for non-nada here. NF Roman 2, 313, 370 n. 127 has sans generation, and Scott Roman 3, 83-6, interprets the passage as explaining the senses of agenitos, ungenerating, ungenerable, ungenerated, and discusses autogenitos, self-generated, as a divine attribute in Egyptian theology, as when Re appears as Khepri, the beetle, commenting on NHC VI. 6, 57, 13-18, 63, 21-3 Ma Hermes I 47-52 110 shows the importance of the triad agenitos, autogenitos, genitos, ungenerated, self-generated, generated in the speculations of the Gnostic parity recorded by notes to pages 75-6 Hippolytus, Refutation 5. 12. 1-17. In the Gospel of the Egyptians, NHC Roman 3, 2, 54, 13-18, and in Lamblichus on the Mysteries 8, 2, 261-5, 268, which is a discussion of Egyptian theology. Among the parity, the triad was the first to be divided from the original source. It contained an ungenerated father, self-generated powers, and generated forms. Mach considers these parallel to the one, the monad, and the indivisible in Lamblichus. Between this group and the Ogdoad, Lamblichus placed a Nef, and a demiurgic mind called Ammon, Ptah, Hephaestos, and Osiris, specifying that Hermes, as well as Bittus prophesying to Ammon, connected this metaphysical theology with theurgy. See also, below section 19, Scott IVF 405, NF Roman 2 371 n, 127, Leighton GS 32-3 127-9 167-8, Fowden APP 136-41 152-3. In the quality. Conceiving, Festugière gives du nombre des propriétés de la matière for in qualitate naturi, taking naturi as the equivalent of Huel's \, he also renders vim ac materiam, the power and the material, by le pouvoir et la capacité foncière, connecting materia with ausia and fuses. NF Roman 2, 314, 371, NN, 129-30. Divided. Whole of nature, Festugière, who gives delimites for discernenda, divided, interprets the passage to mean that sexuality implies division, which in turn requires location in some place. Thus, since sexual coming to be presupposes place, place does not come to be it is agenitos. Festugière sees no need for correction in this part of the sentence, but Scott and Ferguson disagree, and Knock tentatively interpolates loco before discernenda. Commenting on the latter part of the sentence, however, where he gives generation universelle for totius naturi, whole of nature, Festugière writes that the whole passage is extremely difficult. Rendering naturi by generation is analogous to interpreting nasker as come to be. NF Roman 2, 314, 371 NN, 133-4, Scott Roman 3, 88, IV 406, Asclep. 4. 14. Ma 1981, p. 406, points out the contradiction between the treatment of space here and below, section 34. Although matter, the Latin for matter here is mundus, above section 2. Natures of all things, the Latin is omnium naturas, for which NF Roman 2, 314 has le principe de tout generation, in keeping with the translation explained above. Malice festugiere reasonably renders malignitates as lamal, but cf. The ungrudging light to foes of Thonon in c. H. Roman 16. 5. Also, jealousy above in section 1, old s. v. Malignitas 1-2. Festugiere notes to page 76 notes other Hermetic views on the status of the material world. Vi. 2-4 Roman 7, Roman 9, x Roman 14. 7 NF Roman 2 314 371-2 N 135. Deigned, gifts, for sensu disciplina intelligentia, consciousness, learning and understanding. Festugiere has d'intellect, de science et d'entendement, explaining that they probably correspond to nous, episteme and gnosis or logos. For ments, minds, he has aims, in agreement with Ferguson. For episteme as learning, see below, section 23, above c. H. X. 9-10. God's gift of nous raises humans above the level of episteme and puts them on the path to gnosis. C. NF Roman 2 315 372 NN. 136-7. Scott Roman 3 90-1 IV 406. Understanding and foresight. The Latin is intelligentia prudentiae, for which Festugiere has la sagesse et la prudence, pointing out that prudentia may represent pronoia, on which see above c. H. 1. 19. Scott Roman 3 91 explains that both virtues may be taken as divine qualities in mankind, in which case prudence is also appropriate. Spirit supplies these issues. On spirit see above c. H. 1. 5 below section 17, and Jersh Platonism IPP 361-3. Supplies assumes that ministranter represents some form of epicurgeo, but cf. NF Roman 2 315 373 N 138 for the possibility of dioikeo or diaconio, govern or minister. These issues represents heek which knock following Thomas inserts before hactennis, for now, above section 10 on theory. By mind alone, CFR Roman 4 61 on God's knowability, also Jersh Platonism I 339-40. All the matter, although matter is usually mundus above, here it is materiam, for which NF Roman 2 315 373 N 142 gives nature. Above, sections 2:14. Spirit stirs and concentrates. The verbs stirs and concentrates represent nouns, agitatio ac frequentatio, which are parallel grammatically to receptaculum, receives, which refers to hule vel mundus, hule or matter. But because stirring and concentrating require an agent more active than matter, Scott Roman 3 195 supplies spiritus. Cf. NF Roman 2 316 373 N 144. Jersh Platonism I 356. Above section 2. Breathing NF Roman 2 316 following Thomas reads inhalata for inaltata or inhalata in the manuscripts. World. See bottom. Festugiere NF Roman 2 373 NN 145-6 notes the usual ambiguity of mundus, world/matter, and hence the applicability of what follows to the geometry of the world and / or the ontology of matter. Above, section 2. He agrees with Ferguson, Scott IVF 407, that the unseeable bottom might be the center of the sphere or notes to pages 76-7 else its lower half. In either case, the sphere would seem to be solid or opaque. See also Scott Roman 3 125. Same quality as place. Following Thomas, NF Roman 2 316 amends locis to loci. Shapes. Imprinted in the phrase formas. Specerum shapes of forms. NF Roman 2 316 373 N 145 explains that forma is more concrete than in the first sentence of the paragraph, where qualitatis vel formi refers ambiguously to mundus as world or as matter. Imprinted translates in sculpta, suggesting a family of images used by philosophers from Plato through Descartes and after to describe the form/matter relation. Above, section 2, on forms. More abstractly, in sculpta might mean represented, which better suits the end of the sentence. If is called Hades, NF Roman 2 316 374 N 148 suggests rearranging two words, velpars, marked unintelligible in the text, noting also that the derivation of Hades, negative a plus idine equals, not to see, was traditional since Plato, Cratylus 404b, Gorgias 493b, Phaedo 80d, Timaeus 51a. Ferguson, Scott IVF 406-7 cites Litis on months 4. 159. The writers on nature say that the whole of matter is shapeless Anadian before the eventual coming to be of order, whence the philosophers also say that matter is Hades and Tartaros, because by nature it is turbulent, teratonin, and unquiet in its shapelessness. Louis Oracles, pp. 296-7, disputes Ferguson's contention that the author of the Asclepius identified Hades with Hyle. Because represents quad, a correction of quo accepted by Knock from a scribe and early editors. Regions follows Festugière's suggestion that preventer, deprived, which has no stated subject in the manuscripts, requires another inferi. He also believes that this sentence was added by the Latin translator. Nf Roman 2, 316, 374 n. 149. Material. Matter, the former word is mundana, the latter mundus. Festugière thinks that mundana may represent either cosmic, or who-like material. Nf Roman 2, 317, 374 n. 150 cf. Scott Roman 3, 100, above sections 2:14. Have the mind all three occurrences of men's mind, in this paragraph are aim in Nf Roman 2, 317, 374 n. 153, above sections 3, 5, 7, and c. H. Roman 4, 3-4 on which people have news and logos and what these terms imply. Sunlights, illuminates, Nf Roman 2, 374 n. 152 explains the point of the imagery. Sensus, consciousness or news is a faculty of intuition, notes to page 77 of Gazing into the Divine which requires enlightenment. Klein, Lichtterminology, p. 164. Soul, Roman 2 consciousness, following Thomas Nf Roman 2, 317 amends sensus to sensum. Disclosing. Mysteries, below sections 21, 32, 37, above 1. 10, 1, 32, many kinds of gods, Jersh, Platonism, I, pp. 373-6, interpret similarities between the subsequent account of divine hierarchy and the views of Porphyry, Lamblichus, and Sallustius as the product of common influence from the Chaldean oracles. Discourse, effort, for discourse, ratio, and logos see above 1, Roman 8, L. Roman 12. 12, Scott IVF 411, above section 10, note on theory. Take in, speak, Nf Roman 2, 318 following Thomas, writes Lequentes literally. Of the one speaking, excepris, take in, where the manuscripts have Lequentia or Lequentias exceprit. Heads of all classes, head tilde of ausia. Classes, especes in Nf Roman 2, 318, 375 n. 157 is specerum, on which see above, section 2. Head of oi/a translates the emendation of princeps ausia to princeps ausias, assuming that the two words together represent the unfamiliar ausiarches, as it appears below. In Lamblichus, on the Mysteries 8. 2. 262, note the expression archi tes ausias in the context of a discussion of Egyptian theology. From this one God, the self-sufficient God shines himself forth, and this is why he is self-sufficient and self-fathering, for he is head and God of gods, monad from the one, pro-essence and head of essence, archi tes ausias. These then are the most ancient heads of all things that Hermes puts before ethereal and empyrean gods as well as the heavenly. Scott, Roman 3, 113-14, Roman 4, 32-56-8, thinks that the neologism ausiarches is actually a translation of an Egyptian word, on the pattern of other unusual terms, nodarches, ausiopater, used by Lamblichus. Louis Oracles, p. 234, compares Chronorches, Lord of Time, in Celis on Demons 7, 881 BC. This and the preceding paragraph begin with the distinction between hypercosmic intelligible gods and cosmic sensible gods. The former are ausiarchai, heads of essence, and the latter follow them ontologically and cosmologically. A lower sensible god has as its head of essence, as the source and center of its being, a higher intelligible god, who is the head of Asera or taxis, see below. The manuscripts name 5 ausiarchai. Jupiter, light, Panamorphos, notes to pages 77-8 Hymarmene and a second god. Jupiter. Following them come 5 sensible gods, heaven, sun, the 36 decans, the 7 planetary spheres, and the air. However, since the latter series is interrupted by a lacuna, it may be that other pairs of intelligible and sensible gods followed. Scott Roman 3, 107-15, for example, adjusts the above scheme by omitting sun and light, and adding the 2 Jupiters who appear below in section 26. Thus, he makes Zeus, Hupatos, the Ausiarch of heaven, Pantamorphos of the Decans, Hymarmene of the spheres, Zeus Nidos of the sublunar atmosphere, and Zeus Chthonios of earth and water. Scott identifies similar cosmological structures in Stoicism, perhaps Posidonius and in the Platonist Xenocrates, but Festugière, HMP, pp. 121-30, rejects both Scott's view that Ausia here represents Stoic corporeal substance and Gilbert Murray's interpretation of Ausia as Platonic intelligible essence. Instead, he looks to Iamblichus, see above, for whom Ausia designates divine entities of the second order, visible cosmic gods who have as their principles intelligible gods who dwell in them and govern them. Festugière also cites Proclus, Porphyry, the Chaldean oracles, and other texts to show how cosmic and hypercosmic links were connected through chains nexus, seri of correspondence, a theme that also appears in Asclep. 3-5 and 23, cf. ch. 1, Roman 16, 15-16, Ma, Hermes I, 39-41, Scott IVF 411-13, Jersh. Platonism I, 334-5, 377-9. Of heaven, all things. Heaven signifies a higher place than the material auranos, according to Scott Roman 3, 117-18, and Jupiter here is Hupatos, highest, in contrast to the Jupiters who are Nidos, lowest, and Chthonios, subterranean, in section 27. Supplies life, light 1. 9, Klein, Lichterminology, pp. 164-5, 36. Pantamorphos, Scott Roman 3, 118-20, explains that the 36 are the decans, above ch. Roman 16, 13, sh. Vi, and that horoscope, which normally meant a star or a portion of the zodiac rising at the time of someone's birth, is here synonymous with decan. Cf. Iamblichus on the Mysteries 8, 3, 264-4, 266, pgm Roman 13, 520-2 bets pp. 185-6. For horoscopoi as a title for Egyptian priests, see Cumont, Egypt, pp. 124-5. Pantamorphos Scott takes to be the zodiac working through the decans. For other instances of pantamorphos and omniformes, see below, section 35. Ch. Roman 11, Roman 13, Roman 16. 12. Sh. Roman 23. 20. Knox Apparatus, NF Roman 2, 319, shows extensive editorial correction of the Greek in this section. See also, Fr Roman 3, 162, Scott Iv 413, Knock 1939, p. 500, W. Gundel Decan pp. 1-36, 41-5, 226-35, 344-5. H. Gundel Weltbild pp. 17-24. Gundel and Gundel, Notes to page 78 Astrologumena, pp. 17-18, Kakasi, 1982, pp. 163-91. 7 Spheres. Variation, Litis on months 4. Quotes a passage from the Logos Teleos, above sections 1-8, corresponding to this sentence. For related material on Hymarmene taken by Litis from the Logos Teleos, see below section 39. The word heads represents sui principes, which might also be taken as heads of essence. According to Ferguson, Scott IVF 412, and Festugière NF Roman 2, 375. N 159, see also Scott Roman 4, 230. The second, to mortals, NF Roman 2, 319, notes that some editors have thought the lacuna that occurs here to be a large one. Scott Roman 3, 122 makes a connection with section 27 at this point. Reach, but NF Roman 2, 319 marks this passage corrupt, noting a lacuna after at de, but identified by Goldbacher. The punctuation here follows Festugière's suggestion, NF Roman 2, 375, N, 163, the matter, the will, FR Roman 2, 68-9, sees the end of section 19 as presenting a dualism of divine will and matter, but he believes that the dualism is blurred in the equivocation of section 20, with its God who has no name and all names and is one and all. The only and the all. Above section 8, CHX2, this explanation, above section 10, note on theory. Note that explanation, ratio, is repeated at the end of section 20. The sound, and ears, NF Roman 2, 320 following Einarsson takes this whole passage as parenthetical, and Scott Roman 3 133 concludes that the materialist definition of speech, traceable to Stoic sources, would have rung false to Egyptian ears. Cf. C. H. Roman 16 1-2 includes meaning from them. Meaning is sensus, which NF Roman 2 321 translates as L impression sensible, preferring out to his or from them, to autumn his and similar manuscript readings. Above, section 3, maker of all majesty, for totius maestatis effectorum festugiere has le creator de la majesté tout, but see also the note on this passage. NF Roman 2 321, 376, and 170. Nameless. Names of everything. Knock follows Hildebrand's readings of in nominum and omni nominum, nameless and all named. Festugiere points out similar material in C. H. V. L. 9-10, and in pagan liturgical texts. NF Roman 2 321, 375-6 NN, 167, 171, FR Roman 3 66, 69, J. Kroll, Laren, p. 50. Scott Roman 3 134-5 argues that Hermetic and Christian writers took the idea of unnameable divinity from Egyptian sources, on which see also Damas, 1982, pp. 20-2. Above notes to pages 78-91, 31, Jersh Platonism I 341-3 stresses the Platonic background. Fertility. Procreate for similar themes of androgyne and gravid divinity, cc. H. 1, 9-15, v. 9, NF Roman 2 376 NN, 173-5, Louis Oracles p. 341, Ma 1975a, pp. 131-2, 137-8. Like Ma, Hermes Roman 2 292, Scott Roman 3 135-42, cites Egyptian as well as Greek precedents for these ideas, suggesting that a bisexual god was anti-dualist and anti-ascetic. For positive views of sexuality and procreation, see 11, Asclep. 21. Might provide NF Roman 2, 321 following W. Kroll corrects sufficient to sufficient. Explanation given, above sections 1, 10, 14, 16, 19, and c. H. 1, on paradosis, of both sexes, above section 20 and c. H. 1, 9. Soulless, for plants as soulless, see above, sections 4, 6, 8, and Scott Roman 3, 143, who provides ancient testimony on plant sexuality. That world. Knock obelizes the 9 words beginning in Naturem et in his text, and Festugiere translates the emendation by rows given in the apparatus in Natura S, are also in the nature. NF Roman 2, 322, 376 n. 179, Scott IVF 416. Grasp. Mystery of. Grasp translates percepito, Bradwardine's emendation of percepto, and master represents domino W. Crow use correction of omni, both accepted in NF Roman 2, 322, 376 n. 180, where Festugiere discusses and then dismisses the possibility that mystery of procreation might refer to a matrimonial sacrament. According to Scott, Roman 3, 143-5, the Hermetist here confines his attention chiefly to the act of procreation, and Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 212, 1975a, 131-3, identifies the sexual mystery with the androgyne god, above, section 20, made manifest in the sexual act. PGM Roman 36. 305-6, Betts p. 276, refers to copulation as the mystery rite of Aphrodite, and Epiphanius, Panarian 26. 9. 6-7, Leighton GSP 210, claim that the Fibionite Gnostics aim to achieve divinization by ritual sex. Cf. Pagel's Eve pp 25 62-71. Even F. 532, commenting on the passage about marriage in Matt. 19:5, asserts that this is a great mystery, but then goes on to refer the Mysterion to Christ and the Church, thus opening the way to asexual allegorizing. On these and related points see also Ch. 1, 16, Asclep. 1932-37, Rietzenstein pp. 310-19, NF Roman 2, 376-7 and 180, Perrott, NHC VI, p. 400. One should explain, from these words et Dicendum fort, through the end of the third sentence of section 29, Tudater Mollies, A Coptic notes to page 79 version of the Perfect Discourse closer, in Ma's view, than the Asclepius to the Greek original is preserved in NHCVI. 8. Ma, Hermes Roman II, 147-207, 1975a, 130-2, 1981, 305-27, 405-34, Parrot, NHCVI, pp. 395-451. Mahi reconstructs the beginning of this section in the Greek original from c. H. v. Roman 11, Roman 12, and Roman 14. 9-10, attributing a broad unity to the whole Coptic text, as well as the corresponding sections of the Asclepius, as a statement on theodicy, despite its fragmentary nature. Snatches. Coupling, NF Roman 2, 322-3, adopts Hausmann's insertion of love, venerum from Virgil, Georgic 3, 137, as well as Thomas's reading of communi, et for communiat or communi, in the manuscripts. Sexual union is called Cupid or Venus at the beginning of this section, and on Aphrodite, see above, note on mystery. Potency act of this mystery, Ma Hermes I 90 Roman 2 211 takes virtus, potency, and edgefectus, act, as reflecting the Aristotelian relation between dynamis and energeia, citing c. H. X. Roman 11, Roman 12, 21-2 and other texts in his commentary on NHCVI. 6. 52. 14-20, Ma 1975a, pp. 128-30, Whole World. Cure for Mundi Todius, Whole World. NF Roman 2 323 has tout si qui est matière, which corresponds roughly to the Greek suggested by Scott Roman 3, 146 Panton Tun Hulican, but see Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 213-14 for the translation here. Cure represents Medela, a scribal correction of Medela adopted by Knock and confirmed by the Coptic. Ma 1974a, p. 148, all vices thrive. Poisoned Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 215, points out that the Latin, here and in sections 28-9 NHCVI. 8. 77-8 is less interested than the Coptic in physical punishment, concentrating more on ethical and psychological issues. Remedy of learning, here and elsewhere in this section. Learning represents disciplina, for which NF Roman 2, 323, uses science, seeming to associate it with gnosis, although Scott, Roman 3, 146, shows an instance where dianoia would correspond to disciplina, of which the usual Greek equivalent is episteme, as above, section 16. Maha Hermes Roman 2, 213, 216, believes that gnosis and episteme are essentially synonymous in NHCVI. 8. 65-7, noting also that the Coptic at this point asserts that the God who gives mankind gnosis is not responsible for human evil. Corrupt part divine, here and in the next sentence, matter translates mundi. Above, sections 2-14. Scott Roman 3, 147-8, speculates that a Stoic materialist conception of soul might have influenced the notes to page 80 Hermetic author, but thinks it more likely that when he speaks of the rational soul as composed of a kind of matter, he means the phrase metaphorically. Commenting on Lamblichus on the Mysteries 8. 5. 267-7. 270, Scott Roman 4, 72-9, cites a number of texts in the Platonic tradition on the two souls doctrine. Note that Lamblichus traces the idea of a higher soul originating from the first intelligible and a lower soul coming from the turning of the spheres, and hence subject to Hymarmene to Hermetic conceptions. Shortly after having introduced the prophet Bittus, who explained the Hermetic theology, to King Ammon after having found it carved in hieroglyphics in a sanctuary of Sais in Egypt. Furwerda, 1983, pp. 360-78, who traces the two souls doctrine through a number of pagan and Christian sources, identifies the Hermetics, the Gnostics, Porphyry and Numenius as its main proponents. See also, above c. H. 1, Roman 16. 15, NF Roman 4, 114-16, Knock 1939, pp. 500-1, Boyance 1967, p. 348, Dillon Middle Platonists, pp. 174-6, 375-8, Wally's Neoplatonism, pp. 51-3, 71-85, Long Hellenistic, pp. 152-8, 170-5. Bodies? Foods and sustenance. Ma Hermes Roman 2, 218 takes this passage as evidence against Festugière's claim 1936, pp. 141-50, that the Egyptian mentioned in Porphyry's on abstinence 2 is Hermes Trismegistus, but Festugière's analysis focuses on sections 27-9 below, see also c. H. 1, 18-19, NF Roman 2, 377 and 185. Other vices of souls. For reliquimentes vitia animis humanis insidier, NF Roman 2, 324, has tous les autres vices de fame trouvant place dans l'essor humane. Nature asterisk s cleanest part. The Latin is mundissima part naturae, above section 2. Law, NF Roman 2, 324, preserves both instances of liege in this sentence, noting that Thomas excised one of them. Capable, better than the gods. Ma Hermes I 153 finds posset, capable, more tentative than the wording in NHCVI. 8. 67, 32-5, below section 23 notes on forms and gods eternal, above section 69 CHX 24 AD 8, 6-7 SH Roman 11. 2-3, NF Roman 2, 378 N 189. Scott Roman 3, 151, Ma Hermes Roman 2, 221. Faithful affection, the Latin pio affectu describes a divine attribute here. NF Roman 2, 372, 378, N 91, noting that the phrase is difficult to render, opts for untender amour. Above section 1, and since near to humans, Augustine cites this and the concluding sentence of this section in City of God 8, in a discussion notes to page 80 of Magic and Demonology. The topic of God-making comes up again in sections 37-8 below. See also section 24, Scott Roman 4, 180, Ma Hermes Roman 2, 223. Temple gods. Content, NF Roman 2, 325 has dia, qui si satisfont, but Perat, NHCVI p. 412 has gods who are held for qui contenti, glorified. Strong, Knock follows Thomas in amending illuminanter and illuminant to the singular forms and in adopting conformat for confirmat makes. Strong, from a scribble correction. Festugière and Scott note that illuminaire connotes enliven, and Festugière points to the notion of kinship among the members of a chain Sarah or series taxis as the basis of God-making, above sections 6, 7, 11, 19, below section 32, ch. 1, 9, NF Roman 2, 325, 378 NN, 193-4, Festugière HMP pp. 121-2N, 3 Dodds Elements pp. 222-3, 256-60, 267-76. Irrational pp. 285-95. But on the basis of the Coptic Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 224, thinks that illuminari represents apotheostai, deify, rather than photistai, illuminate, and on the same grounds he prefers confirmat to conformat, suggesting the following translation. Non-sulement il entrain gloire, mais il donne la gloire, non-sulement il progresse vers Dieu, mais il donne force aux dieux. However, note confirmat and conformity sunt in this section below, so above section 18 below 29:32-41 ch v2x 6 Roman 13, 18 Roman 16. 16 Klein Lich Terminology pp. 167-215, Bauset Kyrios p. 166. Deserves admiration as in section 6 above NF Roman 2, 378 N, 195, Scott Roman 3, 156. Admit, like heads, for cleanest, mundissima see above, sections 2, 22. Following road, NF Roman 2, 325, amends confusion to confession, which corresponds here to admit, and is confirmed by the Coptic. The signs, signa, are like heads, quasi-capita, because they are individual heavenly bodies, limbless and bodiless spheres, according to Scott Roman 3, 156, citing Timaeus 40a 44d. Cf. NF Roman 2, 378 N, 196. XLL Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 225. Ma, 1974a, p. 150. Human's form. Falls short. Ma Hermes Roman 2, 226 interprets the Coptic NHCVI. 8. 69. 15-17, as mentioning only the divine nature, not the material, above section 22 note on capable. From a scribble correction, Knock NF Roman 2, 325, emends conformata est to conformity sunt, suggesting that the translator might have been thinking of the Greek neuter plural subject, species equals ide, with singular verb. Above, section 1, Ma 1974 Ace, p. 148, for confirmation in the Coptic of Knock's reading. The manuscript reading intra, preserved by Knock, might be construed Old SV. Intra 4-5, to give the sense falls notes to page 81 short, but in any event see Scott Roman 3, 156 and Ma Hermes Roman 2, 227 for infra. Festugiere has en degada. God's eternal. Him in the Coptic text, NHCVI, 8, 69. 22-5, it is the inner man who resembles God, but on the sensitive attribute of eternity the Latin confines divine resemblance to the created divinities. Above, notes on humans in this section and capable in section 22, CHV 6, Roman 16. Title Ma Hermes Roman 2, 227. Statues. Ensouled, Ma Hermes Roman 2, 228, corrects the interrogative videsni to vides, c, from the Coptic. Scott Roman 3, 151-6, argues that by the time the Asclepius was written, educated Greeks had long since ceased to think that cult statues could come alive. And to this attitude, he contrasts the Egyptian belief that spirits of the gods moved in and out of cult statues, on which see Iverson, Doctrine, pp. 37-8. Unlike the familiar monumental representations of the Egyptian gods, true Greek cult statues, zona, were not seen in public, and in some cases, the gods of Egypt inhabited sacred animals as well as cult images. Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 228-9, and Dirtchain 1962, pp. 187-8, refer to the influence of Egyptian cultic practice on such late Greek authors as Iamblichus. Braun Jean, pp. 283, 6, compares this section of the Asclepius to Porphyry's defense of idols in On Statues, and he contrasts PS 115, 4-8 and other OT and NT passages. Van den Broek, 1978, pp. 118-42 discusses other Christian reversals of the Egyptian attitudes toward statues expressed here and in the following sections. Cf. Sections 19-22 above, 37-8 below c. H. Roman 17, AD 8-3, and F. Roman 2, 379 n. 198, J. Kroll, Laren, pp. 90-5, Burkert, Religion, pp. 90-2, 166-7, 187, make people ill, perhaps make men impotent, would render imbecilitates hominibus faciens fairly given the strong interest in sexuality above sections 20-1, the frequent use of magic to impede sexual potency and the symmetry between sickness/cure and pain/pleasure in the sentence, but NF Roman 2, 326, 379, n. 200, has en voyant aux hommes les maladies. Do you not remain ignorant? The apocalypse or prediction, Ma Hermes Roman 2, 68, expressly prefers prediction, begins here and continues through the words Monte Libico in section 27 NHCVI. 8, 76. 1. Scott Roman 3, 159-69, dates it precisely to 268-73 CE below. Note on Indian, and connects it with the tension between Christianity and the old religion as Augustine did in The City of God 8. 23-6. Scott also maintains that because the complaints about penal laws against the old religion, below, section 25, could not have been notes to page 81 formulated before the reign of Constantius, specifically his edict of 353, such criticisms must have been added later. And Knock, NF Roman 2, 288, places the additions between the times of Lactantius and Augustine. Another possible occasion for interpolation was 384-91, when repressive measures were taken in Egypt itself, but Mahe and others, Hermes Roman 2, 58, 70-80, 232, Craws 1969, pp. 56-7, Dunand 1977, pp. 46-58, 64, show that reference to irreverent laws can be accounted for from native traditions, dating from before the first interdynastic period to the 2nd century BCE, when most probably the potter's oracle below was composed among priests who honored the gods Thoth, Hermes, and Khnum, Agathodaemon. In any event, since the Coptic text also mentions the laws, late interpolation is improbable. Schwartz 1982, pp. 165-9. Scott himself cites examples of Egyptian apocalypse going back to the Middle Kingdom, along with Jewish and Christian apocalyptic such as the Sibylline oracles, but he does not mention the Potter's oracle, which Rietzenstein, Studian, pp. 38-57, first connected with the Asclepius and traced to Iranian sources, via an Egyptian author of the 2nd century BCE who was familiar with the Old Testament. The significance of the Potter's oracle for this part of the Asclepius is also noted in NF Roman 2, pp. 380-2 NN. 208-11, 214, 218, 219, 222, 224. J. Z. Smith Map, pp. 74-87, describing Egyptian apocalyptic literature from c. 2000 BCE. To its late echoes c. 300 C, concludes that pure apocalypse is best represented by Asclepius 24-26, whose kinship with the Potter's oracle has long been recognized. Smith constructs a 4-part schema for this literature. 1. The prophet tells the king of 2 social, religious, and natural disorders culminating in invasion by foreigners and desertion by the gods of a dead land. 3. To which, however, the gods will send a king to expel the alien and restore order. 4. A message for which the prophet wins praise as a wise person. In Smith's view, the Potter's oracle qualifies as genuine apocalyptic because it is post-pharaonic, c. 130 BCE, even though it ascribes its core incident to the Xviith dynasty. Having made his pots on an island sacred to Re, a potter saw his work smashed as sacrilegious, despite his having been ordered to the island by Thoth. The potter, a type of Khnum, the ram-headed creator god, predicts similar destruction for Egypt and the evil followers of Set, but in its historical context, the propaganda is anti-Greek. For a theme-by-theme comparison of the Asclepius and the Potter's oracle, see Dunend, 1977, pp. 46-59, who also provides parallels with other Egyptian apocalyptic texts. Notes to page 81, although Rietzenstein's Studian, pp. 48-51, argues that the source of the Potter's oracle was Iranian, Nock, 1929b, p. 199, disagrees, adding in NF Roman 2, 289, that all sorts of prophecies circulated under the empire. I am inclined to think that a Jewish document, passed from hand to hand or by oral tradition, is the basis of our text. Hermes Roman 2, 233, believes that no specific connection with any particular text is called for, the broader influence of Egyptian predictions being sufficient. See also, Fraser, Alexandria, I. 509, 680-4, Dirtchain, 1962, pp. 187-96, Mahet, 1975b, pp. 29-32, Bowman, Egypt, pp. 44, 192. Image of Heaven. Temple, according to Scott, Roman 3, 166-8. Hermes Roman 2, 94-5. The structure of temple ritual was supposed to correspond to the workings of the heavens, and terrestrial effects of celestial causes were thought to depend on the success of the rites. So in this sense, heaven indeed came down to earth, and Egypt was the temple of the world because the gods lived there. Hermes Roman 2, 230. Also refers to S. H. Roman 23, Roman 24, 11 Roman 25. For praises of Egypt, see also, Kakasi, 1967, pp. 246-7, Dirtchain, 1962, pp. 190-1. A time, when Hermes Roman 2, 230 substitutes quo, in which, on the basis of the Coptic, paid respect. Abandoned, the words paid respect translate serve us in the sense of observe us. Festugiere NF Roman 2, 327 has aunt. Honor, but knock, 380 n. 203 suggests that aunt, preserve might be appropriate i.e., preserving the rituals and hence the effective presence of the gods. See Cross, 1969, pp. 52-3 and Hermes Roman 2, 234 for Egyptian parallels on the departure of gods and humans. See also 1974a, pp. 148-9 for the Coptic version of all their holy worship. Augustine cites section 24 from its beginning to the end of this sentence in The City of God 8. 23. Above, section 23, Scott Roman 4. 180. Foreigners Occupy, Durchan 1962, pp. 195-7, detects similarities to papyrus Jumulhak from late Ptolemaic Egypt. Occupy translates Complentibus, the reading in NF Roman 2, 327, but Ma Hermes Roman 2, 231 prefers Competentibus as closer to the Coptic, giving it an extended sense of attain or invade. Tombs and corpses. Here and in the next paragraph, Scott Roman 3, 169, NF Roman 2, 380 n. 207, below Note on the Entombed, argues that tombs, sepulchra cannot be right because Egypt had always been full of tombs, concluding that the apocalyptic novelty must have been the need for many funerals, Tafai equals sepulchra at the same time. Augustine cites this sentence twice, City of God 8. 26. Rietzenstein Studian p. 44 refers to an Iranian source, notes to pages 81-2 only words. Indian, for Rietzenstein Studian p. 44 the Asian invaders are evidence of Iranian influence, but Ferguson, Scott IVF, X Roman 11, 416-17. NF Roman 2, 288-9. Festugier 1944, p. 258. Ma Hermes Roman 2, 233, reads Scythian or Indian as a commonplace for nameless barbarians. If the expression is a mere topos, common not only in apocalyptic literature, such as the Sibylline oracles, but also in broader literary contexts. Scott's lengthy argument, above, note on do. Ignorant, for dating the apocalypse to the period of the Pomeran invasion of Egypt, 268-73 also evaporates. Schwartz, 1982, p. 168, links the first part of this sentence with Tacitus, Annals 2, describing a voyage of Germanicus to Egypt. Divinity goes back, above, note on abandoned. River, banks, for the river as Egyptian usage for the Nile. See Cross, 1969, p. 53, also Ma Hermes Roman 2, 57-8, 234-5, who comments on Ripa's banks as an inexact rendering of the term dikes, as suggested by the Coptic, and infers that the translator knew little about Egypt. In the Potter's Oracle, the Nile runs dry, not bloody, but cf. Exod. 7:17, Rev 8, 18:16-3, and other texts cited in NF Roman 2, 380-1, N. 211, the entombed in place of sepulchrorum, tombs, see above, note on tombs and corpses. In NF Roman 2, 328 Ma Hermes Roman 2, 235 reads sepultorum, the entombed, which is also Augustine's wording in City of God 8. 26, cf. Scott Roman 3, 169. On the Egyptian background for the number of the dead, see also Cross, 1969, p. 53. Utter unbelief Ma Hermes I 19-20 Roman 2 236 following Puch reads incredulitates for crudilitates or credulitates in the manuscripts. NF Roman 2 328 has la cuotla plus atros, opting for crudilitates, cruelty. CNF Roman 2 311 n. 214, also Cross 1969, p. 54. For Egyptian background, to the reversal of values lamented in this section and the next. Weariness, a single thing, Scott Roman 3 170-2, interprets this as Egyptian fear that triumphant Christianity will extinguish reverence for the world as a basis of religious sentiment. But he recognizes that the Hermetica are quite inconsistent on the status of the material universe. Below, sections 26-7, above sections 6-7, 10-11, VI, Roman 9, X, 10-12, Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 236-7, see also C, H, Roman 9. For the cosmos as a mechanism or instrument, machina, organon of God's will, prefer shadows, person, Scott Roman 3, 171-2, reads this and related material as Egyptian revulsion for Christian ascetics, seen as haters' notes to page 82 of Life, lovers of darkness, madly anxious to be tortured and martyred, below section 29. They do not cherish the honored duty of looking up to heaven, above section 6-9, because they do not love the splendor of the world. On light/life as opposed to shadows/death. See above section 19, ch. 1-9. Klein, Lichterminology, p. 170, Teachings about Soul. The Christian doctrine of resurrection might seem offensive from the point of view of, e.g., ch. X. 15-22, Scott Roman 3, 173, NF Roman 2, 381 n. 215. Reverence of mind of this phrase mentis religioni, rendered la religion de l'esprit in NF Roman 2, 329, 381 n. 216 Festugière says that it is a fortunate locution that could serve to describe all of Hermetic piety. But Ferguson, Scott IVF, Roman 12 doubts that it represents the religion of mind whose adherents are to be persecuted, and recommends a translation along the lines of tests such as Eusebia, reverence of soul, cf. Rietzenstein, Poimenders, p. 24. Scott I, 343 Roman 3, 174. Fr Roman 2, 91 Roman 4, 259. Capital penalty, new justice. Above, note on remain ignorant, section 24, withdraw, remain. Driving on the basis of the Coptic, Ma amends these three present tense verbs in Knox text, fit, remainant, compellant, to futures fiat remainbunt compellant. While commenting on c. H. Roman 16. 10-16, Lactantius attributes to Asclepius, disciple of Hermes, the Greek words angelus poneris, corresponding to baleful angels, no sense angeli. Although various forms of daemon occur 48 times in the Hermetica, Scott notes that angelus and angelos are rare here but common in pagan sources after Porphyry under the influence of Jewish or Persian traditions. Cumont Lux notes the synonymy of angel and demon and their equivalent moral status, here and in section 37. Ferguson emphasizes Persian demonology, but Filonenko, 1975, pp. 161-3, looks to Jewish apocalyptic, J. Enoch. See above section 24, note on abandoned. Below section 37, S. H. Roman 24. 5. I. Enoch 8, 10, 1969. 6. Lactantius institutes 2. 15. 7-8. NF Roman 2, 329-30, 381 n. 217. Scott Roman 3, 175-6, Roman 4, 15, 417-19. Festugière 1936, pp. 148-9. Cros 1969, p. 55. Ma Hermes Roman 2, 88-9, 239. Earthstand, Gloomy Lethargy, C. Durchain 1962, pp. 193-4, for parallels to an Egyptian source, Papyrus Salt 825. In the City of God, Augustine refuted pagan claims that Christian abandonment of the old rites upset the order of nature, but other Christians blamed impious pagans for deranging the world. Scott Roman 3, 176-7. Disregard, for in rationabilitas, disregard. Festugière has con notes to page 82 fusion, but he agrees with Knock that the Latin may represent a logia, giving dedain, mepris, which is confirmed according to Moss by the Coptic. Hermes Roman 2, 240. NF Roman 2, 278, 329, 382 n. 220, Scott IVF 419, above section 25, note on unbelief. When all, beauty of old, Lactantius cites a Greek version of this passage in Divine Institute 7. 18. 3-4, Scott Roman 4, 26-7, NF Roman 2, 330. The Hermetist opens a discussion of a new geniture, re-genitura palingenesia, or restoration, revocatio restitutio, reformatio, apokatastasis of the world. Scott Roman 2, 177-81, locates the chief influence on this passage in the Stoic notion of ekpurosis followed by apokatastasis, also citing Timaeus 22b-3b, Statesman 268d-74d, and other texts. Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 102-11, admits Platonic influence of a general kind, but considers it secondary to Egyptian traditions. See also, c. H. 1, 17, Roman 11. 6. NF Roman 2, 288-9, 382 n, 222. On correspondences between the Latin and the Greek in Lactantius. Scott Roman 3, 182-4. Ma Hermes Roman 2, 241, and Wigdell 1984, 2290-1, who argues that the shift from Greek aorists to Latin present and future tenses, e.g., apokatestesin revocabit, will restore, represents an effort on the part of the Latin translator to accommodate the language of the text to prophecy of future disaster, as apart from a tale of past calamity. He notes other such tense changes between Greek and Latin in section 41 below. The God, first God, This phrase is problematic, both in Latin and in the Greek given by Lactantius, although Festugière translates Deus primipotens et unius gubernator Dei as le dia premier en puissance et demiurge du dia un. He asks whether unius/henos means un or premier, since the Greek corresponding to gubernator is demiurgos, above ch 1:9, and a demiurgos could be first only in some relative sense, e.g., chv2. The Greek in Lactantius, ho kurios kai pater kai theos kai tu produ kai henos theou demiurgos, means the Lord and Father and God and demiurge of the first and one God. Scott Roman 3, 182-3 solves the problem by replacing the underlined portion of the Greek with tu cosmou, of the cosmos, or its equivalent, and adding to it an appropriate adjective, such as tu protogenous, firstborn. Maha Hermes Roman 2, 107, 241-2 interprets premier de unique in the Coptic as referring to the cosmos, God's first creation and thus primary after him alone. The Coptic also has demiurge where the Latin has gubernator. Jersh, Platonism, I, pp. 370-3, interprets the Greek tu protou to mean that the second principle is also first and that the Hermeticist is postulating a consubstantial relation between the first and second principles, wherein the second God is clearly a transcendent spiritual principle. However, notes to pages 82-3, the wider context, suggests that the second God is the sensible cosmos, and first in the sense of being the first product of the first principle. Flood, restore, NF Roman 2, 288-9, 382 n, 224, Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 242-5, Ma, 1974a, p. 149, above note on beauty of old in this section. Cumont 1931, pp. 29-31, 64-93, noting that Lactantius made use not only of Hermetic prophecy, but also of Hystaspes, a very ancient king of the Medes, Divine Institute 7. 15. 19, argues for Iranian parallels to some of the apocalyptic themes in this section. Geniture without beginning, NF Roman 2, 331, accepts Reitzenstein's insertion of sed voluntate, but will, noting in the apparatus that for genitura earlier editors had proposed regenitura or similar expressions as closer to palingenesia, but this is not supported by the Coptic, according to Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 244, who also rejects sed voluntate, suggesting that the antecedent of qui, which, is restitutio, obscured by faulty translation of the Greek. Also Ma, 1974a, pp. 149, 152. In any case, the context calls for the astrological associations of genitura and geniture, Old SV, genitura 3, Ed SV. Geniture 2, above note on beauty of old in this section. God's nature, from will, according to Scott Roman 3, 192, cf. NF Roman 2, 383 n, 276, the three words represented here by will, deliberation, and act of willing voluntas, concilium and vel may correspond to a distinction like that outlined by Aristotle. Nishimashian Ethics Ilb 3-15a, among Bulisis, Buluses, and Proirces, wish, choice, and deliberation in the Rosshermson translation. Cf. Above sections 8, 19-20, c. H1, X2, Louis Oracles p. 331, Peters Terms p. 20, Ma Hermes Roman 2, 187-8, 245-6, gives a Latin text adopted here that departs considerably from NF Roman 2, 331 both in wording and in punctuation. De enim natura concilium est voluntas benitas summa. Concilium est voluntas, o Trismegistal, o Asclepi, voluntas concilio nascitur et ipsum vel e voluntate. Good from good, NF Roman 2, 331, following W. Kroll inserts bonus after boni, which according to Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 247 is confirmed by the Coptic. Forms and kinds. For this rendering of specibus vel generibus see above, section 2 on forms. Succession of seasons. NF Roman 2, 332, reads alternationis partium temporalium, la succession des naissances en leur temps, but Ma notes to page 83 Hermes Roman 2, 248, immense partium, births, to partium, which combined with temporalium gives seasons, seated atop, is everywhere. FR Roman 2, 69 senses equivocation between a transcendent and an immanent God in this sentence. CPGM Roman 4, 1010-15 bets p. 58, you who are seated on top of the world and judge the universe. Dispenses life. Plutonius Knox text reads simply dispensator, but following Ferguson, Festugiere translates dispensator vidi, Corgon zone, which the Coptic confirms. Mah 1974a, p. 150. Festugiere also identifies the two Jupiters mentioned here as cosmic gods, unrelated to the hypercosmic Jupiter of section 19, above. However, although Mah agrees that the god, atop the summit of the highest heaven, is the supreme and most high god, Deus summits ex superantissimus of section 41, cf. Ch. 1, Roman 4, Roman 11, 19, vi. 7, 63, 36. He also argues that the three lower gods in the Coptic text, Demiurge, Zeus Plautonios Kor, are reduced to two Jupiters in the Latin because of the syncretism of Jupiter, Saturn, and Baal Hammon in North Africa, which thus gains credence as a possible locale for the Latin translation. Above, note on title. C. NF Roman 2, 332, 384, NN, 228-30, Mah Hermes Roman 2, 248-51, cf. Scott Roman 3, 107-15, IV Roman 13. Distributed. Their story, the word distribuenter, distributed, is repeated in the manuscripts, but Knox obelizes the second occurrence, and Ferguson proposes amending it to restituenter, but Mah suggests decedent, withdraw. Scott identifies the Sunset City as Alexandria, Zielinski chooses Cyrene, but Festugiere thinks that the writer's apocalyptic hope requires no particular location. Scott believes that the city in question was Arsinoe or Crocodilopolis, and that Libyan Mountain refers to the elevated land west of the Nile. Van Rinsveld, 1985, pp. 238-42 points out that the parallel passage in VI 8, 75, 25-35 puts the whole sequence of events in the future so that the lords of the earth will withdraw and will establish themselves in a city. Toward the setting of the sun, every man will go into it, and they will be settled in the great city on the Libyan mountain. Thus, in the Coptic there is only one city in question, and it is the goal of this whole series of future events. But in the Latin there are two cities and two sets of events, one future and one present. The gods will go to the Sunset City, though now they are in the city on the Libyan mountain. The Greek word Libu could mean either Egypt west of the Nile or the territory of Alexandria. Although, like Festugiere, Van Rinsveld admits that Libya need not notes to pages 83-4 be any particular place to suit the apocalyptic message. He suggests that in the original Logos Teleios, if its setting were Ptolemaic, Alexandria might have been a suitable place for the return of the gods, in contrast to the Potter's Oracle, which glorifies Memphis, but that in the Christian times of the Latin Asclepians, Alexandria would not have been thinkable. See NF Roman 2, 332, 384 N, 231, Scott Roman 3, 223-5, 236-8, 242-3, IV Roman 14 N 2, 420, Mah Hermes I 5 Roman 2, 251-2, 1974 A p. 152, Zielinski 1905, pp. 370-1, 1906, pp. 40-1, 50-2, above section 10, below section 37 we must. Consciousness. Stobius NF Roman 2, 333 preserves a Greek version of this passage, which Scott Roman 3, 257-9 compares with the Latin. The translator's efforts to mimic the Greek are apparent, even to the extent of imitating the genitive absolute, two arithmu plerithentos with an anomalous Latin construction, numeri completi, after the time has passed. Literally, when the number of years has been filled up, above section 1. Ferguson, Scott IVF 431 cites Macrobius, commentary on Scipio's Dream 1. 13. 11-13, for the idea that the body leaves the soul, not the reverse when its number is up. For Epicurean and other influences, see Mah Hermes Roman 2, 253, Carcapino Rome p. 268. Fear, True Account NHCVI 8, 76, 4-6 AD 10, 6 Mah Hermes Roman 2, 401. Death. Disintegration for Dissolutio and Dialuces, see Mah Hermes Roman 2, 253-4 citing c. H. 1, 24-5, Roman 11, Roman 12. 16, Plato Gorgias 524b, Phaedo 82d3b, 88b, Republic 609a, and for possible Egyptian background, Iverson, Doctrine pp. 40-1. When soul. Streams of matter. The streams of matter are mundanis fluctibus, above section 2. See Litis on months 4. 149, Scott Roman 4, 230-2, NF Roman 2, 334. Ma Hermes Roman 2, 256-7. Above title for references to the logos teleos corresponding to this passage. FR Roman 3, 121 compares Virgil, Aeneid 6. 735-51, noting that the Greek given by Litis confirms the connection with descriptions of Pyriphlegethon and Tartarus in Plato, see below on chief demon, and the poets. See also, Cumont Lux pp. 208-14, Griffith's Isis Book pp. 301-3, Chief Demon, Litis 4. 32. Scott Roman 4, 230, associates this passage with Plato's Phaedo, and Scott Roman 3, 259-60, cites Phaedo 107d, 112a, 114b, Gorgias 524 AD, and Republic 614c as Platonic precedents. Festugière NF Roman 2, 385-6, n. 238, argues that the judging demon mentioned here is different from the baleful angels of section 25, or the avenging notes to page 84 demon of c. H. 1. Even though Litis has twos men timorous ton daemonen, and he suggests that the summit's demon may be Mithras, who judges mortals in similar circumstances. Ferguson, Scott IVF 432, suspects Iranian influence. Cf. Lactantius Institutes 2. 14. 6. FR Roman 3, 151, Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 257-9. Places suitable to it. Whether the places are meant to be suited to the judge or the judged is ambiguous in the Latin, but Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 260, opts for the latter on the basis of Phaedo 108c and Litis, who assigns the blessed soul not to the chief demon but to savior demons, sotrikoi daemons. Cf. S. H. Roman 26. 1-2. Consigns between heaven. My translation, like Festugière's, requires nox emendation, following Thomas, of traditor inter and similar manuscript readings to tradit ut inter. Cf. Section 12 above, NF Roman 2, 334-5. Penalties after death, above CHX. 20. Condemned. With a soul. Scott Roman 3, 266, changes qui, the first word of this sentence, to quia, thereby making the executed criminal better off after death because his debt is already paid. But NF Roman 2, 335, preserves the qui, and Festugière's translation reaches the much different conclusion represented here as well. See also FR Roman 3, 122. 1936, 144-8. The Coptic answers the question of Asclepius differently, awarding temple thieves, hierosuloi, rather than those who die violently, biathanatoi, the greatest penalty, and Ma, Hermes Roman 2, 267-8, believes that the Coptic reflects the Greek original, while recognizing that the Latin may reflect a dislike of the Christian cult of martyrs. Above, section 25. On the All Evils, Lactantius Institutes 2. 15. 6. NF Roman 2, 335-6, Scott Roman 4, 14-15. Above title cites a Greek passage corresponding to this sentence, as does Cyril of Alexandria in Against Julian 701a, Scott Roman 4, 191, and 2, 219-20. Before contra, on the other hand, Festugière detects a possible lacuna which Scott locates after Hemini, person. On the basis of the Greek in Lactantius and Cyril, Festugière concludes that the original may have specified the upright person's defense as being contra la fatalite et les demons, Lactantius. Auti daemon auti hymarmin crade. NF Roman 2, 386 n. 242, Scott Roman 3, 266-7, 276-8. Illuminating, through mind, above section 23, Klein Lichterminology pp. 172-3. Shadows, whole consciousness, Filonenko 1967, p. 408, suggests analogies with philo and pseudo-Philonic texts. On the Migration of Abraham 76, Biblical Antiquities 37. 3. For Toto C. Sensu Intelligentiae notes to page 84 NF Roman 2, 336, 387, n. 246, has de tout sun intellect intelligence divine, while offering à la connaissance de Dieu as an alternative. Eyes is enlightened. Following early editors, Knock reads oculi, eyes, for occult. Festugière refers to the mind's eye elsewhere in the Hermetica X. 4, cf. Roman 4, LL Roman 7, 2 and translates clairsit as est illumin, which Knock confirms by reference to Asclep. 18 and 36, while allowing that is famous for doxazetai is also possible as well as photistai, see also Asclep. 23, 32, 41. For cognitionists, lumen nocios phatismos, or knowledge as illumination. NF Roman 2, 336, 386 n. 248, Scott Roman 3, 278. Klein, Lichterminology, p. 174, Chaldean Oracles 1 Des Places, p. 66, Louis Oracles, pp. 165-70, 370-5. Confidence of his belief. NF Roman 2, 336, 386, n. 249. Has ferment assure dan sa foi for fiducia credulitatis sui, referring to pistis in Roman 9. 10, Scott Roman 3, 278 cites Heb. 11:1, sun illuminates. In the world, Scott Roman 3, 194 thinks that Sol, sun, must be a mistake for mundus, world, but Festugière NF Roman 2, 386-7 n. 250, FR Roman 4, 169, cites C, H, Roman 16, 18 on the sun as a second god, as against Roman 8. 1 Roman 9, X and section 8 above, see also Roman 16. 16 on the sun illuminating reason. All that are in the world represents omniec mundana, above section 2. For if, life and eternity, both Scott and Festugière explain viventis etenim semper uniusque parties, since each part of it lives forever, as Latinization of a Greek genitive absolute, and Festugière sees the repetition in this paragraph as deliberately emphatic, above section 1, and he dispenses, at once, by punctuating after dispense of it, dispensed. NF Roman 2, 337, solves parsimoniously a textual problem that moved other editors to heroic measures. Eternity's life-giving, NF Roman 2, 387-8, NN 258-67, refers most frequently to C. H. Roman 11, 2-4 for parallels to the treatment of eternitazein in the Asclepius, but see also 11, v. Roman 8, Roman 9, 6-8 Roman 12, 16-17 Roman 13, LL and Roman 16, 8-9 Louis Oracles pp. 403-4. Scott Roman 3, 185-91, recognizes the wide range of meanings that eternitas might cover in Hermetic usage, but he concludes that the doctrine of eternity in the Asclepius can be accounted for in terms of Plato's distinction in Timaeus 37d8b between aeon and chronos. Festugière's analysis in FR Roman 4, 166-75, is more complex. In sections 4, 10, 12, and 28 above, he takes eternitas to mean either eternity or immortality or permanence in the abstract. But in sections 29-32, he finds another notes to pages 84-5 set of meanings, leading from eternal life to the world soul as source of life to the power, aeon, dynamis of life in God, and ultimately to aeon personified as God or the mind of God. He puts the transition from eternitas as eternal life to eternitas as world soul at the beginning of this section. Never Stop Moving, NF Roman 2, 337, reads ni stabit aliquando, where all but one of the manuscripts have ni stabili quando. Governed under the sun. For sub-sol gubernanter NF Roman 2, 338, 388, n. 259, has saumis o gouvernement divin sus la solil, but the note recognizes the ambiguity preserved in my translation by distinguishing saumis a unorder sus la solil from saumis o gouvernement du solil. Cf. Scott Roman 3, 201, FR Roman 4, 169-70. Dispersing, for difference Festugière has diversifiant, but Knock suggests dispersant on the basis of Apuleius on the Cosmos 23. NF Roman 2, 338, 388 n. 261. Whole, scheme, NF Roman 2, 338, accepts Thomas's emendation of omnia in the manuscripts to omni, whole. Alternation, NF Roman 2, 338, has le retour altern des saisons for alternationum, below section 31, unless, itself immobile, Fr. Roman 4, 170, remarks on the difficulty of this passage and interprets it in light of c. H. Roman 11, and Aristotle on the Heavens 284 A2-10. Could one not argue that God has a movement that consists in aeon, i.e., in an activity of eternal life? No better to say that aeon, the activity of God's eternal life, is itself immobile, though other movements derive from it and return to it. See also 11. 12. Therefore, stable, knock follows Thomas in adding the first semper, always, in this sentence. For other Hermetic texts bearing on the doctrine of eternity presented here, see above, section 30, c. H. Roman 2, 6, Roman 4, 8, v2, Roman 8, 2, Roman 11, 15, 20-1, Roman 12, 15, NF Roman 2, 339, 388-9, 268-76, FR Roman 4, 170-3. This sensible world, Fr. Roman 4, 171, n. 1 rejects the view of J. Kroll, Laren, p. 67 n. 2, and others that mundus sensibilis is equivalent here to cosmos nodos. However, he agrees that it cannot refer to the concrete sensible world, and concludes that it represents the plan of the cosmos. The world is thought in the divine aeon mind. Image of that God, Fr. Roman 4, 170-1, identifies Huiuste, that God, as the hypostasized aeon, which is also the identity of the Eternitas, who stands by God in the previous sentence. Notes to page 86. Necessity of recurring, above, section 13, Fr. Roman 4, 171-2. Stirs within himself, Fr. Roman 4, 172 n1 has c mute luimeme vers luimeme, but allows the possibility of n luimeme. NF Roman 2, 339 has c mute luimeme and soi. Immensity. Of immensity, the argument that immensity, magnitudo, or infinity excludes mobility is a distant echo of Aristotle. On the Heavens 275 m2-29, according to Fr. Roman 4, 172-3. Beyond limitation, fetched for incomprehensibile, inestimabile estini sustenere etenim neferi, NF Roman 2, 339, 389 n. 272 has null ni pute elembrasser nilemesserer, il ni pute etre ni sautenu niport, but he notes that incomprehensibile may mean incomprehensible. Alternation. Recurrence for alternation festugiere has le changement des saisons. He also translates Knock's suggestion of alternes. Periodicement, for alterius, the reading in the text, and takes per ambitudinem redidu, return through recurrence, as representing dv apokatastasin, Scott IVF 423. NF Roman 2, 340, 389 n. 275, 398 n. 338, above sections 1330, below section 40. Fixed to sustain, for sustainer, sustain. NF Roman 2, 340, 389 n. 276 gives servir de base, referring to the idea of antiraces, balance, in Roman 2. 6. Beginnings, and eternity, NF Roman 2, 389 n. 277 refers to the original things, the primeval things, the sources or beginnings of all in section 17, above, and to similar language in section 19, noting also that Ferguson, Scott IVF, Roman 29xxx, connects the second God of section 19 with eternity aeon in 31. In Fr. Roman 4, 174, Festugiere interprets Eternitas in this paragraph as the hypostasized aeon, mind of God. See also Jersh, Platonism, IPP 358-61. Total consciousness. As in general, consciousness in this paragraph represents sensus, but it should be understood that the Greek term behind the Latin may be nous. In fact, Festugiere suggests ho pas nous for omnes, sensusi, where omnes has the sense of totus. He also warns that the meanings of key terms here, sensus, intelligentia, intellects, are equivocal, so that the translation remains quite uncertain, and it is impossible to discover the author's true intent. Scott also concludes that this paragraph is meaningless in the Latin. Nonetheless, he maintains that the passage as a whole, beginning with the words omnes ergo, total, distinguishes three levels of nous: divine, cosmic, and human. Ferguson adds a fourth aeon, producing the hierarchy of supreme God, eternity, cosmos, and mankind, which Festugiere accepts. Cf. Jersh, Platonism, IPP 348-50. The Carr's notes to pages 86-7 ponding terms in my translation are divine or total consciousness, eternity's understanding or consciousness, the world's consciousness, and human consciousness. Both consciousness and understanding, sensus, intellectus, are ambiguous in that either can be understood subjectively, subjective consciousness of object N, or objectively, the understanding that belongs objectively to M as subject. See, above section 3 ch. 1, 1, NF Roman 2, 340, 389-91, NN. 278-9, 283, 285, 290, FR Roman 4, 174, Scott Roman 3, 215, IV Roman 26 Roman 7, 423-6. Whole ordering, Festugiere, NF Roman 2, 389-90, NN. 279-80. Scott IVF Roman 26, 423, believes that disciplina, ordering here and in the next sentence, represents taxes on which see above, section 23. Proclus, Elements of Theology 140-5. Dodds, Elements pp. Roman 21, 129, 208-9, 257-60, 267, 273, and for other instances of disciplina, sections 16 and 39. But Memory's tenacity, following Goldbacher, Knock shows a lacuna after Humanis Viro, but Human and Festugiere's translation takes up suggestions of Brackman Pendit and Scott Census for filling the gap. NF Roman 2, 340-1, 390 N, 281, Scott Roman 3, 213. Supreme God did, following Thomas, NF Roman 2, 341 amend summum to summus, supreme, and the quality. Eternity's understanding. The forms qualitas and eternitatis are both emendations accepted in NF Roman 2, 341, 390 N, 285. Cf. FR Roman 4, 174, which also interprets the ambiguous intellectus. Understanding, as the mind of Aeon, above note on total consciousness. Falsehood, geniture, see Puch 1952, p. 256 on the deceit of time, also above section 26 on geniture. Enlightening me, above section 23, Klein, Lichterminology, p. 176. Tat. Silence, the manuscripts have tatti, NF Roman 2, 341, above Roman 13. 22, for divine mysteries, CCH. 1. 16. Understanding differs from consciousness. Knock reads intellectus assensu, but Festugiere suggests the addition of humanus after the former and mundano, the worlds after the latter. Scott thinks that intellectus may represent dianoia, thinking in C. H. 1. 1, and that sensu is nous, concentrating the mind. Fermenti's pervenient intention, NF Roman 2, 342 has parvient sulement, a forced application. See above, sections 1, 3, 6, 10, 11, and 19 for intentio as concentration, effort, or intention. Above the world, the Latin has only super C, but NF Roman 2, 391 N. 291 suggests that the Greek may have been tous huper autonai. E. Ton cosmon theous, the gods above the cosmos, who might be either the notes to pages 87-8 Ausiarchai of section 19 or, according to Scott Roman 3, 218, hypostasized dunames of God. Quite confined, Scott Roman 3, 219 finds angustisima difficult. NF Roman 2, 342 has reseri endes limites tresatroites. Important topic, the void is also discussed in C. H. 11. 10-11, Scott Roman 3, 96-7 lists ancient authorities who debated the void and concludes that the point of view here is Stoic. See also above section 10 on theory. NF Roman 2, 391 N, 292, Scott IVF 408-9. Detect them, NF Roman 2, 342 adopts Henry Eschen's emendation of quas. Ease to quas. Res for just. Nature and quality. This sentence, especially the parenthesis, has troubled several editors. In the phrase si tamen est aliquid ni istud enim credo, sic habeo, if there is any such thing, I do not believe. As I take it, W. Kroll and Ferguson put a lacuna after credo and conclude that the original Greek was something like aud gar, kenon einai, ekeno pistuo, in which case the missing Latin would have included inane s. That it is void, or something similar, but these words do not fit the existing text in any obvious way. NF 11, 343, 391, N. 293. Scott Roman 3, 98, IV 408. They look like NF Roman 2, 343, adds an ut at the head of this clause where other editors have inserted cum or qui. I am speaking. Signs, Scott Roman 3, 267-9, Roman 4, 230, moves the whole parenthesis to sections 28-9, above, and explains it by reference to demonological material in Litis, on months 4, 32. NF Roman 2, 343, 391, n. 294, emends in terem and similar manuscript readings to inter e, thus supplying the second half of a pleonasm inter between the and the spirit and air above c, h, 1, 11, 11, Scott Roman 3, 100, NF Roman 2, 391, n, 295, about place. For place locus topos, see above, section 15, Roman 2. 3-6, 11-14, Scott Roman 3, 100, NF Roman 2, 392 n, 298. Receptacle, of bodies. Knox text is receptaculum est omnium sensibilium specerum qualitatem vel corporum, which festugier renders, le receptacle de touts les qualitu substances des forms sensibles. But Scott I, 326, transposes vel before qualitatem, which is the basis of my translation. For species as form, see above, sections 2-5, Roman 8, 3. God is everything, above, section 2. Notes to pages 88-9 to God alone, the Latin is ipsi soli, for which NF Roman 2, 344 has luisule. Scott Roman 3, 124 explains that the world is fully sensible aesthetos and intelligible notos only to God, and that both these aspects of the world are included in the whole, totem, cf. FR Roman 4, 72-3. Without God. Through him, NF Roman 2, 392 NN. 303-4 compares this language to John 1, 3 and Rom. 11, 36 but suggests no dependence on these texts. Cf. Nor den agnostos pp. 347-54. Covered. By a garment, festugier refers to C, H, X, where the cosmos is in eternity aeoni, and Roman 16, 12 where the intellectual cosmos encompasses the sensible cosmos. Scott cites Philo on Flight 20. 11, and on Dreams 1, 35, 203 for the notion of a garment. Ferguson refers to Hippolytus, Refutation 5, for the heavenly garment wrapping this world. CNF Roman 2, 393 n, 305, Scott Roman 3, 124, IV 409, and for other uses of enduma, chitin and related terms Roman 3, Roman 7, x, 17-18. Each kind, above sections 2-5 for species, genus and forma. In this section, kind represents genus, form is forma and class is species, for which NF Roman 2, 345, 393 n, 306 has type ideal from paradigma, Scott Roman 3, 127-9. Or irrational, following Goldbacher and others, NF Roman 2, 345, inserts vel in rationalis. As is, the non-bodily, showing in his apparatus how the meaning is preserved, NF Roman 2, 345, retains et quicquid, as is anything, though Thomas had amended it to ut quicquid but follows Thomas in correcting forma to formi, forms, and w, Kroll in inserting et and, after corpora, bodies. Latitude. Omniform, the word latitude represents climatum climata, a technical term in astrology. If the horoscope gives the individual's fate, the klima shapes the fate of nations or peoples. With klimata are associated demons called klimatarchai, cf. Ausiarchai above section 19, who rule the 7 heavenly zones linked to the 7 geographical regions. With horoscopes are associated the horoscopic or decan demons that rule the moment of birth, as in Roman 16. 15. For klimata, CSH, Roman 24. 11-15 and NF Roman 3, CCXXI N. 1 Roman 4. 61-2 N. 31, Scott IVF 409-10, 467-9. See also NF Roman 2, 393 NN. 306-7 and Scott Roman 3, 128-30, which show that the turning circle is the zodiac whose god, omniform, or pantomorphos, section 19, above, produces the forms of lower beings through the 36 decans, 3 residing in each zodiacal sign. FRI 121 also sees the term moments, momenta, as a reference to the doctrine, Also described notes to page 89-90 in chapter 25 of the astrological Liber Hermetis. Gundel, text, pp. 50-72, 135-69 of Monomorai, stars ruling each degree of the 360 in the Great Circle so that no instant of time is without its god. Change its form, here and in its next 5 occurrences. Form represents species, for which Festugière uses appearance, aspect, type, and form. Above, sections 2-5, NF Roman 2, 346, Scott Roman 3, 131. Changing. Form of heaven, the changes could be from climate to climate, above, section 35, or within the atmosphere of a particular climate. NF Roman 2, 393 N. 309, Scott IVF 410. Stages or courses, although he translates stations out cursus as les temps duret ou de progrès dans la croissance. Festugière notes that these terms also have an astronomical meaning, referring to stations prefinitas cursumc, prescribed stations, and orbit. In section 13 above, NF Roman 2, 346, 393 N, 310, Scott Roman 3, 131, Roman 4, 410. Like our mirrors, Festugière, NF Roman 2, 394 N, 312, thinks that the changing appearance of the sun and moon, not reflection, is the point of comparison here, but cf. Scott Roman 3, 131-2. But now, Augustine includes all but the last sentence of this section in City of God 8, 26, above sections 10, 23-4, NF Roman 2, 347, 394 NN, 313-14. Divine nature. Once, it may be that natura implies coming to be here. Above, section 4, NF Roman 2, 397 N, 315. Scott Roman 3, 220 suggests that the first word in the phrase quoniam erga provi, ancestors once, is a mistranslation of epe but cf. Old SV quoniam. To there, power in, here and further on in this section, matter represents mundus and material is mundanus, on which see above, section 2. Knox text is cui inventi adiunctorant verdurum de mundi natura convenientum imc messens, quoniam animas facere non potrent, and Festugière gives eleant truve, ils y attachment un verdu, appropri quils terreant de la nature materielle, et melenset verdu a la substance de statues, comme ils n'y pouvaient créer proprement des aims, referring to Ferguson's argument that inventi, discovery, here cannot mean artum, art, in the previous sentence but must refer to some power or material ingredient required for the art. NF Roman 2, 347, 394 N. 316. Scott Roman 3, 222, IV 426-7. See also AD 8, 3, NHCVI 8, 69, 29-32, and Ma Hermes Roman 2, 98-102, 224, 315, 385, who puts the god-making described in sections 23-4 and 37-8 in the context both of theology and of Egyptian statues animated by notes to page 90 the bar of the god. In particular, Ma notes the relevance of PGMV 370-445 bets, pp. 107-9. This spell seeks revelation by using a figure of Hermes fabricated as follows. Take 28 leaves from a pithy laurel tree and some virgin earth and seed of wormwood and the herb calf's snout, pounded together with the liquid of an ibis egg and made into a uniform dough and into a figure of Hermes wearing a mantle, while the moon is ascending in Aries or Leo. Let Hermes be holding a herald's staff, and write the spell on hieratic papyrus or on a goose's windpipe, and insert it into the figure for inspiration. See especially, below, note on quality in section 38, also PGM Roman 4, 1840-70, 2373-99, Roman 7, 862-9, Roman 12, 14-95 bets, pp. 71, 81-2, 141, 154, Knock 1929a, p. 187, Gundel Weltbild pp. 35-6, Gries 1988, pp. 48-9, Copenhaver 1988, pp. 84-9. Demons, Mysteries, Cumont Lux p. 231 discusses texts in which angels and demons were not distinguished as good and evil. See also above sections 19, 21, 25, 32, ch. 1. 16. Ancestor, crocodiles, the word avis can mean ancestor in general or grandfather in particular, and it is likely that the disciple Asclepius is understood to be a grandson or descendant of the god Asclepius, just as the teacher Hermes is a grandson of the great Thoth, above see H.I. title, Roman 2. 1x23. Scott believes that the earthly gods mentioned below are, like Asclepius or Imhotep, also deified humans. On these and other points in this passage, see above section 27, ch. Roman 2, L. Scott Roman 3 220-7, NF Roman 2 394n, 17 Ma Hermes Roman 2 306, does he not? City, where the manuscripts have 1 NF Roman 2 348 follows the selection in Augustine for the interrogative non-ni. Likewise for patria, native city, rather than patrium. For the several places called Hermopolis, see above, section 27. Scott Roman 3 228, NF Roman 2 394 n, 321, his, Osiris. These major Egyptian deities, enormously important in the Hellenistic and Roman worlds as well, appear nowhere else in the Asclepius and not at all in the Greek treatises. But Isis is named 14 times in the fragments preserved by Stobaeus, Osiris 9 times, on Hermes as father of Isis and other points, see especially Roman 23 Roman 26. NF Roman 2, 395 n. 322. Malaise 1982, pp. 52-3, Rise 1982, pp. 146-63. Griffiths, De Hyde, p. 263, Hanny, Plutarch, pp. 38-9, Grangian, Eritology, pp. 17-2175. Anger, earthly and material. For earthly and material the Latin is terranes. Ac mundanis above, section 2. Scott Roman 3 228-30 points out that earthly gods are irascible because they are vulnerable notes to page 90 to Pathe, while the celestial gods are apatheas, above ch. vi, Roman 12. 4-7, 10-11, Griffiths, Isis Book p. 152, called holy while alive. For hic sancta animalia nuncuperi festugiere has reconnaissant officialment, ces animox sacers, quenus voyons, explaining that these last three words represent hic and proposing declarant saints, commenus levoyons, less animox as an alternative. By Scott's account, the object of worship in the Egyptian temple might be a statue or a live animal, the latter also regarded as an earthly god and inhabited by a divinized human soul. This interpretation makes sense of the rest of the sentence, which seems to fit humans better than animals, though it should be noted that a town, e.g., Crocodilopolis above, section 27, might be named after an animal. Festugiere, criticizing Scott's translation, explains that an animal treated as divine while alive was absorbed into the god when dead. Thus, the living god Apis became Osiris-Apis or Osor-Apis or Serapis after death. Seen in this light, Festugiere's translation of Calique, Aerum animas, quorum sunt consecrati vivens as adorant, les aims desudunt les aims ont et deiphys dolor vivant, is cumbersome but precise. C. NF Roman 2 348, 395-6 NN. 323-4, Scott Roman 3 230-4 IV 428, Fraser Alexandria IP 503. Constantly assail. On disagreement over sacred animals as a cause of physical hostilities, see Juvenal, Satire 15. 1-13, 33-44, which describes a conflict between Tentyra Dendera and Ombai, which may have started when the people of Tentyra ate the crocodile held sacred by the citizens of Ombai. Courtney, Juvenal, pp. 590-9. Griffiths, De Hyde, pp. 548-9, cf. Scott Roman 3 234-5, and the quality of divinity, NF Roman 2 348-9, 396 NN. 325-6 renders qualitas as propriet, meaning a magical power. The last word in the phrase divinitatis naturalem vim, natural power of divinity, is missing in all but one group of manuscripts, where it comes before divinitatis. Festugiere points out that the equivalent Greek phrase is theatitos fusikon dunamen, where the adjective fusikos naturales would mean occult, as in his translation, un virtu occult defecacite divine. Scott Roman 3 244-5, Roman 4, 40-42, cites Iamblichus on the Mysteries 5, 23, 233-4, cf. Augustine, City of God 10. 11, for his account of the art of theurgy. that often twines together stones, plants, animals, spices, and other such things which are sacred and perfect teleia, and of divine form to make all of them into a complete and pure receptacle. For one need not have qualms about all matter, only that alien to the gods, selecting what is suitable notes to pages 90-1 to them and conformable to consecrations of statues. See above, sections 23-437, Louis Oracles p. 230. Communication with heaven, Noc obolizes caelestius, the third appearance of a form of caelestes, heavenly, within a group of 10 words, but Festugier prefers the scribble correction caelesti, usu which, in combination with et frequentation, he translates as la pratique répétée des rites célestes. NF Roman 2, 349, 396, n. 328. The order assigned, for ordinum, order, Festugier has rang, above, sections 19 and 23 for Sarah and taxis. Individually, NF Roman 2, 397 n. 330, refers to the doctrine of universal and particular gods, holokoi merikoi deriving from Timaeus 40-2 and the Neoplatonic commentators. Below, section 39. Hymarmene or the Fates, here and below the Greek word is an editorial construction. NF Roman 2, 349. Scott Roman 3, 246, identifies the Ausiarch Hymarmene of section 19 as a personal being. While in this passage he sees an abstraction constructed along Stoic lines, see also 1, Roman 11, Roman 12. 6, Jersh, Platonism, I. pp. 365-70. Mareshini, Studi, pp. 95-8. Heavenly, earthly, see above, section 38 for universal and particular gods in the Timaeus. NF Roman 2, 397 n. 322 explains that incollant, which corresponds to belong to in my translation, must represent dioikusi, govern, but it would be hard for a Greekless Latin reader to recognize this. She is the maker. Second god, a Greek version of what follows on fate, necessity, and order appears in Litis on months 4. 7. Above, note on title, NF Roman 2, 350, Scott Roman 2, 248-53, Roman 4, 230. See below, section 41 for the Supreme and Most High God. Ordering of all, as above in section 32, ordering renders discipline which represents taxis in the text of Litis. NF Roman 2, 397 n. 334, necessity. Order, Ferguson interprets this material as a piece of Timaeus exegesis, especially in light of the commentary of Chalcidius, above n. 38, on individuality. Scott maintains that necessitas and ordo correspond to Ananke and taxis, F, which join Hymarmene in a triad whose mythological counterpart is the three Moirai, Lachesis, Clotho, and Atropos. Thus, the author of the Asclepius sees Hymarmene as Lachesis, whose work of begetting the sources governs the past. Taxis I ordo is Clotho, whose responsibility for structure and temporal arrangement covers the present, and Ananke I necessitas is Atropos, by whom things are forced into activity in the future. Scott Roman 3, 251-3, Iv, Roman 19, Roman 26. NF Roman 2, 397-8. NN, 335-6. For the different arrangement notes to pages 91-2 presented by Pseudo-Plutarch, on Fate 1 568e, which assigns Clotho, Atropos, and Lachesis to the highest, middle, and lowest regions of the cosmos, see Dillon, Middle Platonists, pp. 320-2, 356. See also above, see H. Roman 4. 8. The World Nines Order, above, section 2, and NF Roman 2. 398 n. 336a on Mundus and Cosmos as orderly arrangements. These three, above, section 39. Disturbed. Kindness, this contrasts with the irascibility of the terrestrial gods in section 37, above, Scott Roman 3, 254. Eternal, eternity itself. For eternity or ANC above, section 30, Scott Roman 3, 185-91. Time and again, NF Roman 2, 351, 398 n. 338 has a tour de rôle, taking alternes as equivalent to alternes visibus, above, section 31. Assuming that, NF Roman 2, 351, adopts Thomas's correction of sit quad sit to see quad sit. Material, world. NF Roman 2, 351, 398 n. 340 has tout si qui vient de la matière for omnibus. Mundanis explaining that mundanus is precisely equivalent in meaning to helicos here. Above, section 2, Scott Roman 3, 255. Praying, east. For another prayer with directions for orientation, see above, see H, Roman 13. 16, NF Roman 2, 389 NN. 341-2 cites several other examples, including PGMV All Bets, P. 109, FR Roman 4, 244-5, CF. Scott Roman 3, 280, Braun Jean, pp. 262-3. Frankincense and spices, NF Roman 2, 352, has den scens et de parfums forture. Et pigmentis, Scott Roman 3, 281, explains that pigmentum is a scented unguent, and that at sunset the Egyptians burnt a mixture of 16 substances called kuphi, cf. FRI p. 83, Waddell Manetho pp. 203-5. Bad omen on the reasonable assumption that the Greek underlying melius ominaire was some form of euphemeo as in c. H. 1, 11, Roman 13, and elsewhere. Festugiere has the imperative silence. Lactantius, Institute 6, 25. Scott Roman 4, 22, and F Roman 2, 352, reproduces Trismegistus' rebuke to Asclepius and ascribes it to the Sermo Perfectus. Above, note on title. Worship? Thanks. According to Scott Roman 3, 282-4, NF Roman 2, 399 NN. 343-4, who cites parallels from Porphyry, Apollonius of Tyana, and others. The worship preferred here to material sacrifice is like the pure speech offerings of the Greek treatises, c. H. 1, 31, Roman 13, 17-21. Van notes to page 92 Morsel, Mysteries, pp. 38-40, sees this as a desire for radical spiritualization and radical rejection of sacrifice, citing c. H. 11 v. vi. Ellen Roman 12. 23 see also Roman 4. 7 we thank your knowledge for the reference of tantum, alone, CFR Roman 4, 58 and 2, cf. NF Roman 2, 353, Perrot, NHCVI, p. 379. Rietzenstein discovered that Papyrus Mimaut, one of the Greek magical papyri, contains a prayer to the sun whose last part, PGM Roman 3. 591-609 bets, pp. 33-4, corresponds to the Latin prayer in this section. Scott compares the Greek line for line with the Latin. The same prayer also occurs in NHCVI. 7, 63, 33-65, edited by Ma, Hermes I, 160-7, and by Dirks and Brashler in Parrot, NHCVI, pp. 378-87, referring to the ritual embrace. And cultic meal at the end of the prayer, NHCVI, 7, 65, 3-7, cf. 6, 57, 26-7, Dirks and Brashler conclude that the primary sitz im Leben for the prayer was a Hermetic Gnostic community dedicated to the preservation and transmission of the knowledge celebrated in it. Noting that the Asclepius omits the actual spells in PGM Roman 3. 494-591 that precede the prayer, Grease, 1988, pp. 51-5, argues that the survival of a thanksgiving for gnosis in A Magician's Handbook testifies to a certain amount of sharing between Hermeticism and the magicians who produced the Greek magical papyri. The Greek corresponding to nomen sanctum, holy name, is a phraston onoma, unutterable name, and the cult of Eupiter exuperantisimus, most high. Cf. Greek Hupsistos was promoted from the time of Commodus, 176-92c, onward. Jersh, Platonism, I, pp. 343-4, connects exuperantisimus and other terms in the corpus with the language of transcendence in Apuleius. The note on glorified in section 23, above, is relevant for the light of your knowledge. See, above, section 39, Rietzenstein HMR pp. 364-8, Poimanders pp. 146-54, Bowsett 1914, pp. 109-12, Scott Roman 3 284-300, NF Roman 2 353-4, FR Roman 4 63, Festugiere Religion p. 125, Ma Hermes I 137-67, Knock 1929a pp. 190-2, Klein, Lichterminology, pp. 177-8, Grease, Early Christian, pp. 183-8, cf. c. H. 1, 31-2, Roman 13, 18-20, Mareshini, Studi, pp. 99-105, Iamblichus on the Mysteries 10, 8, 293-4. Fidelity. Indeed rejoice, piedatum et religionem et amorum, fidelity. Reverence and love. Represent eunoion kai storgen kai filion, kindness, affection, and love, while sensu, ration, intelligentia, consciousness, reason, and understanding stand for noun logon nosen. Festugiere, who regularly uses intellect for sensus, fought dun vocable mia appropri, points out that cogniverimus, we may know, and cognoscens, knowing, actually correspond to two different verbs, notes to page 92 noo and epigignosco, the former translated as think or understand in the Greek treatises, the latter as discern or come to know. NF Roman 2, 353, 399 N. 349, FR Roman 4, 58, and for related problems above section 3 and C, H. 1, 1. Scott Roman 3, 289-90, finds suspicionibus, dim suppositions, hard to account for since the Greek is logon dehina epikalesomen, reason so that we might call upon. Ma, Hermes I 163 reads hoc lumine for AC numine, and, by, power, and punctuates the passage differently. Make us depend on the body. For consecrare festugiere has consacra, noting that while Knock prefers fair passer du profano sacer, the Greek apotheoses would seem to justify deifier, for which see above section 6 22-29 c. H. 1 26 Roman 4. 7 x. 5-7 24-5 Roman 11. 20 Roman 12. L 12 Roman 13. 3 10 14 22. NF Roman 2, 354, 400 N. 353, and Scott Roman 3, 294, especially for the disagreement over mankind's ability to be divinized while still in the body. Ma Hermes I 153 follows Festugiere's rendering and argues that the less explicit consecrare reflects the diffidence of the Latin translator about apotheoses. Known you? Reason. Ma Hermes I 165 reads the vocative o lumen, light, for et lumen, and F Roman 2, 355 adopts Reitzenstein's emendation of sensibili to sensibile, perceived, which makes it agree with lumen. Cf. Scott I 376 Roman 3, 294. Klein, Lichterminology, pp. 178-9. Womb pregnant, the Greek corresponding to fecunda pregnatio is metra Q4, which Festugiere associates with similar ideas in 1. 12, v. 9, NF Roman 2, 400-1 NN, 355-6. Persist. Fullness, the adjective plenissimi, perfect fullness, in agreement with naturi, coming to be, is Reitzenstein's emendation, adopted in NF Roman 2, 355, of plenissimo and similar manuscript readings. After this word, Reitzenstein excised a second appearance of cognivimus t, we have known you, in this third part of the triad. But Mach reads plenissime, the vocative, and keeps the second cognivimus t, inserting patris generantes after it and thus producing a tetrad instead, the last two members being, we have known you in conceiving all of nature, you who are most full, we have known you the eternal duration of the Father who begets. Hermes I 165, Ma 1974a, p 153. Pure meal. Thing, NF Roman 2, 401 n, 399 cites Porphyry's on abstinence for similar ritual prohibitions, e.g. on abstinence 2, 60, 4, 7.